Chapter 931. Long Yuxing finally realized that this Gao Qiao was actually the same as Li Chenglong. They were both people who specialized in sending others into a pit. As for themselves, they would never jump into a pit. Xiao Long eagerly led the way in front, while Zhou Xiaoduo boldly walked straight ahead. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the four people, including Zhou Xiaoyan, Zhou Xiaoduo boldly walked all the way to the bottom of the cliff. He seemed to randomly choose a direction and cleared the snow. Then he touched the stone wall as if he was testing the thickness of the stone wall. Then he took out a big hammer and smashed it with a boom. Boom. The mountain collapsed again. Why did he say, again? Long Yuxing curled his lips and was just about to say, I was wondering what happened. Aren't you smashing things like me? When he was about to say that, he immediately fell into a stupefied state. His words were stuck in his throat. This was because as the mountain rocks rolled down, a clear and misty light suddenly appeared and a dense mist rose up. Right in front of the five people, where there was originally nothing, a cave residence suddenly appeared. It was as if a huge cave residence had appeared out of thin air. As far as the eye could see, it was shrouded in auspicious clouds and thousands of auspicious colors, illuminating half of the sky and earth. The four people who were following him from afar, as well as the two Dao Alliance experts who were also following him from afar, didn't feel anything. All they saw was a flash of azure light, and in that instant all of their strength disappeared. Like dumplings they fell from the sky with a plop. The few of them were head first, burrowing into the thick layer of snow like rockets. Their bodies could not move at all. Their dantian was completely sealed, and they were stuck in the snow at an unknown depth. Both sides felt that they had been fucked. What was going on? Why could they not move all of a sudden? One of them was shocked. He opened his mouth and was about to scream when he fell. He plunged all the way into the snow, and with his mouth open he forcefully swallowed a stomach full of snow. His throat felt like it was straight and the snow swallowed in. As he plunged down he felt that his stomach was quickly filling up. Infinite misery, this snow. Why is it so damn thick? But then again, if there wasn't such a thick layer of snow from where they were, they would have fallen from the sky head first. How could that be any better? On Zhou Xiaoduo's side, the few of them were also dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the magnificent cave abode that had suddenly appeared. The light gradually disappeared, and an ancient hall appeared in front of everyone. The door was wide open. Looking through the crack in the door, he didn't know how deep it was. Zhou Xiaoduo put away the hammer, turned around and smiled indifferently. He clasped his hands behind his back and said casually, "What good luck. I just casually smashed it and it actually hit." Shaking his head, he continued, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you suspicious?" The four of them rolled their eyes at him. Although they didn't know how this fellow found it, how could they not be surprised and suspicious? If he said that it was possible to find it with just a hammer, they wouldn't believe it even if their heads were chopped off. Looking at this annoying behavior of shaking his head and wagging his tail, everyone was speechless. However, they couldn't find any fault to refute him. They could only hold their breaths in speechlessness. The entire process seemed to be done by just casually taking 2 steps and smashing with the hammer. What else could it be? Gao Qiao felt more and more that she had chosen the right boss. He really had a bright future. Whether it was because he found it carefully or because he found it by chance or by luck, as long as he could find such a place, he was the kind of person who had great luck. There was no doubt about this. The process wasn't important and they didn't need to pay attention to it. Gao Qiao sighed in her heart. She glanced at Zhou Xiaoyan, took a light breath and calmed herself down. "Let's go in." Zhou Xiaoduo waited for Xiao Long to wander around and come out dancing. Finally he said calmly, "There shouldn't be any danger inside. We just need to pay attention to the aura. It'll be fine." Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked in with an imposing manner and footsteps that seemed to have reached the horizon. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by what he saw. Not only Zhou Xiaoduo but the 4 people behind him were also shocked the moment they came in and took a look. They saw a huge green dragon in front of them. It was at least 1,000 feet tall, and a huge eyeball was looking down at Zhou Xiaoduo and the other 4. This was probably the true meaning of looking down on all living things from a high position. The 5 people's reflections were clearly reflected in the dragon's eyeball. It was like looking into a mirror and every detail was clear. A strong dragon's aura hit them right in the face. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others immediately stiffened. They couldn't help but take a step back instinctively. However, they realized that the dragon's huge eyeball was still looking at them. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo almost peed in his pants. This dragon seemed to be alive? A certain someone who always believed that a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall immediately tensed up. He only felt that an unprecedented crisis was about to befall him. How could he deal with it? With his mouth open, Zhuoxiaoduo stared at the dragon's eyeball in front of him without moving his eyes. He felt that his legs were playing the pipa. With a swoosh, he took out 2 big hammers and said in a trembling voice, "You guys, go out first." Sure enough, the dragon's eyeball moved with him as soon as he moved. His own shadow moved back and forth in the dragon's eyeball. He could feel the majestic aura of the dragon's body, and its breath of life, moving back and forth. That Zhuoxiaoduo almost cursed Xiaolong in his heart. "This damn thing, you're going to kill me. That's a statue, right?" Zhuoxiaoyan also said in a trembling voice. However, she finally recognized it before Zhuoxiaoduo and revealed the truth. "A statue?" Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look again. He saw the dragon's eyeball staring at him again. He couldn't help but shudder again. It was too scary. Judging from the dragon's size, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he wouldn't feel anything even if he was swallowed whole. Otherwise he would sneeze and sneeze, or be let out as a fart in his stomach. That it was really too big. Just one of the dragon's claws in front of him was 3 to 4 times thicker than Zhuoxiaoduo's waist. However, after he mustered up his courage and looked at it for a long time, he finally confirmed that it was indeed a statue. But it was too similar, too realistic. This dragon statue was more than 100 feet tall, and it was very lifelike. It looked exactly like a real dragon statue. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at it attentively and found that the entire body of the green dragon statue was made of a special material. Especially the scales on its body. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan felt a sense of familiarity. That was 1000 fantasy gold. However, 1000 fantasy gold was red, and the scales in front of them were dark red with a hint of gold. It was obvious that the quality of this 1000 fantasy gold was far better than ordinary gold. The dragon's teeth were sharp and gave off a metallic texture. The pair of extremely huge eyeballs, almost as big as the 6 people of Zhuoxiaoduo, were actually complete and flawless heart of stars. And it was the heart of stars of the ice attribute. In fact, it was because of this that Zhuoxiaoyan was the first to react. Although the heart of stars of the ice attribute, because it was too restrained, it only gave off a very weak cold air. It was obvious that most of the essence was sealed inside and very little was left out. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make it unimaginably valuable. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes instantly turned into the color of gold. This was such a huge amount of wealth. And these 2 heart of stars, except for Zhuoxiaoyan, no one else was suitable for it. At this thought, Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but admire Zhuoxiaoyan's luck. She actually found 2 heart of stars of the ice attribute in this random green dragon cave mansion. Moreover, this wasn't Zhuoxiaoyan's main goal. It was purely a coincidence. The real location she sensed was still quite a distance away from here. It was not the same thing. In other words, these 2 heart of stars, which even the ice abyss which would exclaim that she had never seen before in her life, and would drool over them, was just an unexpected gain for Zhuoxiaoyan. This kind of luck was really speechless. And Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio obviously also discovered the mystery. After being shocked, endless envy surged. Why was her physique so compatible? Why was she so good at practicing her cultivation method? Go in. Zhuoxiaoduo wiped off the cold sweat. In fact, although this green dragon statue was just a statue, it was emitting a real dragon's aura from head to toe. It made people not dare to look at it directly. In front of this statue they couldn't help but tremble. Long Yuxing's face was full of infatuation as he stroked the scales on the green dragon's body. His eyes sparkled as he looked at it. For a moment he felt as if he had entered a dream. He was reminded by Wan Lixio several times. Then he staggered into the room. However, he kept turning his head back, looking back at this huge green dragon statue. And the eyes of the green dragon statue seemed to be able to move, and it was always responding to Long Yuxing's gaze. Zhuoxiaoduo in front of him exclaimed and suddenly stopped. The 4 of them stopped at the same time and looked up. They couldn't help but feel dazzled at the same time. After the green dragon there was a huge plaque. There were 4 big words on it. When the 5 of them saw it, they suddenly became absent-minded. Every word of the 4 words was like a living green dragon, swimming and circling above it. Naturally, it was filled with a feeling of a king roaming the 4 seas. The charm and aura of it made Zhuoxiaoduo and the others feel that they couldn't bear it. Instinctively they had a feeling of submission, an impulse to kneel down and worship. This was the real divine aura. Green Dragon Holy Temple. Next to it, a huge stone tablet stood on the ground. There are 4 extremes in the sky and the green dragon guards the east. Chapter 932. In front of the signboard, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Then they walked in with some reverence. Azure Dragon's Sacred Hall. What kind of place was this? Everyone could not help but feel solemn. The group continued to walk in. The moment their vision opened up, a vast hall came into view. It seemed that this hall had a radius of several thousand feet. Countless objects were scattered on the ground. On the other side there were a few scattered bones that were emitting a sparkling light. And it was these broken bones that were emitting a strong aura of majesty. This is the might of a dragon. The true might of a dragon. Long Yuxing said with a trembling voice. This hall was really spacious to the extreme. In the east there was a huge throne. A person was sitting on it. His body was slightly bent forward and one hand was placed on the armrest. The other hand was missing. Presumably the scattered bones on the side were from this hand. This person did not have any injuries on his body, only a white mark was left between his eyebrows. But it was this white mark that took his life. Although he had been dead for God knows how many tens of thousands of years, the aura that flowed from his body had never dissipated. Even Zhuo, a daring and mischievous person, couldn't help but avert his eyes when he looked at this person. This was a king sitting on his own throne looking down on the world. Looking down on his subjects, looking down on his country. In his eyes, there was a trace of a smile. Although he had been dead for a long time, it was still the same. Smile? Zhuo subconsciously thought that he had seen wrongly. But when he looked carefully, he realized that this person's eyes were really smiling. Although he had been frozen, he was still smiling. Zhuo could not understand. While he was maintaining this posture, he had already suffered a fatal injury and was about to die. And he must be very clear about this situation. So, what was he smiling about? Opposite this person was a woman in a palace dress. One hand was behind her back and the other was holding a sword, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. Although they could only see her from the back, she was still graceful, like a person in the clouds. As the group entered, the aura surged. The air in the hall, which had been silent for tens of thousands of years, flowed. The woman's white clothes were also gently fluttering. It seemed that she was still alive. She was still graceful and peerless. In the hall, the two people, one sitting and one standing, were facing each other. The man on the throne was smiling. Zhuo and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths as they tiptoed over, afraid that they would disturb the couple. Even though Zhuo and the others were certain that the two had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but with such grace, even after billions of years, no one would dare to show the slightest disrespect to them. When they turned to the opposite of the woman. Beautiful, she was really too beautiful. This woman's skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She had an otherworldly appearance and there was a faint smile of relief on her face. However, there was still some disappointment in her eyes. Jade pendant was a jade pendant, long was a long sword was a jade hairpin. Other than that, there were no other decorations. But as soon as they saw her, they would instantly feel that the world was clean, spotless and beautiful beyond compare. Between heaven and earth, there was no filth that could get close to her. Although she had been dead for tens of thousands of years, she was still as pure as ice and jade. Like the bright moon in the sky, she was cold, lonely and indifferent. It was obvious that this man was killed by this woman, and this woman had perished together with this man, going to the 9 springs together. Everyone had vaguely guessed this. In the hall, Zhuo and several other living people had entered, but it was still silent. An eerie silence. A man and a woman, one sitting and one standing, both with smiles on their faces, had been dead for tens of thousands of years. But it was these two dead people that made Zhuo and the others feel oppressed, and they almost did not dare to breathe. When they tried to walk to the middle area where the man and the woman were looking at each other, they felt that the surging of the aura was several times stronger than the left, and it was full of maneuvering. Zhuo tried hard, but he was easily thrown out by the aura of the two people. The moment he landed lightly, he felt like he was in a dream. These two people have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Not only are the aura of the confrontation still there, but it is also so powerful. Oh, how is this possible? Zhuo and the others could not help but be shocked when they heard this. What kind of cultivation was this? After tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years after death, their bodies did not decay, and they were vivid and lifelike. Their expressions did not change and their aura was still the same. This kind of realm was beyond the knowledge of Zhuo and the others. It was unbelievable and unimaginable. Just when Zhuo tried to intervene in the aura and was thrown out again, a dense fog suddenly rose from the ground. It seemed to have disturbed something. seemed to have triggered something. In the blink of an eye, the whole hall suddenly turned into a paradise on earth, and the vision was full of fog and illusions. Zhuxiaoduo, Zhuxiaoyan, and the others all felt that their eyes were inexplicably in a trance, as if they were passing through a long river of time, and the scenery in front of them was constantly changing. Finally, the constantly changing scenery suddenly stopped. The place where the 5 people were standing changed to a corner of the hall, and what they saw in front of them was still the same hall, but the scenery in front of them was colorful and magnificent. It was still the same hall, and it was still the same man in the green robe. The man in the green robe sat on the throne, and his face was slightly pale, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes slowly turned, looking at the hall and the 4 sides of the hall. There was some disappointment in his eyes, but more than that, there was relief. He was smiling. Below the throne there was a row of seats on both sides, 4 on the left and 3 on the right. However, there was no one sitting, and they were all empty. The man in the green robe smiled faintly, and with a wave of his sleeve, a cup of wine appeared in his hand. He said softly, "7 brothers, have you all left now? Did you have a safe journey?" For a long time no one answered. After a while, the man in the green robe finally drank up the cup of wine, as if his brothers were still smiling at him in front of him. "In this battle I was seriously injured, and I don't have the strength to break the void. I can't leave with the 7 of you. In the future, if there is a new Azure Dragon Saint throne, you can go ahead. I will only be relieved and have no other thoughts." He smiled faintly and talked to himself. The cup in his hand was filled by itself, and the fragrance of the wine permeated the whole hall. After drinking another cup, the green-robed man's eyes became sad. "I know you hate me and hate me for not leaving with you, but if I had stayed with you, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Hornwood dragon, neck gold dragon, root earth raccoon, room sun rabbit, heart moon fox, tail fire tiger, water leopard of winnowing basket. Haha, this is what people call you. But I still like to call you little dragon, little Kong, little raccoon, little fox, little rabbit, little tiger, little leopard." Sigh. The man in the green robe's eyes were gentle. "Take care, brothers and sisters. Little rabbit and little fox, sisters, I'm afraid I can't protect you from the wind and rain anymore. Take care of yourself for the rest of your lives." At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. The man in the green robe smiled faintly, and a wine pot suddenly appeared in his hand. This time he raised his head and gulped down the wine. All of a sudden, a heroic aura was born. The sound at the door disappeared. It was quiet. The man in the green robe chuckled and said faintly, "I haven't come in, but there is already an elegant scent of cinnamon. Tain, why are you so late? Azure Dragon Saint's cultivation is really high. You have already predicted my arrival, so you stayed here to wait for me?" A gentle female voice sounded faintly. The man in the green robe drank a mouthful of wine, and he stood up from the throne. When he was sitting down he was already like a monarch. When he stood up he was even more like the emperor of the heavenly court, the ruler of the world. He had the aura of a monarch. That kind of majestic aura, as if the world was in his control, was released. He looked down indifferently and said coldly, "Your main target is me, so I can't leave. If I want to leave it's easy. But under your cinnamon horizon tracking, none of my 7 brothers and sisters can escape from your evil hands." That gentle voice said faintly, "I have long heard that Azure Dragon Saint is a righteous person. For your brothers, you will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Today I have met you and you are even more famous. So, I can only use such a despicable method to keep you here." The gentle voice sighed, "Azure Dragon Saint, you are indeed an extraordinary man, a great husband since ancient times. Hengyi admires you greatly. It's a pity that we are on different sides. Otherwise, I would definitely drink 3 cups of wine with you, Lord Saint, so that today's meeting will not be in vain." The man in green, Azure Dragon Saint, smiled faintly. "Can't we drink 3 cups of wine with different sides? Moonstar Lord, your words are a little biased." The door was silent for a while and finally a soft laugh sounded. "Lord Saint, you are right. Since that's the case, Hengyi will drink 3 cups of wine with you." As she spoke, a white-robed lady floated in. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, and she was extremely beautiful. When she entered, Zhuxiaoduo and the rest felt as if a bright moon had suddenly descended. She walked in slowly all the way to Azure Dragon Saint's throne and smiled, "Lord Saint, nice to meet you." Azure Dragon Saint smiled faintly, and his eyes were full of admiration. "Fairy Hengyi is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Every time I see you I can't help but be stunned." Opposite him, Fairy Hengyi smiled, "Thank you for your praise, Lord Saint. Cheers. As she spoke, a transparent wine cup appeared in her hand. The wine in the cup was slightly yellow, like the cinnamon from the Moon Palace, and it was filled with a strong fragrance. Although this was only a video, and the person involved had been dead for tens of thousands of years, Zhuo Duo and the rest could still smell it when they saw this scene. Looking at the yellow but clear wine, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Chapter 933. The Zhuoxiaonian was looking at Fairy Hengyi without blinking. This is what I want to do in my dream. So beautiful. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio were already dazzled and lost in thought. In this image, the man and woman's bearing, style, aura, power, and temperament were all unparalleled in the world. Was this the realm and bearing of a great cultivator, a powerful existence? This is a martial artist, this is a cultivator. This kind of bearing, aura, calmness, and carefreeness are the true peak figures. In the blink of an eye, everyone recalled all the important figures they had seen in their lives. However, they felt that no matter who it was, compared to the two people in front of them, they were more or less lacking something. This kind of calmness, this kind of supreme power, this kind of carefree aura, and this kind of aura that could look down on the world with just a raise of a hand. The difference between the two was truly huge. The Azure Dragon Sage laughed loudly and raised his wine pot. He raised it from afar and said, "Fairy, please? This toast is to you. Eternal youth and eternal beauty." Fairy Hengyi smiled faintly and said, "Hengyi returns the toast to you. This toast is to wish your 5 brothers and 2 sisters a safe and smooth journey." The Azure Dragon Sage's expression suddenly became serious. He had wanted to use the wine pot to drink, but after hearing this, an exquisite wine cup appeared in his hand. He carefully filled it and sighed softly. He chuckled and said, "Just based on your words, I have to pay more attention to this cup of wine. I will definitely taste this cup properly. Thank you for your blessings." He raised his head and slowly drank it in one gulp. He maintained his posture and did not move for a long time, as if he was reminiscing. Fairy Hengyi smiled and covered her face with her sleeve. She accompanied him and drank the cup. She said, "Before I leave, Hengyi has nothing else to give you. I just want to wish you the safety of a brother and sister. Please take a look." As she spoke, a mirror appeared in her hand and she shone it on the wall. On the wall, the scene of a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses appeared. A continent was slowly floating up, as if it was about to leap into the sky and leave. On this side, countless soldiers and horses were chasing after them. Blood splattered everywhere. On the boundless battlefield, screams of agony were deafening. The sound of weapons clashing was so loud that it covered the sky. People were constantly flying up and self-destructing. The Azure Dragon Sage stared at the screen for a long time without moving. This is a battlefield that I should have been on. Countless people were fighting in the sky. The killing was intense and extremely tragic. Suddenly, a woman's sorrowful and clear voice sounded, "The Moon Lord has ordered for the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the East to leave." This voice sounded like a gust of wind and instantly spread throughout the battlefield. Then, a group of women shouted in unison, "The Moon Lord has ordered us to let the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the East go." The white-clothed women all had tears in their eyes. Following the surging of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers, a gap suddenly appeared in the tight encirclement. 7 figures shot out like lightning. These 7 people were all covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. Battle cries shook the heavens within the formation. Everyone was still fighting with all their might. The opening that had just appeared was instantly closed. While people continued to rush out from behind, there were also people who continued to fall. There were 2 women and 5 men. The man in the lead had a curly beard, and his face was filled with grief and indignation. "Where's my big brother?" The 2 women also shouted at the same time, "Big brother, where are you? Where are you?" They flew into the sky and looked around with grief on their faces. The woman from before said in a cold voice, "The Moon Lord has ordered us to let the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the East go. However, if you don't leave, you'll be killed without mercy." Along with the voice, a woman in a yellow palace dress flashed and appeared in the sky. She had a sword in her hand that flashed with a cold light, and her face was cold. However, there was uncontrollable grief in her eyes. The 2 women were furious. "How dare you?" Then they turned around and charged. "Let's go find Big Brother. Big Brother, where are you? Little rabbit. Little fox." The bearded man in the lead had a miserable expression. He shouted and grabbed his 2 sisters. "This battle is not beneficial to our army. This is the last chance that Big Brother has given us. We have to leave first so that we won't waste Big Brother's plan for us. After that, we'll find an opportunity to come back and find Big Brother. Big Brother is not a hero. Without our burden, who can do anything to him? If we die now, we'll die in vain. Big Brother isn't here. However, in the future we'll never forget this debt. The 7 of them were covered in blood and stood in the sky. Suddenly they shouted at the same time, "If Big Brother dies, this hatred will never end. If Big Brother is here, we can finally reunite in this life." Suddenly weapons flashed and pierced into their chests. They dug out their hearts in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Each of them took a drop of blood from their hearts and chanted something. The 7 drops of blood suspended in the air turned into a small heart-shaped blood. It was red. Then the heart-shaped blood shot into the sky. With a flash of red light, it disappeared from the entire continent. 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon. Big Brother will wait for you. There are 4 extremes in the sky. The Azure Dragon protects the East. The Azure Dragon of the East will always rule the 7 stars. Big Brother, you take care. You must take care. Their voices were hoarse in the end. Then the 7 of them supported each other and flew through the void, chasing after the continent that was already hidden in the clouds. In the air, a sorrowful voice echoed. Big Brother, take care. We'll meet again in the mortal world. Vaguely, there was the sobbing of the Heart Moon Fox and the Room Sun Rabbit. The scene flashed and disappeared. The mirror in the Moon Lord's hand also turned into dust at this moment and scattered from his hand. The scene was gone. However, the Azure Dragon Lord's eyes were still focused in that direction for a long time. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He was also a little relieved. His brothers and sisters were finally safe. It would be difficult to meet again in the mortal world. Even if he was not a hero, he would still have difficulties. He stood quietly. His burly body was like a statue. His brothers' cries for their big brother still seemed to echo in the air. After a long while, the Azure Dragon Lord finally came back to his senses. He let out a long sigh and then took in a deep breath, as if to calm the surging emotions in his heart. Then he bowed slightly and said softly, "Thank you." The Moon Lord listened quietly and accepted the bow of the Azure Dragon Lord. Then he replied seriously, "You're welcome. This is what we should do." The Azure Dragon Lord did not go. Otherwise, we might not have been able to stop them. The casualties would have been even greater. This is the Azure Dragon Lord giving up on participating in the battle. We should repay and respect you. Lord Qinglong laughed. My brothers were able to escape unscathed. That's enough. Thank you, and this cup of wine will still be given to Lord Taibai Jinxing. This kindness is hard to repay in this life. This thank you and this cup of wine are a little token of my appreciation. Lord, please. At this point, the 3 cups of wine had all been drunk. 3 cups of wine before the battle. This is a gathering of old friends. In this life and in the next, there is no gratitude or enmity between us. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled faintly and said, "However, I still do not understand. Why did you stay behind? Now, not only has the Demon League left, your Tao League should no longer exist in this world, right?" The Moon Lord said plainly, "What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death?" The Azure Dragon Lord said plainly, "In my opinion, you have another mission, right?" "That's right." The Moon Lord smiled. "We spent a lot of effort and countless twists and turns to make the Azure Dragon Lord stay behind. We fought thousands of battles and sacrificed thousands of times. All our planning was for you. If we could not do it, how could we be satisfied?" The Azure Dragon Lord smiled bitterly. "You're exaggerating." "Not at all." The Moon Lord said, "Everyone knows that under the Demon Emperor, there are 10 demon gods and 365 heavenly cycle demon gods. They also have Donghuang's help. They are powerful and invincible. However, very few people know that under the Demon Emperor, the 4 symbols array formed by the 4 sacred venerables is the cornerstone of stabilizing the 4 sides of the demon court. It is the foundation. Therefore, we did not care about the price and used all our efforts to make you stay. How could we not deal the final blow and leave the possibility of letting the tiger return to the mountain? Ordinary people can't do anything to you. You can wait for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years just by sleeping. As long as you are still alive, the foundation of the 4 symbols array is still there. Therefore, I took the initiative to stay behind and die with you. I have to confirm that you do not exist in this world before this situation comes to an end. In the world without the Moon Lord, there will be a successor to fill in. However, without the Azure Dragon, the 4 symbols array will be forever damaged. Therefore, we have to pay the price of losing the Moon Lord. Fortunately, we can afford it. The Moon Lord said indifferently. It was clearly related to her own life and death, but her unique face still did not change at all. It was as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. What a pity. The Azure Dragon Sage put his hands behind his back and smiled. It's better to get a man to do it. It's too wasteful to let the Moon Lord do such a thing. It's too much of a pity to let the Moon Lord die. His words seemed to be a joke, but the last 4 words were said extremely seriously. Extremely seriously. It was too much of a pity? The Moon Lord smiled. No matter what, you are here now and so am I. The Azure Dragon Sage turned back to look at the screen wall where his brothers had once shouted. He sighed softly and said, Fairy, you let me see how safe my brothers were just now. Now I can't even say a blasphemous word. The Moon Lord said seriously, Sage, you are a gentleman. Even without this relationship you would not say anything blasphemous. The Azure Dragon Sage smiled. The Moon Lord smiled and said, Also, other than my Cinnabar Kasha, it is difficult for others to track your Azure Dragon 7 stars. I also hope that I can give you the respect you deserve. Even if a hero of a generation falls, he should have his glory and respect. Chapter 934. The Azure Dragon Lord said, Fairy, you are indeed considerate. Thank you. This time he was thanking the Moon Lord for her high evaluation. Then the two of them stopped talking. They had said everything they wanted to say. They had finished drinking the wine. At this moment, there was only life and death to end this relationship. Fairy, you really shouldn't have come. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled bitterly as a sword appeared in his hand. With the sword in his hand, clear light surrounded it. A dragon's roar could be faintly heard. Azure light flowed on the blade of the sword. An azure dragon could be clearly seen swimming around on the surface of the sword. The Azure Dragon Lord's other hand raised the wine jug high. Clear wine poured down his throat continuously. He finally finished the wine jug. With a pinch, the jug shriveled and was thrown to the side, making a clanking sound. Lord Azure Dragon sighed. Fairy, you clearly know that even though I, Azure Dragon, am heavily injured and my life is at stake, I still have the ability to bring anyone who wants to take my life with me on the road. The Azure Dragon Lord said plainly, As long as I want to, there's no one I can't bring with me. Opposite him, the Moon Lord smiled. Of course I know that. Since you have a corner of the creation plate, you naturally have the confidence to say this. Other than demonic emperors and other sovereigns, as long as you fight with your life, you can kill whoever you want. However, since Hengyi is here, she has already made up her mind and has no intention of returning. You don't have to be merciful. Just do your best. If you can get past me, you might be able to reunite with your brother. With the Moon Lord here, I won't have that day. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled faintly and moved the long sword in his hand slightly. A gust of strong wind suddenly rose from the sword body. Following a soft boom, the sword wind transformed into countless demon gods and pounced towards the Moon Lord. Fairy, I'm sorry. Lord, I'm sorry. The long sword in Tyene Fairy's hand also rose up, and a white mist appeared with extreme coldness. Zhuoxiao Duo and the others looked at the scene. Although it was rare for them to feel the extreme cold, they could still see the power formed by the extreme cold. This extreme chill actually froze the countless demon god projections in the air. Not only that, even time and space seemed to be frozen. Seeing this scene, Zhuoxiaoyan was extremely envious. She wondered when she would be able to reach such a high level of freezing the world and freezing time and space. Although the Moon Sutra that Zhuoxiaoyan cultivated could freeze the extreme cold, it was still inferior to the extreme cold of Fairy Hengyi in front of her. It was an unattainable gap. As long as she willed it, no matter if it was a sword or a sword, wind or wind, she could instantly freeze it and turn it into powder. This was the highest level of the ice attribute. The two of them fought fiercely in the main hall. At first they fought silently in the air. They controlled their strength with ease and did not leak out the slightest bit. However, after a short period of time, their strength gradually overflowed, stirring the entire main hall into a mess. As the items in the main hall were gradually affected and turned into powder, Zhuoxiao's heart ached. There were so many treasures. They should have been the rewards this time. The speed at which the figures changed became faster and faster. In the end, even Zhuoxiao Duo and the others could not see clearly how they were fighting. They only felt that the sword chi filled the air, cutting the void apart and reorganizing it again and again. Finally, the sound of the sword chi rang out. Both of them groaned at the same time. Then both of them laughed bitterly, and their entangled figures suddenly separated. The Moon Lord was still standing in the same place. Her clothes were clean and spotless. It was as if she had never fought. The Azure Dragon Lord sat back on his throne. His expression was the same as before, but there was an additional white spot between his eyebrows. He laughed bitterly. "I'm sorry, Fairy. I did not want to use the Horn of Fortune. However, in the end I could not hold back. I won this battle unfairly." He had an apologetic look on his face as he said, "I don't know if Fairy believes me, but the current outcome is not what I want to see. The outcome I want to see is for everyone to escape safely. Although I hope to see my brothers again one day, I also hope that Fairy can escape unscathed. It's a pity that at the last moment I can't fulfill my wish. I don't want to cause trouble." On the other side, the Lunar Sovereign smiled gently. Her smile was even brighter than before. She said, "Since you said so, I can see your sincerity." The Azure Dragon Lord sat on his throne and smiled. He said, "I'm finally going to say goodbye to this beautiful world. There are so many regrets in my heart that suddenly surged up. I thought that I could get over it. However, I did not expect that at this moment. I'm still haunted by it. It's hard to part with it." The Moon Lord was stunned for the first time. She forced a smile and said, "That's right. Although this world is not perfect, I can't kill it. I won't look at it anymore." The Moon Lord looked at the Azure Dragon Lord and said gently, "Lord, I heard that the Azure Dragon Temple can listen to your orders. Why don't you and I return to silence and disappear from this world?" The Azure Dragon Lord took a deep breath. Suddenly, his body shone with sparkling holy light. He smiled at the Moon Lord and said, "Fairy, it's a pity that the Azure Dragon Temple and the Moon Lord are gone if we leave now." The Moon Lord squinted and said, "What do you mean?" "Let's leave behind the inheritance and wait for fate." The Azure Dragon Lord said slowly, "I'm only waiting for fate to come and inherit my legacy. I've been powerful for my entire life. It's a pity that my legacy is cut off. I believe that you don't want your legacy to end." The Moon Lord thought for a while and said, "All right." Holy light flashed. It was sparkling and bright. The Azure Dragon Lord said indifferently, "Junior, you must know the elegance of the Azure Dragon Lord and the Moon Lord. Fairy, let me use the time reversal and eternal mirror image." The Moon Lord laughed and said, "Lord Saint, you're indeed a sentimental person. Even in such a situation you're still in the mood." From the moment the two of them met until the battle of life and death, they had both suffered fatal injuries. They knew that they were destined to die. However, from the beginning to the end, the two of them had not said a single harsh word. There was not a single shout. There was no howl, no laughter, no scolding, no exhalation. None of it. From the beginning to the end they had been so relaxed. They had spoken to each other gently and elegantly. There was a smile on their faces and their tone was light. It was as if they were chatting with old friends. Just listening to them talk gave one a sense of comfort. The Azure Dragon Lord took out a jade pendant and smiled. "I've left my legacy in this jade pendant. Together with my life ring, I've left it all to the fated person." As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where Zhuo Duo and the others were standing. He looked straight at Long Yuxing's face and said faintly, "Junior, I have something to say about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon bloodline." He muttered to himself for a moment. His eyes were sharp as he said indifferently, "Learn my skills and obtain my inheritance. No matter how high the sky is or how wide the sea is, you will follow me and commit heinous crimes. However, you must not forget one thing. In the future, if you see the 7 stars of Azure Dragon, no matter what, you must not harm them. Even if we're enemies, even if we have different standpoints, you can't kill the Azure Dragon 7 stars. That's my brother. That's my sister." He held the jade pendant in his hand and took off his ring. He placed it in his right palm and clasped it on the armrest. He said, "If you agree, you can only obtain my legacy and pass it on to me if you swear to the heavenly Tao. I've made a vow that I won't accept any disciples in this life. You can't be considered my disciple. You have no relationship with the Azure Dragon 7 stars. No matter what you do, 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 no matter what you do." Lord Qinglong stared at Long Yuxing with a dignified gaze. This gaze had clearly been separated by tens of thousands of years, yet it was still so calm. However, it contained a monstrous might. Tyene Fairy said, "Saint, it seems that there are many fated people who have yet to come here. One of them is actually exceptionally compatible with my inheritance." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. "Oh, what a coincidence." Tyene Fairy smiled faintly and pointed at Zhuo Duo. Zhuo Duo shuddered. The Moon Sovereign did not turn around, but her finger was pointing straight at Zhuo Xiaoyan. Sage Lord, this successor of mine is taking advantage of you too much, the Moon Sovereign said leisurely, revealing a joyful expression. The Azure Dragon Sage said, everyone has their own fate. There is no harm in this. A jade pendant quietly appeared in the Moon Sovereign's hand. Ice Body, Moon Soul, receive my inheritance. Then she smiled and placed the jade pendant at her left foot. She also took off the space ring on her hand and placed it on the jade pendant. Then a jade pendant appeared in each of her hands. She said, this is for you. Without turning her head, she casually pointed at Wanli Xiu. Then she said, this is for you. She pointed at Gao Qiao. However, when she pointed at Gao Qiao, she was suddenly stunned. A trace of loneliness appeared on her face. Then she remained silent for a long time. Then she said, child, you actually made me feel pity for you. I might as well give you more. White mist rose. A drop of lustrous blood emerged from the Moon Sovereign's fingertip and slowly dripped onto the jade pendant she left for Gao Qiao. Then he let out a long sigh. This sigh could be heard clearly even by the most iron-willed and rough man. It contained 30% desolation, 30% solitude, 30% solitude, and 30% resentment and isolation from the world. It was a feeling of sympathy for a fellow sufferer. There were 3 jade pendants. One was placed at her left foot. It was for Zhuo Xiaoyan. One was placed at her right foot. It was for Gao Qiao. The last one was in front of the Moon Sovereign. It was for Wanli Xiu. The items are more or less distributed. It's a pity that I didn't get anything in the end. Your goal should be this item, right? Then she smiled mysteriously and said, if you have the chance to see the Demon King in the future, you must pass a message to him for me. Percent. Chapter 935. Pass a message to the Demon Emperor? Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel puzzled. What message do you want me to pass? Why don't you let Long Yuxing pass it? This is the successor of your legacy. However, no one could answer that question. The Azure Dragon Sage's eyes were deep. He pondered and hesitated. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, this sentence is, I, Azure Dragon, have not let you down in this life. The last 8 words were said in an unusually heavy and emotional tone. He had addressed the Demon Emperor as you, and not you. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Zhuo Xiaoduo was taken aback. Wasn't this sentence ordinary? As for specially bringing it? The Moon Lord smiled faintly. Why do you have to take it to heart, Lord Sage? Actually, thinking about it carefully, if you and I were in that position, it would be difficult for us to be considerate. The Azure Dragon Sage chuckled. Everyone knows how to reason and change their tricks. They are just ingenious. However, I'm not in that position. Therefore I can still complain. The Moon Lord smiled and said, mischievous. The Azure Dragon Sage smiled and said, Fairy, I'll leave my sword behind. Kid, you have to use this Azure Dragon Divine Sword well. The Moon Lord smiled and said, I won't leave my sword behind. My sword and my belongings are very important to me. The Azure Dragon Sage tilted his head slightly. It was his posture and expression after tens of thousands of years. He smiled. Important? Fairy, that legend of yours. Fairy Hengyi smiled faintly. Time's up, Lord. The last sentence is a little lazy. Before she finished speaking, the scene had already frozen. Everything around them returned to its original state. The Moon Lord stood while the Azure Dragon Sage sat. He tilted his head slightly and smiled. Both of them were smiling, but they no longer moved. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others felt the world spin. When their minds stabilized and they looked up, they realized that they had already returned. They were still in their original positions, looking at the Azure Dragon Sage and the Moon Lord. Only the aura of confrontation between the two of them had disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to move, and sure enough he could move freely. He opened his mouth subconsciously and said, I feel like I'm in a dream. Me too. Me too. This is not a dream. This is definitely not a dream. Zhuo Xiaoyan sighed softly. This should be the Azure Dragon Lord using his last bit of life force to cast Time Reversal, Eternal Mirror Image. It allowed us to clearly see the final scene that belonged to the two of them. It allowed us, the fated people, to clearly understand the cause and effect of what happened back then. She exhaled softly and said, the cultivation and strength of these two seniors are truly, exceedingly powerful. Her voice was filled with respect and admiration. She looked at Azure Dragon and the Moon Lord with admiration and respect. Facing such a great expert, no one could disrespect him or not look forward to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao felt the same way. Let's kowtow to these two seniors first, Zhou Xiaoyan suggested. All right. The five of them knelt down side by side and kowtowed 9 times respectfully to the Azure Dragon Sage and the Moon Lord. Then Zhou Xiaoyan, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao kowtowed in front of the Moon Lord and respectfully picked up their jade pendants. Long Yuxing kowtowed in front of the Azure Dragon Sage and swore to the Heavenly Tao that he would never hurt the Azure Dragon 7 stars. Then he carefully walked forward. The Azure Dragon Sage's hand, which was originally holding the jade pendant, had indeed slipped to the side after Long Yuxing swore to the Heavenly Tao, revealing the jade pendant and ring. Long Yuxing bowed again and reached out to take the ring and the jade pendant. He still did not check them. Instead, he just held them with both hands and bowed again. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo had already put away the triangular jade pendant that had fallen on the ground. Perhaps others would not notice, but how could Zhou Xiaoduo not recognize it? This gray and inconspicuous triangular jade pendant was made of the same material as his broken jade pendant. However, the moment Zhou Xiaoduo put it away, he immediately wrapped it with spiritual energy and threw it into his spatial ring. He did not choose to directly try to fuse it with anything. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's cautiousness. He did not want to take unnecessary risks. He was really a little afraid that the jade pendant would suddenly fuse with his body and cause a change that was beyond his expectations. Zhou Xiaoduo was sure that as long as the two pieces of broken jade came into contact, there would definitely be a change. And now there were still many treasures in this palace that had not been collected. Under the gaze of the 4 people, Zhou Xiaoduo stood in front of the throne with a serious face and bowed respectfully. Then he stood up and said, "Respected Azure Dragon Sage." Cough cough. When Gao Qiao heard Zhou Xiaoduo's tone, she subconsciously thought of the atmosphere of the advanced model giving a report at a conference. She could not help but choke. "My Zhou is amazing. Respected Azure Dragon Sage, this is your residence. As a junior, I should not be so presumptuous. However, you have already passed away for many years and we have worked hard all the way until now. It can be said that we are extremely poor. Many times during our cultivation, we could not even bear to use a piece of Astral Soul's jade. But you can use more expensive cultivation materials to build a house. And make a chair." Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in a mouthful of saliva, because he suddenly discovered that the large chair of the Azure Dragon Sage was made from the geocentric Astral Soul's jade. Moreover, it was a complete piece of Astral Soul's jade and there was not the slightest flaw. Evidently, it was made from a whole piece of geocentric Astral Soul's jade. Such extravagance was completely unprecedented, and it made him gasp in amazement. "We have really experienced too many difficulties and hardships along the way, and every step we take is extremely difficult. Now you already have a successor and you have already handed over your matters clearly. Now there is no use in forcefully keeping the treasures in this palace. I wonder if there is a warehouse or something in your Azure Dragon Sage palace. Therefore, us juniors. Cough cough. Take it that you have pitted the children's difficulties in cultivation, and are giving your successor some benefits." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the Azure Dragon Sage anxiously and said, "If you do not say anything, I will take it that you have agreed and tacitly agreed." "Thank you, Lord Azure Dragon Sage." Zhou Xiaoduo bowed and saluted. Then he stood up and said, "What are you all standing there for? Lord Azure Dragon has already agreed. Don't be idle, go and move the things. Quickly." Zhou Xiaoduo was very anxious, because in the image just now, the 2 people had clearly said that they would not leave the Azure Dragon Sage Palace behind. After the inheritance was completed, there would definitely be some other mysterious method to destroy it. It was the sentence. "Fairy, I will leave my sword behind. Boy, you must use this Azure Dragon Sage sword well." And the sentence, "I will not leave my sword behind. This sword and the things that I carry with me are of great significance to me." It reminded Zhou Xiaoduo firmly. It must be known that the sword of the Moon Sovereign was clearly still in her hands. If she did not have other preparations, why would she not leave it behind? Why could she not take it away? She was already dead, why would she not leave it behind? According to common sense, she had to leave it behind whether she wanted to or not. Therefore, there must be something fishy about this, something very fishy. Besides, since such peerless experts had already lost their lives, they would definitely not leave their corpses behind for others to trample upon. Even if they were to be buried, it was impossible for them to leave it behind if they were not at ease. This was the final dignity that belonged to the experts. Zhou Xiaoyan, who was more simple-minded, could not think so much at once. She could not help but scold, "Xiaoduo, the 2 seniors have not been buried yet. Aren't you being too impatient?" Sister, my dear sister, can you hurry up? I will explain to you later. As he spoke, Zhuoxiaoduo had already rushed to the door. He looked up at the huge azure dragon statue and reached out to put it into the azure dragon statue was so big that even the space ring from the flood which could not contain it. However, when Zhuoxiaoduo tried to put it away, it still did not move. With a quick thought, he took out the 9x9 cat hammer and smashed it with all his might. Everything on this statue was good stuff. Every scale was an excellent material. How could he miss out on this opportunity? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The claws were smashed into several pieces. Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly put them all into his interspatial ring, then he jumped up and put away all the pearls on top of the hall. He only left one pearl for illumination. Then he went around in circles to collect things. He called out, "Hurry up, there is not much time left. I think this place will be gone at any time." Hearing this, Long Yuxing seemed to have woken up from a dream. He and Wan Lixio hurriedly began to collect things. Zhuoxiaoyan also began to collect things, but her movements were more chaotic. Gao Qiao was the only one who quickly came to the same conclusion as Zhuoxiaoduo when he started putting on an act. She was also the first person to respond to Zhuoxiaoduo's orders. However, the space in her spatial ring was relatively limited. She only focused on the most valuable things she knew. Everyone moved together and collected things wantonly. They searched the halls one by one. The Azure Dragon Sacred Hall was very big. There were so many good things in the main hall of the Azure Dragon Sacred Hall. Even the building materials of the Azure Dragon Sacred Hall were emitting rich spiritual energy. They were all good things that everyone knew. After cleaning up the two side halls, Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. He found a back garden. Although there were many weeds inside, the rest of the spiritual plants and spiritual materials were extremely rare. Some of them were even rare treasures of heaven and earth that were rarely seen in the world. Oh yeah. Without hesitation, Zhuoxiaoduo took out the super big shovel of heavenly witchcraft copper. With a shovel, he shoveled all the soil and herbs into the space of the void extermination tower. Almost 10 cubic meters of soil was dug into the ground with a shovel. Hurry up. Zhuoxiaoduo called out, "Nianmao, hurry up and work with me." Chapter 936. The soil here obviously had a certain amount of spirituality. Naturally, he could not let it go. Besides, there should be the essence left behind after the spiritual herbs had rotted. No matter what, it was the accumulation of more than tens of thousands of years. How could he waste it? In less than 3 minutes, the entire herb garden had been dug down to a depth of 300 meters. Even the walls of the herb garden had been removed. Zhuoxiaoyan stood aside. Looking at this scene, she could not help but be stunned. This was too ruthless. Was it necessary? Was it really necessary? Digging 3 feet into the ground already implied that someone was extremely greedy. Zhuoxiaoduo was not just digging 3 feet into the ground, but 1,000 feet into the ground. Then she saw Zhuoxiaoduo running toward another hall. As he ran, he shouted, "Nianmao, quick, quick, quick." Zhuoxiaoyan was speechless. She looked up at the majestic Azure Dragon Holy Palace. Was this place really going to disappear? Xiaolong led the way in front and also ran very fast. "Boss, there is a warehouse here. It should be the treasury of this place." Before Zhuoxiaoduo arrived, the hammer had already arrived. With a loud bang, the door of the treasury was smashed open. He rushed in without stopping. He didn't even take a closer look at what was inside. He had already taken 3 shelves into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuoxiaoduo really didn't care about anything else. He just kept everything in a frenzy. Right now it was a race against time. Everything else was insignificant. 15 seconds later, Zhuoxiaoduo rushed out. With a hammer, another door was smashed open. "Is there any more?" Zhuoxiaoduo shouted. Everyone knew that he was shouting for Xiaolong. Xiaolong said, "There is one more over there." Quick! In the hall. A cloud of mist rose. It gradually blurred and filled the entire Azure Dragon Holy Palace. Zhuoxiaoduo shouted, hurry up and grab it. It is almost gone." Long Yuxing and the others had already seen the changes. They had long lost their original gentleness and elegance. Even Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio were taking whatever they saw. They even took away a lot of floor tiles. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. Finally, a voice slowly sounded. "Fairy, your wish has been fulfilled. It is time for us to leave." A gentle and beautiful voice replied, "The children are all here, right? Unfortunately, I can't see them now. I really want to see this world again." The Azure Dragon Sage chuckled, "We can't see. Let's go." "The little fellows have taken the things? It can't be that fast, right?" There's an especially smart and obedient one inside. Alright, let's go. Fairy, please. We've been fighting for our entire lives. Today we'll die together. It's fate. I wonder, is the moon in the sky still as round as before? The lunar star lord sighed in disappointment. The remaining trace of divine sense from back then was suddenly activated. This is no longer our world. We will never meet again in the human world. A sigh filled with vicissitudes of life. With a faint sense of loss and disappointment. Ah, it's over. Then in the Azure Dragon Sage Palace, a huge force was suddenly activated. With a boom, Zuoxiao Duo and the others were directly sent flying. Everyone couldn't help but stay in midair. Then they saw the huge Azure Dragon Sage Palace below them disappear instantly. It disappeared without a trace. Zuoxiao Duo was still holding a large stone from the palace wall in his hand. He stood in midair with a dumbfounded expression. It's really gone. It's gone just like that. My heart hurts. Only now did I realize that the entire palace was built with astral soul stones. And those pillars. Those pillars. Thinking of those pillars, Zuoxiao's heart was bleeding. Those were all treasures. I didn't touch them immediately because I was afraid that it would cause the palace to collapse. I even wanted to carry them all away. Now I don't have the chance. Such a good opportunity, it won't come again, it won't come again. My heart hurts so much. Puff puff puff. The 5 of them were like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They fell from a height of thousands of meters and landed on the soft snow. At least they were still able to maintain their posture in midair. Although they fell, their feet still touched the ground first. With the soft snow cushioning them, although they inevitably sank into the snow, they didn't look as bad as before. But even so, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, they soon realized that they had regained their ability to move the moment they touched the ground. They immediately activated their martial arts and jumped out, laughing heartily. What a pity. There are still so many treasures. Zuoxiao's face was filled with indescribable heartache. When I told you to hurry up and grab the things, why didn't you respond? You're really too slow. Otherwise, we could have grabbed more things. Chow, it's not that I want to scold you, but you've already reacted. Why are you still so picky? How could you forget that your so-called knowledge and experience are based on your current knowledge? Everything in the Green Dragon Supreme Mansion, more than 90% of them are high-end goods beyond our knowledge. Of course you can take as much as you can. You're just looking for things, that's buying the casket and returning the pearls. It's like buying the casket and returning the pearls in the textbook. Unexpectedly, it's in front of me, Zuoxiao's team. You really make me sad. I'm so sad that I didn't have time to take out so many treasures. Gao Xiao's face was full of embarrassment. Of course, she was the first to react, and her actions were only slightly slower than Zuoxiao was. However, her efficiency, frequency, and quantity were all the lowest among the others. Firstly, the space ring on her hand had the smallest capacity. Secondly, she really did choose the things she knew, and the things she knew were of the highest value. The things in the Green Dragon Supreme Mansion were of such a high level that they were far beyond the scope of knowledge of Zuoxiao Duo and the others. Take the simplest example, the Green Dragon Throne. If one hadn't seen the geocentric Astral Soul's jade, how could one know or imagine that someone would be so extravagant as to use a whole piece of geocentric Astral Soul's jade to carve a throne? But on a deeper level, whose throne was that? That was the throne of the Green Dragon Sage, who used a whole piece of geocentric Astral Soul's jade to carve the throne. Wasn't it reasonable and appropriate? Furthermore, the Green Dragon Supreme Mansion was the personal cave of the Green Dragon Sage, and the whole mansion was mainly made of the jade of Astral Souls. What else was there? It was still reasonable. Zuoxiao Duo and the others didn't realize it until the end, but they didn't dare to think in that direction. Gao Qiao's method, under normal circumstances, couldn't be said to be wrong. However, in the Azure Dragon Senior Mansion it was a big mistake. She would definitely miss out on many precious treasures. However, this was also a matter of fate. Zuoxiao Duo knew what she was thinking when he saw her expression. He said, "Qiao, you're very smart, but you're still a little lacking. The seniors have already passed their inheritance to us. Naturally, they hope that we can become as strong as possible, as fast as possible. But how can we become strong without resources? All the resources in the main hall, the entire Green Dragon Supreme Mansion, and the Green Dragon Sage Hall are actually resources that the seniors left for us. Why should we be picky? Naturally, we have to collect as many resources as we can within a limited time. Why don't you think about it carefully? If the Green Dragon Sage was the only one here, it would be right for us to bury him. But the Moon Sovereign is also here. The Moon Sovereign is so beautiful. How could they be at ease leaving her body behind? If someone blasphemed against her, even if they only had blasphemous thoughts, it would be a great insult. Wouldn't they die with everlasting regret? Therefore, they must have left behind a backup plan to completely erase their remains from this world. Their disappearance will inevitably lead to the disappearance of this region. Isn't this a logical and inevitable thing? Since that's the case, if we don't take as much as we can before they leave, are we going to fight for it in the future? And what we snatch might not even be comparable to what we have here today. There's something wrong with your brains. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were filled with anger and resentment that he failed to live up to expectations. Zhou Xiaoyan waited for him to finish speaking before she said in a low voice, "Xiaoduo, you have your reasons for saying this, but you're still biased. We've already gained a lot from this trip, but you're thinking twice. You want to take all the benefits. This is both right and wrong. Our reverence and respect for our seniors prevent us from doing such a thing. This is the most beautiful feeling in the world. It's also the most beautiful inheritance in the world. This respect is the true meaning of beauty. Even if we lose some benefits because of this, as long as we can pass down this respect, I feel that it's far more valuable than some cultivation resources. At least, it can make the world more beautiful and more humane." Zhou Xiaoyan's words resonated with Gao Qiao, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio. They all nodded. Zhou Xiaoduo also pondered for a moment and said, "Sister Nian, you're right. I'm too eager for quick success." Then he hurriedly said, "But I snatch things mainly for your sake. I'm more afraid that the seniors' things will go to waste." "That's not necessarily disrespectful to the seniors." Everyone burst into laughter. How could they not understand Zhou Xiaoduo's character? Although Zhou Xiaoduo behaved inappropriately most of the time, there was no one who could criticize him when it came to respecting his teacher. His respect sometimes flowed on the surface, but it was rare. Most of the time he kept it in his heart. If anything happened to the teacher he liked, Zhou Xiaoduo would run faster than anyone else. Come. Let's find a place to share the loot." "There's no need to share the loot. This time, everyone has their own gains. Although Zhou has more, in the end most of the gains are still ours." Long Yuxing laughed. "When we lack something, I'll write you an IOU." Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing." Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily, "But when can you pay off your debt?" Long Yuxing and the other two laughed in unison. "Boss, we'll remember your kindness. We'll never forget it. As for the IOU, we'll definitely pay it back in this life." Chapter 937. Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened. "Fuck, can you guys be any more insincere?" Long Yuxing looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with fondness as he said, "Swa. I feel that with this sword, this trip is already worth it." Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and said, "The most valuable things you obtained from this trip should be that jade pendant and that ring. This sword. To you it's just a source of disaster. Remember to use your original sword when you fight your enemies. Don't use this sword unless it's necessary. This kind of peerless divine weapon will definitely bring about a great disaster." "I understand that part." Long Yuxing nodded. "We should still look at our gains and report to boss." Gao Qiao suggested. "No need." Zhou Xiaoduo refused. "Your gains are your fate. There's no need to tell me anymore. You should know what secrets and inheritances you obtained. In the future, if there's a need, you can take the initiative to help. There's no need to tell me your secrets. My brain is too small to hold so many of your secrets." Ha ha ha. The three laughed. "This is not a safe place. You guys go first. Wait until you reach your respective safe zones, then we'll proceed." Zhou Xiaoduo began to chase them away. All right. There's nothing for you guys to do here. Hurry up and go. The three of you will go together. Long Yuxing, you two will be responsible for sending Gao Qiao to the edge of Fenghai. Make sure she's safe before leaving." Okay. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio nodded. "If there's anything on the way, discuss it with Gao Qiao. If there's a difference of opinion, listen to her." Zhou Xiaoduo instructed. "Understood. What about you?" Wan Lixio asked. "Your sister-in-law and I will be staying here for a few more days." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. "Your sister-in-law and I are both very busy. We have too little time and are too busy. For the sake of the world and the safety of the continent, we are cautious and conscientious. We work so hard that we don't even have time to date." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao had disgusted expressions on their faces as they flew away at top speed. Zhou Xiaoyan was blushing as she pursed her lips and smiled. Seeing Zhuo Duo spouting nonsense, his heart was filled with joy. Those guys are finally gone, they're all gone. Zhuo Duo sighed. Each and every one of them is so annoying. They follow behind me like bugs. It's as if they'll never grow up. Zhuo Duo looked melancholy. Out of so many people, I'm the only one who's a little more mature. What should I do if I don't think for them? Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded in agreement and said, I think so too. My puppy is the best. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoyan said this, Zhuo Duo was a little at a loss because he really didn't expect Zhuo Xiaoyan to agree. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, truth? Ah. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed. It turns out that you know you're bragging. At least you have a little self-awareness. Zhuo Bai's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan with grievance. Okay. My puppy is always the best. Zhuo Xiaoyan comforted him softly. No. Zhuo Duo pouted. I want kisses, hugs and raised high. I want to see Miss Cat take off her clothes. Damn it. I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue. At this moment, a few long howls suddenly rose to the sky. The 4 bodyguards directly flew up from the heavy snow not far away. They swayed freely in the air for a while, shaking off the snow and dust on their bodies. In another direction about a dozen miles away, 2 figures also soared into the sky. As soon as these 2 people rushed up, they immediately fled in the opposite direction. On the other side, a tiger guard shouted loudly, Dao League, stop. But the 2 people didn't have any intention of replying. Instead, they moved faster and disappeared in a flash. A bunch of bastards. The sword guard cursed angrily, this time you'll suffer. There was no reply from the other side. The 4 people calmed down and looked at each other. They all saw the fear on each other's faces. Just now, when he was suddenly immobilized, he couldn't move a single part of his body. Even his little fingers and eyelids couldn't blink. He felt as if he was falling from the sky like a stiff rock. Then they suffocated in the snow until they were half dead. If it were an ordinary person, they would have suffocated to death. But because their cultivation was high when they suffocated, although they fainted, they didn't die immediately. Now they finally got rid of that pressure. The 4 people only felt their hearts beating fast. This feeling. They had never felt it before. What was this feeling? How could there be such a scary person in this world? How could such a terrifying pressure be possible? One of them opened his mouth and tried to dig out. The 3 of them turned to look and felt a little strange. Why did you suddenly become so fat? This guard was obviously much more burly than usual. Steam was rising from the bodyguard's body. He said angrily, I went in with my mouth open. All the way to the bottom. Fuck, I had a stomach full of snow. Now my stomach is so cold. I'll circulate my martial arts to stimulate my digestion. Those that have already been digested can only pee in a while. Damn it. Ha. Where are those little guys? I could still feel Zhuo's aura just now. Where did he go? Don't let anything happen to him. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Let's go and find him. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan made a prompt decision to hide their aura the moment those masters rushed out. Then they walked under the snow for a while. Small people like them didn't dare to get involved in a fight between masters and immortals. It was more important to leave as soon as possible. Zhuo Duo led the way while Xiaolong led the way. They didn't know how far they went. Finally, when they passed by a cliff again, the 2 of them went deeper into the snow. Then they went all the way down to the end of the cliff. Using the method of digging, they dug a hole at the bottom and sneaked in silently. This was something they had no choice but to do. It was also the safest method they could use. It wasn't that Zhuo Duo didn't want the 4 masters to follow him. In fact, if Zhuo Duo had the final say, he really wanted the 4 masters to follow him for a long time. They could even follow him to the toilet. That was the safest way. And awe-inspiring. Very stylish. However, the problem they had to face now was that Zhuo Xiaoyan's Ice Soul adventure was different this time. The details couldn't be known to others. Even Long Yuxing and the others were chased away by Zhuo Duo, let alone others. The Ice Soul fortuitous encounter would involve a lot of karma. For example, how did Zhuo Duo find this treasure ground? Previously, when they were searching for the Green Dragon's sacred palace, they could say that everyone had a feeling. During that time they searched the entire Whitehead Mountain for so long. But this time, he found it almost without any twists and turns, without any obstruction at all. How could this be explained? The second concern was that this area was close to the Whitehead Mountain. Strictly speaking, it was closer to the Dao League's mainland. It could even be said that it was the territory of the Dao League's mainland. If Zhuo directly said it or moved in this direction, he would definitely be stopped. Even if he had a good reason, they wouldn't let him pass. Thinking about it, once he touched the Dao League's territory and brought it out in the open, there would be many consequences. The first to bear the brunt of it would be the interests of the Feng and Yun clans' territories. With just the 4 of them, they might not have much confidence in protecting Zhuo and Zhuxianyan. The Feng and Yun clans were big clans that had been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who knew how many super experts were hidden inside? This was something that no one dared to say. Even if Zhuo said that he was confident in his safety, they would never agree to it. Therefore Zhuo could only do it secretly. There was really no other way. Sorry. Because of this, the 4 people in the air spent a lot of effort to search the Whitehead Mountain, but they still didn't find anything. After a long while, the 4 people couldn't help but look at each other with worried expressions. Still haven't found them? Could they have left? That can't be right. Even if they really left, we should have found something. Anyway, there's no trace of them now. We can't even sense their presence. Let's search again. We don't dare to go back like this. Even if we don't get scolded to death, we'll be beaten to death. The 2 tiger guards looked miserable. It can't be that serious, right? The sword guard was just carrying out his mission and didn't think too much. Haha. The tiger guard just laughed bitterly. Before we came, the king of Zhuolu said something. What did he say? The sword guard was very curious. If anything happens to these 2, you can kill yourselves over there. Your sister-in-law and I will kill ourselves over here. The sword guard's face was full of shock. This is the first time the Heavenly King said something like this. We were so scared that we almost peed our pants. The pressure is huge. No, it's not just huge. The 2 sword guards were obviously shocked. It can't be, right? Can't be? The real exaggeration is yet to come. The sword guard was speechless. Do you think there's only the 4 of us here? I'm not afraid to tell you, brother. Once we start fighting, a huge group of people will immediately come out of the void. I don't know about other things, but there are still 4 clouds above us that haven't left yet. It's just that they're quite far away. One of the tiger guards lowered his head and quietly pointed up with his finger. The sword guard was stunned. He only felt that his mouth was dry. So, is it really so important? So, you dare to leave now? I don't dare anymore. Continue searching. He's really my little ancestor. So, why did he go missing for no reason? What's going on? If something happens to him, many people will die. Sigh. Have you reported it? We've already reported it on our side. We've also reported it. That's good. Just as Yuni-chan said, it's not up to us to care about what happens in this matter. That's true. If the little ancestor comes out quickly, we can also retreat. It's really uncomfortable to be on tenterhooks like this. It's too uncomfortable. Isn't that so? Just as the sword guard and the tiger guard said, what happened at Mount Whitehead had already reached the ears of the higher-ups. However, how could this matter be hidden from the true higher-ups? The 7 swords of the Dao League already knew the whole story. They all came out of seclusion to discuss emergency countermeasures. All of them were frowning. Chapter 938. Last time they had been blackmailed so much. This time the situation was even more serious than last time, and the time was so close. They really didn't know what was going to happen. But it was definitely more serious than last time. Taoist Thunder was so angry that his face turned purple. What's going on? Are you rebelling? Taoist Thunder only felt powerless in his heart. You've already learned your lesson last time. Why are you doing this again this time? Can't you just stop for a while? This kind of master, this kind of future peak with unlimited potential, and he's in the alliance now. Even if you can't be friends, how valuable is a favor to him in the future? Do you really have to offend him? What kind of brains do your subordinates have? Taoist Thunder angrily scolded. He was really speechless now. Taoist Thunder's thinking was similar to the Flood Witches. He valued a person's future potential, and he valued the future, not the present. Although it wasn't as far-sighted as the Flood Witch thought, Taoist Thunder had his own way of thinking and cherished talents. He could also see Wuxiao's potential. He could also see the danger in the future. Therefore, Taoist Thunder could not understand his brothers. Did they really have to offend such a person? Even during the Great Magi Demon War or the Great War of the 9 Clans, some of the other parties' higher-ups often cherished talents. Or, sometimes, some good karma could be formed. Don't underestimate this little bit of good karma. With the accumulation of karma, it could become a life-saving straw in the future. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. Most of the so-called karma came from this. If it was between brothers and friends, you saved my life and I saved yours. This couldn't even be considered karma. Only between strangers or enemies, karma would be extremely strong. Karma Fengyun. The two of you have the most karma, but how many good karma and good karma are there? The calamity is coming. Don't you think about karma? Taoist Thunder said angrily, you even let your family get involved? What are you two thinking? Feng and Yun both lowered their heads. Now they really didn't have the mood to say anything. He could only feel the dejection in his heart coming in waves. Those four little bastards had concealed this matter too well. If he had spoken to his family earlier, he would have either given up on the operation and done the other party a favor. Otherwise, he would have mobilized the peak experts to solve the problem once and for all. The evil consequence of extinction. No matter which path he chose, it was the best choice. This opportunity could even be said to be the biggest opportunity to kill both Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. As long as the situation was set in stone, the so-called future troubles would be easy to deal with. So what if it was the heaven-inspecting throne? Could it be that when the Demon Alliance was about to return and the Umno Alliance's army was pressing on the border, they would directly engage in a life-and-death battle with their allies? These were all things that could be predicted. But now, the situation was difficult to resolve. No matter how he dealt with it, it would be wrong and he would be implicated. You guys should be prepared to hand over the people who did it. I don't think these people can be saved. Taoist Thunder sighed and said, also try your best to prepare a sincere apology. Minimizing the animosity between them to the minimum. Brothers, now is really not the time for internal strife. The Umno Alliance is about to cooperate sincerely, and we're still having internal strife. That's ridiculous. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun heard this and felt that Taoist Thunder's words made sense. They also felt a little regretful about this matter. But speaking of compensation, they were instantly unhappy. They had already compensated the last time, and now they had to compensate again. When did the Tao League become so weak? But they didn't say anything even though they felt indignant. After all, the people listed on the favor writ were approved by them and had their signatures. They couldn't deny it. Now they could only wait and see how far the astral souls would open their mouths this time. They'd better not go overboard. To the Tao League's surprise, not only did the astral souls not open their mouths, they didn't even ask for anything. Or rather, there was no movement at all. The Tiger Guard reported the situation to the King of Zhuolu, and the King of Zhuolu informed the Heavenly King of the Right. The Heavenly King of the Right had no choice but to find his father and report the whole story. After hearing all this, the star-plucking emperor felt his head swell. Why was this little bastard being targeted again? The Tao League was courting death. The aftermath of the previous incident had yet to subside. He had no choice but to use a special communication method to send a message to the heaven-inspecting minister couple who were still in seclusion. The couple was recuperating in seclusion. Of course, he didn't want to disturb them if possible. But he had to inform them about this matter. He had nothing to say if he disturbed their seclusion. If he didn't inform them, the star-plucking emperor felt that his fate would be worse than the Tao League's when they came out of seclusion. That it was very unfortunate. When the message was sent, Zhuo was in a critical moment. He forgot about everything and didn't see it. The person who saw the message was Zhuo Xiaoduo's mother. One of them had to be awake while the other was in seclusion. They couldn't forget everything. Of course, they had to be vigilant at the very least. Wu Yuding exploded on the spot when she received the message. You're courting death. The star-plucking emperor became more and more nervous when he found out that the person on the other end of the line was Wu Yuding. Sister-in-law, what do you think we should ask the Tao League for? Cough cough. Price. What do you want? I don't want anything this time. Wu Yuding said murderously, don't worry about this. Then what do you plan to do? The star-plucking emperor had an ominous feeling. We can't get out, but there are still arbitrators, right? The Flood, which is the one who made the human favor order, and the arbitrator. She can't possibly eat shit every day, right? Wu Yuding cut off the call without hesitation. The star-plucking emperor didn't feel at ease after cutting off the call. Instead, he was alarmed. This crazy woman. What was she trying to do? Yes, the Flood, which was the one who made the human favor order and was also the arbitrator. She was also the most impartial person. However, this was an internal matter of the astral souls. Would she interfere? Besides, would the Flood witch ignore him if he asked her to deal with it? Would she pretend not to know anything and just watch the show? After all, the astral souls and the Tao League were having an internal conflict. The Flood should be happy to see this, right? On the other side, Wu Yuding grabbed Zhuo Changlu's phone and plugged it in. Then she waved it in front of Zhuo Changlu's face and unlocked it. Then she searched for a while. She found the name, De Hong, in the contact list and dialed it. However, no one picked up after waiting for a long time. Wu Yuding was quick-witted and realized that De Hong was most likely in seclusion. Wu Yuding flew into a rage. Why was he still in seclusion at a time like this? She directly used her natal divine soul and activated the soul-shaking technique according to the guidance of her divine soul. With a soft puff, her divine soul suddenly shook. A trace of blood flowed out of Wu Yuding's nose. Come out and do your work. Did I wear mourning clothes for you for nothing? In the distant Umno Alliance's main hall, Flood Palace. The Flood which was cultivating with her eyes closed. He had already figured out the new cultivation path of soul splitting and body severing. At this moment, he already felt that he was on a wide, boundless and unprecedentedly correct path that he had never dreamed of before. Therefore he was in an exceptionally good mood. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have embarked on the orthodox path of cultivation, the severing three corpses. This was a path that even the ancestral sorcerers had never taken before. This was because the divine soul and body of the Umno Alliance members were not suitable for this path. This was also the reason why the Umno Alliance suffered heavy casualties during the Great War of the Liches and Demons. Because the other party definitely had a severing self somewhere else, they might not necessarily die. However, Zhu Wu of the Umno Alliance only had one life. This was too disadvantageous. No matter how strong one's combat power was, death was death. However, the other party could use severing corpses to resurrect and recover. This was the most unreasonable thing that the Umno Alliance felt during the Great War of the Nine Clans. However, there was no other way. Being unable to cultivate was the most helpless thing. Now, the Flood which had actually figured it out himself. He couldn't help but feel grateful that his godsons and goddaughters had taken one to make up for it. This was luck. This was what it meant to be lucky. However, there were also some things that were not satisfactory. The sea of fate that was severed was not normal, not constant, and not very honest. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the sea of fate would be drawn out, and suddenly, it would be poured in. This made the Flood which a little irritated. Sometimes, the sea of fate would be drawn out directly and sometimes, it would be filled to the brim. However, between the drawing and pouring of the sea of fate, the Flood which was caught off guard at the beginning, and slowly groped for a strange feeling. That was, fate could be played like this? Then what was the basis of this operation? The Flood which became more and more diligent in his research. He was a focused person. Once he was interested in something, he would begin to devote himself wholeheartedly. First he would keep increasing the volume. And then look at the pattern. As long as I am infinitely big, you will not be able to draw out the sea of fate, and you will not be able to fill it up. And the spiritual space of the sea of fate that I sever will keep increasing. Damn, isn't this constantly cultivating severing corpses? There is heavenly fate, and my own divine soul and consciousness. When it grows to a certain extent, it will produce a real divine soul and consciousness. Then, I can immediately sever it out. This was simply a genius idea. The Flood which felt that he had found a way to grow stronger again, and couldn't help but feel more delighted. On this day he was still concentrating on his research. Suddenly, he felt his head explode, and his messy hair suddenly floated up. With a bang he stood up from his meditation. It was as if someone had poured ice water on him while he was sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but be surprised and angry. Soul-shaking technique. Who is this? It was simply a bastard. The Flood which was almost mad with anger. This was the easiest way to go crazy. Who was this lunatic? Risking his own risk of going crazy, he used the soul-shaking technique on me? Who? Chapter 939. Then the great Flood which felt that he had received a message in his soul. Flood, the rules you set are like farts. Your godson and godson are being hunted down by the Tao League. 5 Skysoar Realm experts were dispatched the first time, and 10 the second time. Aren't you the one who upholds justice? Where is the justice you uphold? Could it be that the Flood Witch's so-called upholding justice is just like farts? Back then in Phoenix City, you were an old bachelor who had no one to bury you after you died. My Xiao Duo wore mourning clothes for you and sent you off when you were old so that you could live a complete life. You just watch as my son is bullied? You ungrateful thing. If I acknowledge you as my godfather, I will be bullied and assassinated every day. What's the use? I might as well acknowledge a dog as my godfather. Anyway, I can't get out. That's still your godson and someone has violated the rules you set. You're still the arbiter, so I want to see how you're going to arbiter. Flut, you still have some use as a godfather? If you really can't do it and the token of favor is useless, you might as well kill everyone up there except for my son and daughter. You're still the world's #1 expert after being slapped in the face? What the hell? Don't call yourself Flut, call yourself Coward Hong. Wu Yuting threw a tantrum, but before the Flood Witch could reply she said, "Humph." Then there was no sound at all. The Flood Witch's scalp was numb from the scolding, and her eyelids kept twitching. It took her a long time to recover. This is the first time in my life that I've been scolded like this. I haven't even vented my anger yet, but I've already been scolded to my face. What the hell is this? Furthermore, I really can't vent my anger, so I have to hold it back. Although I can't tell if it's a man or a woman from the message, from the tone, it's obvious that it's impossible for anyone else to be it apart from Zhu's wife. Firstly, they don't have the ability, and secondly, they don't have the guts. The Flood Witch's face instantly darkened. He didn't need to look at anything else or even ask to know that this was absolutely true. Since the Zhua couple couldn't do anything now, it was obvious that they had to settle this matter themselves. And it had to be a solution that satisfied the Zhua couple. The Flood Witch couldn't help but feel depressed. What was depressing wasn't the fact that he had to do it himself, but that Zhua didn't want to do it himself. Instead, he asked his wife to arrange it for him. Surnamed Zhua, you can still be a little promising. If Zhua came looking for him. The Flood Witch smiled bitterly. That Zhua guy would never come to her. That guy was actually very arrogant. But now that his wife was looking for him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Can't we talk nicely? Do you have to scold me? What did he mean by it was better to recognize a dog than to recognize me as a godfather? Do you know how to speak? How should I put it? If this had happened to any of the geniuses on the token of favor, the Flood Witch would have immediately held them accountable and severely punished them. Because the token of favor was indeed brought up by the Flood Witch from the beginning, and the Flood Witch had always been in charge of it. She used her invincible prestige and strength to preside over the fairness of the token of favor. Since the return of the Umno Alliance, the Flood Witch had already realized that the combined strength of the 3 continents was more than 1 level weaker than during the 100 Races struggle. Their combat strength was far from reaching the top level. Back then, Dong Huang, Demon Emperor, 12 Zhu Wu, 3 Pure Ones, for Pats, and almighty beings. What a golden age. The current strength, compared to the past, could only be described with one word: haha. The Flood Witch was the person at the peak of her goal. How could she not be anxious? Of course she had to think of a way. And this token of favor was the means by which the Flood Witch worked hard to construct the pinnacle of the continent's martial strength to advance further. There had to be a large number of talented pinnacle experts emerging, and after experiencing fierce battles, they had to stand out and soar to the 9 heavens. Only through countless life and death battles of equal strength could an expert comprehend a higher level of cultivation in the shortest amount of time. The art of raising gu was imperative. It was also the easiest way for experts to stand out. Since the appearance of the token of favor, of course, there had been cases where the Umno Alliance tried to assassinate the geniuses of the Astral Souls continent. When the Flood Witch found out, she personally rushed over and stopped it. She even gave a large sum of compensation and severely punished the person involved. The Astral Souls continent had also sent out fairies to assassinate the geniuses of the Umno Alliance. However, when the Flood Witch found out, she personally took action and killed the fairies. She even attacked the Devil Dao Patriarch, Lei Changtian, who was in charge of this matter, causing Lei Changtian to be seriously injured. Until now he had not appeared. In fact, the source of the Sky Patrol Minister couple's hatred towards the Flood Witch originated from this. Because Wu Yuting's other identity was the only daughter of the Devil Dao Patriarch, Lei Changtian. The Flood Witch had beaten her father to the point where he had not shown his face for thousands of years. It would be strange if the daughter had any face for you. If not for her confidence in her father, knowing that the old man would never die, and that they could still contact each other, Wu Yuting would have already fought the Flood Witch to the death. Now Wu Yuting's intention was very obvious. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you awesome? Aren't you known for upholding justice? Aren't you the person in charge of the token of favor? Aren't you ruthless towards my father because of this? Aren't you supposed to be awesome? Now there's a chance to destroy it. Moreover, it's twice in a short period of time. Moreover, the assassination target is your godson and godson. This old lady wants to see how you deal with it. Let's wait and see. This time, if you don't handle it well, this old lady will start to settle the score. I don't care what token of favor or gu raising, I will directly kill all the people on the token of favor. Who asked you to raise birds? Needless to say, the great witch of the flood could feel the threat. The flood witch's face darkened as she walked out with mountainous steps. Her face was full of anger. Fuck. This old lady has been threatened. This old lady has been slapped in the face. This old lady has been scolded. The Tao League really deserves to die. Seeing the flood witch walk out with a gloomy expression as if before a storm, the people from Flood Palace were so scared that they almost couldn't walk. What was going on? Her aura was too scary. The flood witch took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed her anger. Then she ordered, "The Tao League has tried to assassinate the people on the token of favor twice. Investigate it thoroughly." There was no need to investigate this matter at all. There was already detailed evidence. In less than 2 minutes, the information of the person who made the move, the video of the attack, and even the most recent video were all sent over. The flood witch held the phone with her big hand. Her carrot-like fingers flicked here and there. The more she saw, the angrier she became. The first time was obviously ordered by Seven Swords. They actually started planning after Crown Prince's Academy. This is clearly looking down on me. When Zhuo proposed to join the token of favor at Crown Prince's Academy, I was there. The people from the Tao League were also there. They actually made a move immediately. What a bastard. For such a big matter, they only asked for 100 drops of 9 Heaven Spirit spring water. That's why guy is such a coward. He's always so overcautious. If he doesn't target your descendants, who else can he target? Your wife has the nerve to call me a coward. Why didn't she say anything when you're such a coward? The second matter was done by the juniors of the Tao League. It was a change of fate. However, if the Tao League hadn't been instilling such thoughts in the Tao League, why would the juniors of the Tao League do it? How dare they do it? At the end of the day, it's still the higher-ups of the Tao League who broke the token of favor. If they don't punish them, is there still a need for the token of favor to exist in the future? The flood witch quickly found a reason to attack the higher-ups of the Tao League. They broke the rules twice in such a short period of time. Damn it, they're looking down on me. The flood witch was seething with anger. The flood witch wouldn't be so angry if it was someone else. However, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan. This was even more unbearable. The flood witch asked herself honestly. This had nothing to do with her godsons or goddaughters. The flood witch felt that she didn't have any godfather or godson feelings towards Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan. At most, she had a little friendship with Zhuo Xiaoduo. It wasn't a very strong kind. It was far from the point where she would treat him as a precious treasure. How could she treat Zhuo's son as a precious treasure? This was absolutely impossible. It was impossible even if she was crazy. However, the current situation was that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan were indeed the flood witch's precious treasures. However, this was another reason. It had to do with cultivation. These two guys might not know it yet, but one of them slapped her and the other forced her to drink. Both of them were related to her. She couldn't do without either one of them. Right now, they were the key to the future of the Tao that she had studied. The actions of those bastards in the Tao League could be said to be cutting off her path forward. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The flood witch was even more certain about one thing. Since the last time they met, he had suppressed his cultivation base to fight with Zhuo Xiaoduo. The great flood shaman clearly understood that with Zhuo Xiaoduo's talent and combat strength, as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo grew up, Zhuo Xiaoduo's achievements would be above him. When that time came, she would be suppressed by Zhuo Xiaoduo and would not be able to defeat him. There was even a considerable possibility that she would die in the hands of Zhuo Xiaoduo. For others, this was a hidden danger, a threat. The correct operation would eliminate the hidden danger at the budding stage. However, for the flood witch, such an opponent who could make her feel death at any time was something she had been looking forward to for countless years. This was the flood witch's true hope. All of her future, all of her hopes of becoming as strong as Zhu Wu, and her lifelong wish of becoming a strong person in the starry sky, were all on this. There was no one in the 3 continents who could give her this kind of pressure. Therefore, at the flood witch's place, it would be fine even if everyone in the world died. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not die. If Zhuo Xiaoduo could not die, then Zhuo Xianyan could not die either. It was that simple. It had absolutely nothing to do with feelings. The flood witch was still very confident about this. What feelings could I have for this little bastard? It did not exist. Chapter 940. Including the Sky Surveyor throne, who was destined to advance by leaps and bounds. The flood witch was sure that after this guy broke through, he would be on par with her. At most, fighting for a few days and nights without a clear winner. It was impossible for him to give her more pressure. What pressure can that Zhuo guy give me? If it wasn't for my good luck and having a good son, that son is still half mine. What's there to be proud of? The flood which knew in her heart that without greater pressure, her progress would be very, very slow. It would even be impossible for her to make much progress. Therefore, the flood which was now hoping that the people of the Demon Alliance would return quickly. On the other hand, she hoped that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan would grow as soon as possible and be able to pose a threat to her. The greater the threat, the better. It would be even better if they could threaten her life. The flood which was very clear about the combat strength of the demon clan. With her current cultivation, it would be a big joke to say that she was the best in the world. Among the demon clan, those who were stronger than her could not even be counted with 2 hands. As for the stronger demon emperor Dong Huang, the demon master, the demon commander, and the 4 divine beasts, none of them were comparable to her. Once the demon alliance returned, there would be no more great Tao comprehension. With the current strength of the astral souls, the Umno alliance, the Tao League, and the strength of the 3 continents, if they really faced the demon alliance, the result could only be described with 4 words: crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was the demon alliance that was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. As for himself, there was a 100% chance that he would fall in that battle. There was no doubt about that. The flood which wanted the great Tao not to fall. That was a difference in essence. Once Zhuo Xiaoduo grew, there would be a considerable chance that she would reach the level of Zhu Wu. If she could reach the level of Zhu Wu, she would have the power to fight. But before reaching such a level, if she encountered the higher-ups of the Demon Alliance, she would only die. There was no luck. Because she could not escape. His speed was definitely not as fast as those from the Demon Alliance who could fly at birth. Therefore, no matter what, everyone in the continent could die except for Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was the Flood Witch's bottom line. However, the Tao League had violated this bottom line twice in a short period of time. Twice. After the first warning, there was a second one. If I don't make a move, are you going to do it a third time? Until he kills Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan? It was simply unbearable. The Flood Witch stood up and said angrily, "Bastard." The wrath of a great shaman was earth-shattering. But what made the Flood Witch even angrier was that Wu Yuding was clearly using her as a tool, and she had no choice but to go. This was what pissed him off the most. Moreover, the other side was scolding him as if he was scolding his subordinates. This made him even more displeased. Am I someone you can order around? Even if the 2 of you work together, you can't command me. You're not qualified. But now, regardless of whether you're qualified or not, you have to take care of this matter. You have to take care of it to the end. Naturally, your anger turned into frustration. Do I have to go just because you say so? Damn, I really have to go. This is so fucking bad. In the end, all these accumulated negative emotions landed on the Tao League. It's these bastards who brought me such trouble. Can't they just abide by the rules? If they don't abide by the rules, what's the use of the rules? I set the rules, I proposed the token of gratitude, I was monitoring, I was in charge. In the end, you slapped me in the face. You broke the rules. That's why that woman scolded me in my face. I still have to work for her. I still have to clean up the mess for you guys who break the rules. Do you think I, the Great Flood Witch, have no sense of shame? I'm so angry. Holding the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, Great Flood Witch leaped forward and floated out. If she didn't use this matter to teach those people in the Tao League a lesson, there would be no need for the token of gratitude to exist in the future. The wind and clouds rose. The Flood Witch soared into the sky. Her target was the Tao League headquarters. The more she went, the angrier she became. It's so fucking far. Don't you know that I'm still in seclusion? Tao League mainland. Yun Shangsong led a few of his guards and headed towards the Sanqing Holy Mountain. With the cultivation level of him and his guards, they could fly in the air long ago. They could reach their destination in the blink of an eye. But Yun Shangsong had a special liking for riding horses since he was young. He knew that it was far away, but he still enjoyed it. This also created a unique scene in the Tao League. When everyone was driving high-end cars or flying in the sky, a team of 9 people would often appear, galloping and speeding. And these 9 people could only be Yun Shangsong and his 8 great guards. In the beginning there were people who pointed and said, "Look at these 9 idiots." But later no one dared to say that. Why? Because Yun Shangsong was one of the 10 heavenly kings under the Tao League's 7 swords. Even in the 3 continents he was one of the top powerhouses. Yun Shangsong was a great cultivator from the same generation as the Sky Patrol Minister. He was the #1 genius in the Tao League back then. He was also the #1 person in the Tao League who was on the human token for the first time. This person grew rapidly and his cultivation level soared. Today he had already become one of the 10 heavenly kings under the Tao League's 7 swords, the Blood Sword Heavenly King. The only thing that made the Tao League's 7 swords regretful was that Yun Shangsong was still unable to reach the level of the Sky Patrol Minister and the Imperial Lord Jai Xing. It was a little imperfect. However, this did not affect Yun Shangsong's almost supreme status in the Tao League. Yun Shangsong's expression was even more melancholic as he rode the precious horse that had become a legend during the dynasty's struggle for hegemony. This horse had been ridden by him for generations. He had ridden it for many generations. As for the 8 guards behind him, each of them had a horse, and were galloping at full speed. Not everyone liked to ride a horse. Riding a horse was not something that was high and mighty. Moreover, riding a horse through a busy city in modern society made people feel that it was quite stupid. To be honest, none of Yun Shangsong's subordinates really liked riding a horse. However, what could they do? No matter how much they disliked or were unwilling to ride a horse, they had to ride a horse. That they couldn't possibly let their boss ride a horse below while the 8 of them flew in the sky, right? Many times, they even had to pretend that they liked and were happy to ride a horse as a means of transportation. After all, being able to follow Yun Shangsong and become his guard was already an achievement in itself. It was a kind of glory. If one was unwilling or disliked it, there would naturally be a lot of latecomers who were willing to take their place. Compared to becoming Yun Shangsong's guard, sacrificing a bit of personal hobbies and cultivating a relatively different personal hobbies was really nothing. Everyone knew how to choose. It's said that during the era of the dynasty, those legendary great generals galloped on their horses like this. They trampled over the rivers and mountains, bathed in blood, and finally achieved immortal achievements. Yun Shangsong was a little emotional. He waved his whip and pointed forward. However, since the return of the Tao League, that scene of thousands of horses galloping on their horses has become a legend. What a pity. Boss, did you return to the Sanqing Holy Mountain this time for something important? One of the guards behind him asked. I don't know. Yun Shangsong's eyes were full of fatigue. However, the Tao League's army has been assembled. They need someone to lead them to the Sun Moon Pass to lead the army into battle, or to guard the Sun Moon Pass. That should be one of the reasons. Then, could there be another reason? It said that the younger generation activated the flying heavens and assassinated the esteemed master of the human favor token. Yun Shangsong's face revealed a hint of mockery. At this moment, there's a huge uproar in the 3 continents. This should be one of the reasons. Behind him, the 8 guards were speechless. Killing the master of the token of gratitude. What's the big deal? The corners of Yun Shangsong's mouth curled up tiredly and mockingly. Back then, the flood which had nothing to do, so she created this token of gratitude. This time, I'm very interested to see how the flood which will deal with it. If I can see the so-called invincible person come out to smooth things over, it'll be a good viewing pleasure. Even if they're trying to smooth things over, our Tao League will probably bleed a little this time. One of the guards said. Bleeding is certain, but it shouldn't be to the extent of hurting the bones and tendons. Yun Shangsong said indifferently, the Demon League is about to return en masse. This is something that the 3 continents have confirmed. In other words, the 3 continents are in a critical period of life and death. I believe that even the flood which will not rashly cause too much trouble at this time. That's why I said that this will be a rare gift to smooth things over. Peerless experts have now transformed into treasures that the 3 continents can't afford to lose. Yun Shangsong laughed mockingly. Compensating some wealth and treasures. That's all. At this moment, a faint voice said, the 3 continents can't afford to lose peerless experts? Who said that? An earth-shattering aura suddenly rushed towards them. In an instant, the 9 horses whined in unison and all fell to the ground. Yun Shangsong looked over and saw a figure standing at the entrance of the 3 pure divine mountain path in front of him. He stood with his hands behind his back. That person was tall and sturdy, wearing a green robe. His messy hair fluttered in the wind. The wind blew and his clothes fluttered. He just stood there, at the foot of the mountain, giving Yun Shangsong and the others the feeling that he was taller and more majestic than the 3 pure divine mountain. He was just standing there, stepping on flat ground, but he gave people the feeling that he was stepping on the starry sky, ascending to the 9 heavens, overbearing and domineering. Everything in the world, including the mountains and rivers or the endless peaks, could only be overlooked by him. Yun Shangsong took a deep breath, and his expression changed. He straightened his body and bowed. So it's Senior Flood who has come. The Tao League has not welcomed you. But I wonder what Senior Flood has come to the 3 pure divine mountain for? When the 8 guards behind Yun Shangsong heard this, they all turned pale with fright. Their eyes were filled with panic. The flood which had come in person. They were just talking and laughing and now they saw her. For a moment, everyone had a bad feeling. Chapter 941. The person at the foot of the Sanqing sacred mountain was, of course, the flood witch. The flood witch stood there. Her expression didn't change, but she was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. Especially when she heard Yun Shangsong say that the Demon League was about to return en masse. This was already confirmed by the 3 continents. In other words, the 3 continents were in a critical period of life and death. Even the flood witch wouldn't dare to rashly stir up too much trouble at this time. The peerless experts had now transformed into treasures that the 3 continents couldn't afford to lose. The flood witch felt that she suddenly seemed to understand why the people of the Tao League dared to be so brazen and do such things that trampled on the rules one after another. What the hell, you guys are actually thinking. Just as Yun Shangsong said, this was a sensitive period. This sentence was absolutely correct. The Demon League was about to return. Because of its overall strength, the higher-ups of the 3 continents were under unprecedented pressure. This was also the truth. Now, even if the peerless experts of the 3 continents didn't lose a single one, they might not be able to survive against the Demon League. Killing the peerless experts at this time was no different from seeking their own deaths and destroying their own city walls. Therefore, no matter how the Tao League trampled on the rules and broke the agreement, as long as you still had the heart to consider the big picture, you couldn't go too far. They were sure that even if she came out as an arbitrator, she wouldn't go too far. Just as Yun Shangsong said, compensate with some heavenly treasures, that's all. If that was all, the flood witch might suppress her anger and ask 7 swords what to do about this matter. First be polite, then use force. But Yun Shangsong said, if I could see the so-called invincible person come out to smooth things over, it would be a good visual and audio enjoyment. This sentence caused the great magus of the flood to explode in anger. Fuck your ancestors. I actually became an actor and became your visual and audio enjoyment? Then I'll let you enjoy it. The flood which had rushed all the way here with the intention of going straight to the 3 pure temples. However, she accidentally bumped into Yun Shangsong and the others. Furthermore, when she heard this sentence, how could she endure it any longer? With a whoosh, she descended. What the flood which really cares about is that Yun Shangsong is the only one who has this idea. Or did the higher-ups of the Tao League have similar thoughts? If it was the latter, then the matter would be extremely serious. The flood witch stood with her hands behind her back and looked at the 9 people in front of her. Her eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning as they shone on Yun Shangsong's face. She said lightly, you just said that the Demon League is about to return. It's fine to break some rules at such a sensitive time. Am I right? Am I right? Yun Shangsong was suddenly in a difficult position. He felt that his face was hurting from the flood witch's stare, as if it was burning. This sentence was indeed said by him. There was no way to refute it. If it was someone else here, even if it was the left and right Heavenly King, Emperor Zhai Xing, or the other great wizards of the Umno Alliance, Yun Shangsong would have his own countermeasures. He could deal with it either by coercion or by persuasion. However, it was unusual for the flood witch to ask this question herself. How should he answer this question? Even an idiot could see and hear that the flood witch was angry at this moment. She was very, very angry. Yun Shangsong took a deep breath and said softly, Senior Flood, you're right. I said this sentence. Now that the general situation is declining, the Demon League is about to return. It's really the autumn of life and death for the 3 continents. Senior Flood, we should put the overall situation first. I don't think there's anything wrong with this sentence. Even if you ask me face to face, I still think so and I still have to say so. He suddenly raised his head. His face was full of passion. He said in a deep voice, even if the Tao League is going to suffer some losses now, we will still put the overall situation first. Now that the Demon League is about to return, everyone in the 3 continents is in danger. For the 3 continents, for the people in the world, it's only right for one person to suffer a little grievance. What's there to not bear? The flood witch smiled faintly. Well said. Every word is reasonable. So, the Tao League has chosen to let me suffer this grievance? Yun Shangsong suddenly choked. Then he was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Why did this sentence suddenly come to this place? That's not what I meant. What I meant was, in the face of righteousness, it's okay for the astral souls to suffer a little grievance. Why did it become the flood witch to suffer this grievance? What's the meaning of this? And how should he answer this sentence? Yun Shangsong thought about it carefully. This unforeseen event not only involved the people of Xinghun, but also broke the rules of the token of personal favor set by the Great Witch Hong Shui twice. If it was said that the Great Witch Hong Shui was wronged, it seemed that it really made sense. At this moment, Yun Shangsong couldn't help but shout in his heart. He instantly knew where the problem was. At this moment, his greatest wish was to swallow all the words he had said before back into his stomach without missing a single word. Those words, every sentence, every word, were like slaps to the Flood Witch's face. Moreover, he was occupying the height of morality and using the people in the world as the foundation to suppress the Flood Witch in the name of the highest authority. The Flood Witch put her hands behind her back and said faintly, "You're wrong. You're all wrong. The people in the world have never been in my consideration. I, the Flood Witch, have never considered the life and death of the 3 continents. Didn't I say that the world belongs to the people in the world? What does it have to do with me?" The Flood Witch showed a faint smile on her face. "What I need to consider is how to not break the rules I set. If they're broken, how can I investigate? As the maker of the debt of gratitude and the arbiter, I must be fair. At the same time, I need this authority, an authority that can't be challenged by anyone or any force. This is what I need to consider. Other things, such as the people in the world, the rise and fall of the continent. Compared to the rules I set, in my opinion, my rules are more important. For the people in the world, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't break my rules. But if you break my rules, no matter what your motive is, you can't do it even if it's for the people in the world. Your great principles won't work on me." The Flood Witch paced with her hands behind her back, her expression getting colder and colder. "Your Tao League thinks that it's okay to offend me at such a delicate time when the Demon League is about to return? I have to make concessions for the big picture? Is that what you mean? Ha ha. What a scheme, what a scheme." The Flood Witch laughed loudly, and her body suddenly soared into the air. Her messy hair also danced with unprecedented intensity. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be suddenly compressed and concentrated under the Flood Witch. She looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ah. Today I'll tell you. Even if it's for the people in the world, for the safety of the continent, the rules I set are still not a reason for you to break and trample on at will." With a long howl, the wind and clouds in the sky moved together. The world in all directions suddenly squeezed toward the center. A pair of sledgehammers appeared in the Flood Witch's hands. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. A peerless weapon that suppressed the 3 continents. "Everyone will kill geniuses." The Flood Witch laughed loudly. "Today watch me kill one too." She suddenly disappeared from the sky and then appeared in front of Yun Shangsong. This hammer, mixed with the mighty power of heaven and earth, wrapped in the clouds in all directions as well as the mountains, rivers, sun, moon and stars, brazenly fell. The shrill sound of tearing space didn't sound until the moment the hammer's momentum passed. In midair, a hole in the gates of hell suddenly appeared. Countless ghosts and ghosts rushed out screaming and rushed into the Flood Witch's sledgehammers. This was the peak Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer that hadn't been presented to the human world for a long time. It carried the power of heaven and earth, the power of mountains and rivers, the power of the sun, moon and stars, the power of wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, frost, rain and snow, and the power of the 3 realms. It fell with a bang. "Senior, you misunderstand." Yun Shangsong's sword was released, and endless clouds and mist surged to meet it. He was still anxiously explaining on the side. At this moment he clearly felt the aura of death assaulting him, and he clearly understood that his feet had already stepped into the gates of hell. Who was Yun Shangsong? He was a top expert who had already reached the peak of this world. He was a top expert in the Tao League, second only to the 7 swords of the Tao League. He had the right to be arrogant and he had the right to speak nonsense. But the premise was that he wasn't facing the Flood Witch. Facing a furious and murderous the Flood Witch, no matter how conceited Yun Shangsong was, he knew that not only was he not a match for her, he didn't even have the possibility of escaping alive. Facing a top expert like the Flood Witch, if he wanted to escape, he would only be inviting his own defeat, walking on the path of death and accelerating his own death. Yun Shangsong made the wisest choice. As he explained, he tried his best to parry and at the same time he retreated. There was a loud bang and Yun Shangsong screamed in pain. His long sword shattered inch by inch and he coughed up blood that filled the sky. His body swayed as he was sent flying into the distance. At the same time he shouted with all his might, "Help!" Puff. But he spat out another mouthful of blood. The Heavenly King of the Tao League was hit by the Flood Witch's hammer with only one hammer. In fact, he was already seriously injured in less than one strike. However, this also proved another thing. Yun Shangsong really lived up to his reputation as a peerless genius in the Dao League. He was really able to survive under the Flood Witch's powerful attack. The strength was really amazing. When his 8 guards saw this scene, they all turned pale with fright. One after another, they opened their mouths and let out long cries to warn him. Then they rushed forward to stop him without any regard for their lives. The Great Flood Witch laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he used his hammers to casually collide with the attack. If I want to kill you, can you still run? Chapter 942. The Flood Witch casually slammed into them. Yes, she didn't even use her hammer. She just slammed into them, and the 8 guards were sent flying in 8 different directions with their bones broken. With a flash, the Flood Witch appeared in front of Yun Shangsong and slammed her hammer on his head again. Ghost howls sounded in the sky. Countless ferocious ghosts appeared in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they roared crazily. In the sky, the clouds gathered and scattered, and the sun and moon dimmed. "Senior, please spare my life." Yun Shangsong yelled with extreme horror and despair in his eyes. However, he also used all his strength to counterattack with all his might. Unfortunately, his counterattack was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He couldn't resist at all, and the Flood Witch's hammer smashed on his head. With a crisp thud, Yun Shangsong, the heavenly king of bloody sword from the Dao League, disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye that his entire physical body collapsed instantly and didn't exist anymore. In the next moment, Yun Shangsong's primordial spirit was pulled out of his physical body. Then, millions of ferocious ghosts that appeared because of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer swarmed toward him and tried to devour him. "Stop." An exasperated yell came from the sky. It was Daoist Yun's voice. The wind and clouds in the sky turned upside down with this yell. The Flood Witch sneered. Without turning her head, she slammed her hammer down casually. With a whimper, it sounded like thousands of ghosts were crying. "Who are you calling to stop?" Then, his majestic body turned around, and his messy hair fluttered backward. With a buzz, the sky and earth shook again and another hammer smashed down. "Who are you ordering to stop?" Another hammer. "Are you talking to me?" Another hammer. "Do you think that I don't dare to do it?" Boom. Another hammer. "Who thinks that I can't kill?" Boom. "Do I give you face?" Boom. "Are my rules not good enough?" Boom. "For all the living beings in the world." Boom. "For the safety of the continent." Boom. "Do you think that I can be wronged?" Boom. "Do I look like someone who is at a disadvantage?" Boom. Twice in a row. Boom. "You think it's safe?" Boom. "Flying heavens sabotage writ." Boom. "Breaking my rules?" Boom. "I can't kill your geniuses?" Boom. "How about I kill one of your heavenly kings today?" Boom. "You dare to assassinate me." At this point, the Flood Witch suddenly stopped talking. Then she swung her hammer 3 times in succession. The rumbling sounds were incessant. "All 7 of you are here? Does anyone else think I'm easy to bully?" As the Flood Witch continued to hammer, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. Heaven and earth seemed to have returned to chaos. The pressure was unprecedented. Thousands of ghosts came out. The wind and clouds roared. The stars rotated. Black and white, they rotated back and forth. The entire world seemed like it was going to be smashed into pieces. Countless spaces revolved and danced along with the Flood Witch's twin hammers. The target of the first strike was Daoist Yun. When it came to the third strike, Daoist Yun and Daoist Yun had to block it together. When it came to the 18th strike, it was as if 18 levels of hell had appeared at the same time. The 7 swords of the Dao League had gathered and fought together. The Flood Witch didn't give anyone a chance to speak. She swung her hammer 20 times in one breath. Heaven and earth changed color. This wasn't just a description. It was the true meaning of heaven and earth changing color. The sun and moon lost their light. The Great Flood Witch originally wanted to hammer down 24 times, but the moment the last sentence came out of his mouth, his momentum suddenly dissipated, and he almost spilled the beans. She cursed in her heart. Therefore she only swung her hammer 20 times. On the other side, 7 people stared at the Flood Witch with red faces. They wanted to eat her flesh. Who else could they be but the 7 swords of the Dao League? Daoist Yun and Daoist Feng's faces were as red as blood. They forcefully endured the surging qi and blood as they stared at the Flood Witch. However, they couldn't hold it in anymore. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, creating 2 deep bloody holes in the ground. Even Taoist Lei's face was red as he stared at the Flood Witch in shock. This bastard. This guy. He was much stronger than when he was at the Starlight Mountains. This was unbelievable. How long had it been? How could he improve so quickly? The Flood Witch was now truly the strongest person in the world. Even if that guy surnamed Zhua appeared in the mortal world again, he most likely wouldn't be her match. Flood. Taoist Lei said furiously, "Are you crazy?" Looking at the broken pieces on the ground and the pitiful situation where not even a fingernail-sized piece of flesh could be found, Taoist Lei almost went crazy. You killed Yin Shangsong? You actually killed Yin Shangsong? The Flood Witch smiled faintly. With a flip of her hands, the horrifying Thousand Souls nightmare hammer disappeared. She said indifferently, "Why? Is there a problem? You can kill the genius on the human token, but I can't kill your heavenly king? Taoist Lei, try saying no to me. Do you dare?" Taoist Lei's face was red as he stared at the Flood Witch fiercely. However, when the words no reached the tip of his tongue, he really didn't dare to say it out loud. They had fought for so many years. Few people knew the Flood Witch better than Taoist Lei. This guy was obviously still in a state of rage. It was obvious that he was still depressed. If he said no, the 3 pure holy mountain would be destroyed by him today. That's a misunderstanding. Taoist Feng said furiously, "A misunderstanding. Do you understand?" The Flood Witch narrowed her eyes and looked at Taoist Feng. Today is also a misunderstanding. Do you understand? Say something you don't understand. Taoist Feng held his breath and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He was flustered and exasperated. Are you still being reasonable? No? What reason? The Flood Witch said, "Do you have a problem with that?" Taoist Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at the Flood Witch but couldn't say a word. He just kept gasping for breath. He really didn't know what to say. Are you being reasonable? If not, what reason? It was such a simple and straightforward sentence, but all of a sudden, it blocked all the subsequent words that could be said. It was done cleanly and cleanly. Taoist Lei took deep breaths. After a long time, he calmed down a little and said, "Brother Hong, let's move to the main hall first. I'll explain it to you slowly." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "There's no need to explain. I'm just here to ask a few questions." He rolled his eyes and asked word by word, "Is the human token still there? Is the rule that I set still a rule?" The Flood Witch stood there with an earth-shattering aura. She said slowly, "Just these 2 questions. After I'm done, I'll leave." The human token is still there. Taoist Lei took a deep breath and said, "Rules are rules. If you break the rules, you'll be punished and pay the price." The Flood Witch nodded and said, "Then are you satisfied with this price? Do you think it's enough?" She pointed casually and the ground was full of blood and flesh. The faces of the 7 swords of the Tao League, which had just recovered a little, twitched again. Their eyelids kept twitching. This price? The fall of a heavenly king? The Flood Witch's meaning was very clear. This was the price. You broke the rules this time and paid the price. If other continents break the rules in the future, you'll have to pay the same price. However, the price they had to pay was simply too heavy, too disastrous. It was so heavy that even a top force like the Tao League could not afford it. How many years, how many generations, how many battles, how much effort, how many opportunities, how much painstaking effort, how many painstaking efforts could give birth to a heavenly king? Since the return of the Tao League until now, it had been tens of thousands of years of accumulation. After tens of thousands of years, only 10 people had reached the heavenly king realm. And today one of them was killed just like that. The Flood Witch said indifferently, "If you think that this price is not enough, then I can ask for more." Taoist Lei took a deep breath and almost sucked the air in front of him into a vacuum. He gritted his teeth and said, "This price is too much. As long as you're satisfied." The Flood Witch nodded and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Go ahead." 7 Swords gritted his teeth and said this. 2 words. The Flood Witch looked at Taoist Lei and was silent for a while. Suddenly she laughed and said, "Taoist Lei, you know very well who your target is. I don't want to say more. What I want to tell you is, Zhuangchang's current cultivation is not inferior to mine. Note that I'm talking about the current me, the current me." Taoist Lei suddenly raised his head, his face full of shock. Zhuangchang was the real name of the Sky Surveyor Minister. This name was very something. It was probably because of this reason that very few people in the 3 continents dared to call him by his name. At the same time, It was also the reason why the name of the Sky Surveyor Minister gradually evolved into the biggest secret of the 3 continents. As long as this name was called, it was equivalent to offending the Sky Surveyor Minister. And the Sky Surveyor Minister had always felt that his name was not very good. And the Lady of the Throne, she hated this name even more. Therefore, this name could be said to be a common taboo in the 3 continents. But the Flood, which obviously did not care about this taboo and said it out loud. Taoist Lei widened his eyes and said, He has already reached this level? The Great Flood Shaman's words just now contained far too much information. He said that the Sky Sentinel Throne's current strength wasn't inferior to his own. Furthermore, it was the current him who had just suppressed the 7 swords of the Tao Alliance. So you're on your own now. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Her body suddenly soared into the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky surged, and in all directions, thunder and lightning suddenly exploded. Then the sky suddenly stilled. The wind and clouds disappeared, and the scorching sun was in the sky. The sunlight spread over the earth. The wind and rain stopped and the sun shone brightly. It was as if nothing had happened. On the ground, the grass swayed gently. In 8 directions there were 8 severely unconscious people lying on the ground. The blood-sword Heavenly King, one of the 10 Heavenly Kings of the Tao League, had completely disappeared and no longer existed in this world. Chapter 943. The 7 swords of the Tao League had complicated expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that they would have to pay such a heavy price just to deal with Zuo Duo and not kill him? A heavenly king had fallen because of this. What's more, this matter was only half over. Because the Astral Souls mainland, who were the victims, had yet to make a sound. They were still silent. No one would think that they would stop and put this matter aside. Taoist Master Thunder's face was completely gloomy. The other 6 people also had heavy expressions on their faces. That person's cultivation could still be on par with the Flood Witch who had broken through to the next realm. This explosive news was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. It was heavy in their hearts. This matter had changed so much. It was really hard to say what direction it would take. Taoist Master Thunder felt a headache coming on. He looked at the others and felt that they had never felt so powerless in tens of thousands of years. Think about it yourselves. How should this matter end? It definitely won't end like this. Taoist Master Thunder's face was dark. The others also had dark faces. Taoist Master Rain suddenly frowned and said, The Flood Witch didn't finish her sentence just now. It's very intriguing. What sentence? When the Flood Witch smashed her hammer, her last sentence was, If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you. These few words? Taoist Master Rain frowned and said, Or some other pronunciation? What does that mean? If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you? Taoist Master Cloud said with a dark face, Could it be? If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you? She didn't finish? Doesn't seem like it. This is a flat sound. If you dare to assassinate me, fuck you. The few of them stroked their beards and pondered, their brows tightly knitted. What? Fuck you. Taoist Master Thunder was furious. The situation is already so urgent. Why are you all thinking about Flood's bullshit instead of thinking about how to reorganize your clans? Just those 5 words, profound words? The other 6 people's faces were covered in dirt from his scolding. They looked embarrassed and couldn't argue. But when they thought about it carefully, they realized that it was useless to think about it. Especially the Feng and Yun clan. What exactly are you trying to do? Taoist Thunder said angrily, Are you going to destroy a few more of our heavenly kings for the sake of your juniors? There's definitely something wrong with your usual education. Taoist Yun's face darkened with rage. Looking at the scattered flesh and blood, looking at the 8 guards who were slowly waking up, he only felt pain in his heart. This heavenly king was from the Yun family. He could be said to be the rising star of the Yun family, an existence akin to the stabilizing force of the sea. Now he had died just like that. It was too unjust. Keep an eye on your own family. If something like this happens again in the future, let your family's heavenly king accept the punishment and die. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Don't implicate unrelated people. Taoist Thunder said harshly with a dark face. He didn't say anything else and just left. The others also left. One by one they scattered like flowing stars and clouds, quickly rushing back to their respective families. This time they had to go back and give an explanation. Otherwise, if something like this happened again, they would have to hand over a heavenly king to apologize. How many heavenly kings did a family have? There were 2 clans with the best luck, while the rest only had 1. Perhaps there were one or two more Heavenly King Realm cultivators. However, to reach the Heavenly King Realm, one's cultivation level was not the only thing that mattered. This kind of mistake could not be made again no matter what. At the scene, only Feng and Yun were left. The two of them looked at each other with dismay written all over their faces. They really thought that the flood which would not be so angry at a time like this. But they never thought that the rebound this time would be so huge. It was so overwhelming. It was so hysterical. It was as if their bottom line had been directly touched. They immediately counterattacked, extreme counterattack. If they had known this would happen, they would not have done it in the first place. Lunatic. Taoist Feng looked up to the sky and sighed. Taoist Yun's face was dark, and his heart was bleeding. He took out a spirit pill and fed it to the 8 guards. How is it? It's the same. Anyone who is injured by the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Their foundation is destroyed, their origin is damaged, and their martial path is hopeless. Unless they can find a heart of stars and heal them. Taoist Yun's face was dark. But these injuries were caused by the Flood Witch's full strength. Even a heart of stars may not be able to heal them. Only a heart of stars of the highest quality can hope to heal them. Taoist Feng was silent. If that was the case, these 8 people were basically crippled. The guards of a Heavenly King were not ordinary experts. Most of them were personal subordinates left behind by the Heavenly King during the process of his rise. Every one of them was a true expert. The guards of a Heavenly King were at the Dao Integration Realm. Occasionally, there would be Skysoar cultivators among them, but apart from being at the peak of the Skysoar realm, they had to be geniuses who had suppressed their cultivation at least 8 times when they were in the returning to Profound Realm. In fact, they would definitely be able to break through to the Dao Integration Realm in the future. Only then were they qualified to be in such a position. In other words, most of the guards of a Heavenly King were qualified to compete for the position of Heavenly King in the future. Perhaps one day they would stand out. But now, 8 of them were crippled. Although such a loss could not compare to the loss of a true Heavenly King, it was still too great a loss and was extremely painful. I'll take them back to the Yun clan. Taoist Yun's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. There's something fishy about this matter. Have we been used by someone? The 2 of them, together with the 8 seriously injured guards, rushed towards the white-haired mountain, whistling through the wind and clouds. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Feng and Yun clans were gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The news of the Flood Witch's display of invincible might had yet to spread to them. Everyone was worried. Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were all geniuses of their clans, rising stars of the younger generation. But now they were all lying there on the verge of death, unconscious. The injuries on their bodies were worsening, festering and decaying bit by bit. Everyone had already thought of all ways and means. Even the Saint Soul water that could purify the soul and the 9 Heavens Spirit Spring that was said to be able to purify all filth could only alleviate the symptoms temporarily. After a short period of time they started to rot again. By now the skin and flesh of these 4 people were almost completely rotten. Their faces were full of holes, their bodies, legs, arms. As for their lower body, there was no need to mention it. The lump hanging there was long gone, and on top of that at the back, there was another, that at the front. After much consideration, everyone chose to use the 9 Heavens Spirit Spring water to rub on their bodies bit by bit. Finally, they managed to protect their heads and hearts from being invaded by that strange decaying force. As for the rest, they really could not care so much. In any case, the Feng and Yun clans had countless young disciples, so there was no need to worry about the end of the line. Oh, what they needed to urgently consider now was why did this happen? What exactly was going on? Why did he lose 8 Skysoars in a single trip? And why did the 4 young masters all become like this? We know that you went to deal with esteemed Ling Xian, but isn't this situation too miserable? What was the cause and effect of this? Furthermore, after Yunichen came back and said that they had fallen into a trap, but the person behind it was most likely not Zhuoxiao Duo, the higher-ups of the Feng and Yun clans couldn't help but feel even more furious. Fallen into a trap? Who was the mastermind behind it? How did they scheme in the meantime? As for why it wasn't Zhuoxiao Duo, Taoist Yun had a very good reason. I've checked the poison. Although I can't completely identify the source of the poison, I can still confirm a few of its components. That poison is a mixed poison. Not only is there no sign of using poison to subdue poison, there is no sign of them restraining each other. Instead, there is a sign of extreme destruction. Such a method of using poison is definitely not something that a mere Zhuoxiao Duo can possess. Moreover, the poison that I have identified so far includes the heaven-burning poison, the soul-burning poison, the corpse-rotting poison, and the ghost domain poison. There are definitely other poisons. It is a pity that my knowledge is limited and I am unable to identify all of them from the remnants. Zhuo Duo doesn't even have the qualifications to possess one of these poisons, let alone all of them. Actually, in my opinion, it's a waste to use these poisons to deal with Yin Piaoliu and the others. We only need to use a few of them to achieve the same strategic goal. Furthermore, according to what I saw on the battlefield, Zhuo Duo didn't know the effects of the poison at all. He must have used it more than twice in a row, which is a huge waste. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a waste of natural resources. But it also indirectly proves that Zhuo Duo didn't know the effects of the poison and how precious it was. In my opinion, the only person in this world who has such a method of poisoning, who can collect so many kinds of strange poisons and make them into such a poison, is the non-poisonous sorcerer. And Zhuo Duo. How could he have anything to do with the non-poisonous sorcerer? He's the #1 human favor token in the continent of astral souls. How could he have anything to do with the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance? Not to mention that the non-poisonous sorcerer has always been good at explaining things in simple terms. He rarely leaves the territory of the Umno Alliance. It's basically impossible for him to have anything to do with Zhuo Duo. I'm more inclined to believe what Zhuo Duo said. Someone else arranged this behind the scenes. It's probably not a lie. In other words, there must be other forces and other people between the two sides. So, at least in my opinion, the key question now should be the person behind the scenes. Yunichen's voice sounded tired and weak, but what he said lifted everyone's spirits and made them fall into deep contemplation. Now, only when the four of them wake up, can we figure out whether there's really someone else behind the scenes. If there's someone else, then Zhuo Duo didn't lie. We can target this person and the forces behind him. In this way, the responsibility of the human favor token will be reduced, and there will be a lot of room for mediation. Chapter 944. But if he didn't, it means that Zhuo Duo lied. But if Zhuo Duo lied, regardless of the reason, the consequences won't be worse for us. After all, based on the current situation, this matter is definitely related to the non-poisonous shaman. When the time comes, we can deal with Zhuo Duo directly. We have a good reason to do so, because colluding with the non-poisonous shaman of the Umno Alliance is an absolute betrayal to the Astral Soul's mainland. Our two continents are allies, so it's perfectly justifiable for us to go after the traitors. If that's the case, we can do whatever we want when the time comes. We have a good reason to do so. Someone suggested, then why don't we just ignore the investigation and use this reason to deal with Zhuo Duo? We can even use this to erase our mistake in dealing with the esteemed master of human favor. After all, we're dealing with the traitors, who colluded with the non-poisonous shaman. How's that possible? The higher-ups of the Astral Soul's mainland aren't pushovers. As long as Zhuo Duo didn't instigate it, they'll be able to find out in a matter of minutes. At that time, if we use this reason to frame the esteemed master of human favor, we'll be dealt with both new and old debts. The only flaw that Zhuo Duo has revealed, or rather the only thing we can use, is the poison. We're also the ones who said that the non-poisonous shaman is involved, so this explanation might not hold water. If it's completely overturned, we'll be in an even more passive position. Yunichen analyzed in greater detail. Everyone nodded in agreement. His words made sense. At this moment, a voice sneered, "You know that we'll be in an even more passive position? Looks like you're quite clear-headed." Everyone turned to see two old Taoists in apricot yellow robes walking in with the demeanor of immortals. However, both of their faces were filled with anger. They were Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun. "Greetings, forefathers." The people from House Feng and House Feng immediately knelt on the ground. To them, these two were true patriarchs, and all of them were descendants of these two. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun walked in with angry faces. After a few words, they had figured out the situation. After all this time, what's the reason for this? We still haven't found the reason? The two Taoists were almost mad. Did you grow up eating shit? This sentence had been lingering in their hearts for a long time, but they couldn't say it because they were forefathers. Let me take a look. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun's eyes, pupils, they looked at each other, and the first thing they thought of was the poisonous shaman. Only the non-poisonous shaman could create such an extremely vicious and yet, at the same time, it assists completely. Taoist Feng sighed, "You need the 9 transformation spirit pill to have a chance. Teat. Teat is big boss lays that required luck. Up until now, Thunder Taoist had only refined 3 furnaces of 9 transformation golden pills in the past 37,000 years. In the process of refining these 9 transformation golden pills, the furnaces had exploded 3 times, which was an average of 1 explosion per time. As for the cauldrons that didn't succeed in refining golden transformation pills, they had exploded countless times. It was obvious how precious the golden transformation pills were. To take out 4 of them at once. Even Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun couldn't take out such a number. Even if they could, they wouldn't bear to. After all, golden transformation pills were of great use to their realm. It wasn't worth it to use it to save 4 juniors who were only at the God Royal Mystic realm. Even if they were geniuses, it still wasn't worth it. Give each of them An's golden transformation pill. Let's save their lives first, but their injuries. Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun sighed. This poison's too vicious. I'm afraid there's no hope of curing it. The 4 young masters' mother wiped her tears. Doesn't that mean my sons will become eunuchs? From sons to daughters. This change was a little too big. Taoist Yun took out 2 golden transformation pills, He ground them, dissolved them with spiritual water, and fed them to the 4 of them. The golden transformation pills' effects were miraculous. Not long after, the 4 of them woke up. Then as they spoke from the beginning to the end, the 2 families were left speechless. As expected, they acted on their own and wanted to take the credit for themselves. However, the process purpose was no longer important. In the end, it was obvious that they couldn't do it anymore. They should have run early, but they still chose to fight. Why did you suggest a fight? At that time, we got insiders' information and knew all the details of the other parties. It's rare to turn the situation around, so we naturally wouldn't give up. How did you get the information? Someone sent us information, a note. A note? The group of old foxes couldn't help but sigh again. There's actually another person who set this up. There's really a mastermind. Someone gave you a note and you believed it? Why didn't he contact you earlier or later? Why did he have to contact you at such a delicate moment? You believed him just like that? Yun family's patriarch was so angry that he was trembling. That person was obviously afraid that you'd run away, so he ruined his plan. That's why he gave you the so-called information, giving you the illusion that everything was under his control. Yet, the 4 of you didn't know that it was a trap, and even smugly suggested a fight. You stepped into the other party's trap, and after that, you still had to stand there obediently, waiting for him to poison you. Everyone was speechless. Now that he said that, everyone understood. This was really a trap. The person who set this up in the dark had long planned to destroy the Tao League's power. Therefore, when he saw that the situation was deteriorating, he quickly came out and sent the information, allowing the 2 sides to continue fighting until the Tao League side was completely destroyed. The other party grasped the idea of the 4 young masters of the Tao League wanting to gain merit and rise to the top, and set up this trap to destroy them. When one side proposed a fight, the other side immediately accepted it. Zuoxiao Duo even suggested a fight with all the members. This way of fighting seemed to be greatly disadvantageous to their side. Naturally, Zuoxiao Duo wasn't afraid. Zuoxiao Duo had a big killing weapon in his hands. Then, because they were the ones who initiated the fight, there was no room for retreat. Therefore, a big fight with all the members was formed. Another key point of this game was that the other party wouldn't take it seriously at all. After a few words of persuasion, he started to poison them. On the other side, they were still foolishly arranging their troops in formation, waiting for the final decisive battle where the blades and spears would collide with each other. Each and every one of them was well behaved and lined up neatly. Then the other party calmly released poison on the neatly arranged troops. Therefore, the other side was taken away in one wave without any resistance. What the fuck? After understanding the cause and effect, all the higher-ups of the 2 families were speechless for a long time. Such a strange thing actually happened. Even until now, the other party is still looking for trouble with us. Because we sent the flying heavens to deal with the people on the human token, we did all the things we shouldn't have done. This time we're really going to die with everlasting regret. I'd like to see who's so scheming, double quotes, too vicious. Simply. Everyone gasped in amazement. The person who set this up in the dark took advantage of human nature, psychology, environment, and situation to the extreme. And the person didn't show up at all. Who is this person? Family head Yun only felt his blood pressure rising, and a wave of dizziness surged in his head. Luckily, I don't have a heart disease. Otherwise, I'd definitely be angered to death by these bastards. If I really die here, I'll be the weirdest person in the world. Yun Piaoliu mumbled. Yun Piaoliu's mouth was rotten into a hole, and his words were vague. Where's the note? Family head Yun was about to go crazy. If it weren't for the presence of the old ancestor, family head Yun really wanted to tear Yun Piaoliu into pieces right now. How infuriating. How could there be such a blockhead in this world? Moreover, he had appeared in his own home and even caused such a huge disaster. It's in the spatial ring. At this point, Yun Piaoliu finally felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't throw it away. Otherwise, looking at the situation today, he might have been beaten to death. Finally, the source of all the misfortune had been found. With the note in hand, Taoist Yun immediately issued a death order. Even if we have to search the entire continent, we still have to find him. You have to find out who wrote this note for me. If you can't find it, then the Wind and Cloud clans don't need to live. This is the first time in my life that I've suffered such humiliation. Taoist Yun was truly driven mad. It was indeed a conspiracy. Sure enough, he had been set up and used. As expected. How vicious. Because of this piece of paper, the Yun family had lost a pillar that supported the heavens. A heavenly king, one of the top powerhouses in the Tao League, had been buried because of this piece of paper. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. Patriarch Yun ordered with a black face. Immediately, someone took out the crumpled piece of paper to make copies. Make 1,000,000 copies. Go find. The people from the Yun and Feng families had already gone crazy. They had been played too ruthlessly. If they couldn't find a way to vent, the two families felt that they would vomit to death. Finally it was over. Walking out of the room of the four young masters who were still rotting, Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng both felt like they had a cerebral hemorrhage. How could they raise such a thing? Were they still human? People often said that they were scamming their fathers. This wasn't just scamming their fathers, it was directly scamming their ancestors. Just one scam and they had destroyed their own foundation. They really wanted to kill them. Let's prepare for the funeral. Taoist Yun sighed softly, his expression indescribably desolate. Chapter 945. Patriarch Yun and many of the elders were shocked. Old ancestor. This. What kind of funeral is this? They thought to themselves, isn't it just the death of those 8 Skysore experts? Even if it's to buy people's hearts, it's not to the point where the entire Yun clan has to wear mourning clothes, right? Although those little bastards don't even have their manhood anymore, they can't just hold a funeral for Gigi. Taoist Yun let out a long sigh. His lips trembled as he said, Blood Sword Heavenly King Yun Shangsong. Your Yun clan's 4th-generation ancestor. Was killed by the flood which because of your actions against esteemed Ling Ren. His soul was scattered and not even his bones were left. Patriarch Yun stumbled subconsciously. His eyes were wide open and his body swayed. Suddenly he saw stars in front of his eyes. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he fell limply to the ground, unconscious. Everyone else in the Yun clan looked as if they had heard a bolt from the blue. Each and every one of them was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. This piece of bad news, was a huge blow to the Yun clan. Yun Shangsong, the Blood Sword Heavenly King, was the most promising person in the Yun clan. No, it should be said that he had already reached the top. He was already second only to the 7 swords in the Tao League. No one would have thought that he would lose his life because of such a small matter. With Yun Shangsong's death, the Yun clan had lost their greatest hope for development. They were all hoping that Yun Shangsong could improve and reach the same position as the 7 swords in the Tao League. For the Yun clan to have another powerhouse. At that time, the Yun clan would become the new number 1 clan in the Tao League. With 2 powerhouses they could even be on par with the Lei clan. But now that he had actually died in such an understated manner. How could the word heart-wrenching be enough to describe it? Evil creature. One of the elders of the Yun clan cried. Everyone in the Yun clan was dumbstruck. The Heavenly King had fallen? Taoist Yun sighed with melancholy. For a moment the sky above the Yun clan was overcast. The members of the Yun family rushed towards the continent of astral souls with bloodshot eyes while carrying the huge amount of copied words. We must find out. Who is the one behind all of this? He had to find out who wrote these words. His status was noble and his status was revered. These words were the clue. If this person didn't die, this enmity wouldn't disappear. The Feng and Yun families had gone crazy. Although they still hated Zhuo Duo, no one dared to act rashly at this stage. Countless experts of the Yun family were gnashing their teeth. Zhuo Duo, hurry up and fly. When you reach the fairy realm, it will also be the day of your death. At that time, everyone will no longer have any misgivings. At that time, even if you, Zhuo Duo, have the ability and connection to the heavens, as long as we are willing to pay the price, we can still kill you. The flood which isn't your father, is she? It can't be your father-in-law, right? Don't tell me that he'll always be on your side? After all, the two continents were enemies of each other. However, no matter how much they hated Zhuo Duo and wanted to eat his flesh, they still tacitly kept their mouths shut about the poison. Even when dealing with the person who set this trap, they couldn't mention the poison. It was too sensitive. Everyone knew that the poison must have come from the non-poisonous shaman. There was no doubt about this. However, this matter was better not to mention it. If that old monster was lured out, no one would be able to deal with him. If he was unhappy and came to the territories of the Feng and Yun families, it would be hard to say if the two families could still exist that they couldn't afford to offend him. Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng also had the same thought. The name of the poisonous sorcerer was even scarier than the flood sorcerer in terms of horror. The flood which could at most kill you, but the non-poisonous shaman could exterminate your entire family. You could only watch helplessly, unable to use your strength. That the news of the Tao League's blood sword Heavenly King being smashed to death by the flood which spread across the three continents like a gust of wind. The three continents were shocked. In the beginning, 99% of the people didn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? The flood which wasn't crazy. Why would she go to the Tao League to kill a Heavenly King? Whether it was from the overall situation or from the perspective of human relations, such a situation shouldn't have happened. However, this explosive news was quickly verified. It couldn't be any more true. For a time, everyone was discussing this matter in a flurry. At this moment, the king of Zhuolu and his wife arrived at the Sanqing Holy Mountain again. Sorry, I'm here again. This time I still don't know what happened. I'm just following orders. What do you want? Tell me. My master asked me to take 6 reincarnation golden pills. I don't know why either. Bullshit. Tell your master to go to hell. Taoist Thunder was furious. I've only refined 3 cauldrons of 9 reincarnation golden pills in 37,000 years. Among them, there's only 1 cauldron of 9 reincarnation golden pills. Since then it's as if I've used up all my luck. I haven't refined any more. There were only 12 pills in 1 cauldron. You Zhuo want half of it. Why don't you just die? One had to know that these 6 pills weren't just half but more than half. After refining them he had already used up 2 of them by chance. Now he only had 10 left. If he really took out 6 pills as compensation this time, Taoist Thunder trembled. The current situation is that his son is fine, but we've suffered a great loss. A Heavenly King died because of this. The Tao League has already suffered a great loss. How can he still ask for the 9 reincarnation golden pills? Senior, your words are strange. Your blood sword Heavenly King died, but it wasn't killed by the astral souls. The flood which has nothing to do with us. Besides, the blood sword Heavenly King's death has nothing to do with me coming here to take the golden pills. Yun Jianghu said solemnly, besides, I don't understand a single word of what you're saying. I'm just following orders. That's all. If you don't give it to me, we'll turn around and leave. Taoist Thunder was so angry that he pulled out a strand of his beard. However, in the end the king of Zhuolu, Yun Jianghu, returned with a full load. Looking at Yun Jianghu's receding figure, the Taoists of the Tao League sighed. I can't believe that Yun Jianghu has made even more progress this time compared to last time. It's obvious that Bai Yundua's aura has become much more condensed. Taoist Thunder sighed softly. On the other hand, the Heavenly Kings of our Tao League. I'm afraid they're no match for the left and right Heavenly Kings of the astral souls. The only thing that can be compared to them now is that everyone has the word, Heavenly King. Hurry up and lead the army to the Sun Moon Pass. If not, the Tao League will really be finished. When Taoist Thunder said this, he clearly felt that he had never felt so depressed in tens of thousands of years. He really couldn't understand. He had lived like this for so many years, but from this year onwards he didn't do anything else but clean up his mess. The Tao League lost a Heavenly King. Yu Dongtian gloated over their misfortune for a few days because of this. Blood Sword is dead. Ah. Dongfang, treat me to a drink to celebrate. Ah. I heard that blood sword died mysteriously. Shimin, come. Prepare some dishes and treat me to a drink. I'll tell you about it. Ha, Yun Shangsong is dead. He even hit you back then? Isn't that right, Beigong? Come, prepare some dishes and take out your precious wine to thank me. Yu Dongtian went around looking for people to drink with. The 4 marshals at the border were forced to take turns treating him. The great commanders were extremely fed up with this. Why should we treat you to a drink when Yun Shangsong is dead? Did you kill him? It's not like we don't know. The whole continent knows about it. Do we still need you to tell us? Marshal Beigong was especially annoyed. Why should I thank you when Yun Shangsong is dead? But because of Yu Dongtian's status, the 3 marshals pinched their noses and treated him to a meal. But when Yu Dongtian came to Nanjing Chen to take advantage of him, he was mercilessly chased out by Marshal Nan. Nanjing Chen, ha. Yun Shangsong is dead. You treat me to a meal. Get out. Get out. Men, prepare the extermination battle formation. Damn you, Nanjing Chen, are you rebelling? Rebelling? Heavenly King of the Right, aren't you embarrassed to say that? I didn't know until now that I was blacklisted because I took the blame for you. You're really annoying. Nanjing Chen was really angry. What does this have to do with me? What kind of trouble is not caused by you? Why did I have to take the blame from tens of thousands of miles away? And it was a super blame. And I didn't know anything from the beginning that I didn't offend anyone and was in charge of the capital. I was also responsible for cleaning up the mess for all of you. In the process, I lost countless good things. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. In the end, the blame fell from the sky and I was blacklisted by Boss. And I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know the truth. I was always anxious, thinking that I offended Boss. I kept reflecting and reflecting. Every day I asked myself, what did I do wrong? In the end, now I finally understand. I didn't do anything wrong. It was Yu Dongtian, this bastard, who put all the blame on me. It was a completely undeserved disaster. And he didn't even inform me after it happened. He let me stay in the blacklist and he went to have fun. And he was still watching the show. You could have at least told me if you did this. Get out. I don't know you in this life. If you dare to come in front of me again, I don't care what Heavenly King you are. I'll fight to the death. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Heavenly King of the Right was chased out of the camp by the Marshal of the South with a saber in hand. He showed no mercy and left no room for negotiation. But Yu Dongtian was indeed the Heavenly King of the Right. With just one sentence, Marshal Nan, who looked like they couldn't coexist with each other, cupped his hands and welcomed the Heavenly King in. Chapter 946. Yu Dongtian was blasted away. He was speechless. How embarrassing. I'm a Heavenly King. Nanjing Chen, I'm a Heavenly King. Yu Dongtian was flustered and exasperated. Nanjing Chen snorted. The one who was killed just now was also a Heavenly King. A Heavenly King is nothing. Get lost. Yu Dongtian held his breath. However, he couldn't be chased out today. If he was really chased out, it would be too embarrassing. I promise you, as long as you give me face today, I'll only let others take the blame. I'll never let you take the blame again. I guarantee it with my father's character. Nanjing Chen was overjoyed when he heard these words. It was as if he had fallen from the sky. As long as you don't let me take the blame, who else in this world can? Doesn't that mean I'm completely safe from now on? If you guarantee it with your own character, I'll take out my knife. However, if you guarantee it with your father's character, you're still trustworthy. Face was like a shoe cushion. When it was time to give it up, it had to be given up. Moreover, it wasn't a shoe cushion that fit well. Heavenly King Yu, haha, this isn't our respected Heavenly King Yu. Please, I've prepared some wine for you. Sigh, I've had enough of you. It's rare for Nanjing Chen to be so sensible. Of course. Heavenly King, please. Look, this is a 500-year-old table. Not bad. This taste is good. Whoever gives my brother Feng 2 bottles will probably be able to live until the end. Don't worry, Heavenly King. I'll arrange it right away. However, Nanjing Chen was thinking as he drank. Xiao Duo's incident this time had eliminated a Heavenly King from the Dao League. This incident wasn't just a little big, it was too big. Now, because of the human token, the Dao League probably wouldn't do anything. However, when he advanced to the Sky Realm and was no longer restricted by the human token, by then the Dao League would probably go all out to find trouble with him. At that time, if anything were to happen, the Dao League would not be the scapegoat. Instead, it would be the grudges of the pugilistic world. Every grievance had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. As long as the Tao League was willing to send someone out, the risk was still very high. If something really happened, even if he destroyed one of the families of the Seven Swords, what was the use? If Xiao Duo was that important, it was not impossible for the other party to do such a thing. It would be best to remind him of this matter in advance so that he wouldn't make any mistakes in his haste. As for the UMNO alliance, they didn't have to worry about it. Those guys with brains full of muscles probably wouldn't be able to come up with such a scheme, especially with the flood which suppressing them. Should I create some trouble for the Tao League? It was said that the Tao League's reinforcements had already left and were about to arrive at the front lines. It just so happened that there were fewer cannon fodders now, and the rest were all elites. Why not let the Tao League go up against the UMNO alliance? What reason should I use? Oh, seeing is believing. You guys should personally experience the combat power of the UMNO alliance? Otherwise, I'm worried that you guys will suffer losses in the future. This reason. TSK, the wine on this table was really good. Nan Jingqian pondered as he drank. This time he had to perform well. If he entered the blacklist again, he probably wouldn't be able to get out. Young Master Zhua Xiao Duo, who was missed by countless people from various forces, was now at the bottom of the Whitehead Mountain. He and Zhua Xiaonian had already found a spot. They were diligently excavating the Xian ice at the bottom of the Whitehead Mountain. Currently they had dug no less than 10,000 feet down. Beyond their expectations, there was really too much Xian ice at the bottom of the Whitehead Mountain. First it was the mountain. After digging 300 meters down, a layer of ice began to appear. They dug all the way down until they reached a layer of very sticky mountain. After digging for more than 2,000 meters, they reached the layer of ice again. The ice layer continued to descend for 1,000 meters, and the ice layer began to change subtly. It became colder and harder, and after another 500 meters, they arrived at the mysterious ice layer. Zhua Xiaonian wanted to start harvesting from here, but Zhua Xiao Duo didn't allow her to do so. Instead, she chose to continue digging until she reached the bottom. When she dug out stones and soil again, she turned back and started harvesting from the most central position. Then she continued to dig holes along the ice layer. Every few hundred meters she would leave dozens of meters behind. In case this place collapsed. After digging for about 2,000 meters, the ice spirit, which had been silent all this time, spontaneously flew out from the spirit-snatching sword. It was heading toward a huge piece of Xian ice in front of them. It even shone with 3 colors, which was a spectacular sight. Its icy cold power was at least 100 times stronger than ordinary Xian ice. The ice spirit flew over and circled around the Xian ice a few times. Its small face was full of melancholy and sadness. There's a dead ice spirit inside. Zhua Xiaonian could feel Zhao's sadness and explained in a low voice. How many ice spirits are there in this world? Isn't it said that ice spirits are very rare and there aren't many of them? Zhua Xiaoduo felt that this was very magical. He felt that there were many ice souls, and even if there were many of them, there was a limit to how much they were worth. How could the ice spirit not feel Zhua Xiaoduo's contempt? It angrily flew in front of Zhua Xiaoduo and bared its fangs and claws. It put its hands on its waist and pointed at Zhua Xiaoduo. However, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't understand a single thing it said. He only felt that this little guy flying in front of him and shouting with its hands on its waist was a little cute. Zhua Xiaonian couldn't help but laugh. He translated, back when the primordial world was first created, the first snowflakes that fell, every snowflake was the essence of snow. After the snow spirit essences fall on the ground, they won't melt immediately. Instead, they will find a place to hide their vitality and wait for fate. This is actually the survival instinct of life. However, most of the snow soul essence melted before they even landed on the ground, let alone survive. The small portion of snow soul essence that was left would turn the surrounding water into ice after finding a place where it could continue its life and survive. The snow spirit essences will absorb nutrients from the solid ice to survive. Only when there is enough water in the area can they form an ice array. At this time, the snow spirit essences will be able to transform into ice spirits after a long time of baptism. However, when the water in the origin land turns into solid ice, there will be no more water outside. The ice array will become a tree without roots. If the ice spirit essences are just formed and don't have the ability to move, it will be the most difficult time for the ice spirit essences. At this time there is only one way to replenish the ice spirit essences. That is, it will have to rain or snow to replenish the ice spirit essences. If it doesn't rain or snow for a long time, the ice spirit essences can only continue to release the cold energy accumulated in their bodies to turn the solid ice into a deeper layer of ice seed. Slowly, the normal solid ice will turn into mystic ice. When it is normal ice, the ice spirit essences will absorb nutrients when there is water to use. However, after absorbing the nutrients, there is no more water to replenish them. They can only release their energy to let the ice form another layer before they can continue to absorb the nutrients. At that time, when it turns into mystic ice, although it is still ice, there is not much water left in it. Mystic ice can be used as metal, even stronger than normal metal. At this time, if there is no rain for a long time, the ice spirit essences will only become weaker and weaker, because they have no more nutrients for life. If it takes longer, they will seal themselves in the mystic ice and die. After the ice spirit essences die, all of their essence will be scattered into the mystic ice. The mystic ice that contains the essence of the ice spirit essences is the best food and nutrients for other ice spirits. There is a reason why the mystic ice nourishes the ice spirits. However, the mystic ice that can only be made from ice spirits is nourishment for other ice spirits. However, it is a cage for them. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, looking at the situation here, I am afraid that there is more than one snow spirit essences that fell here. Otherwise, it would be difficult to create such a large scale. Unfortunately, because of the terrain, there are too many snow spirits that fell here. There is a serious shortage of water. These ice spirits are fighting for water. In the end, they are all trapped here. Speaking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan could not help but sigh. What a pity. On the other side, ice spirit Xiao Duo walked around the mystic ice for a few rounds. Finally, he sighed softly and put the mystic ice spirit essences into the ice spirit space. However, as he walked forward, Xiao Duo's expression and behavior became more and more silent. Zhuo Xiaoyan tried to persuade Xiao Duo, but he was still gloomy and depressed. She hurriedly gave Zhuo Xiao Duo a look. She meant, you should help Xiao Duo think. Zhuo Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, Io, if the one trapped here is little Xiao Duo, and the other ice spirits see it, hee 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 ha ha ha. In an instant, Xiao Duo exploded in anger. He flew in front of Zhuo Xiao Duo, bared his fangs and brandished his claws, and began to complain about Zhuo Xiao Duo's shamelessness with extreme indignation. He almost lost control of his emotions. This bastard cursed me. How vicious. How despicable. But it was a pity that Zhuo Xiao Duo couldn't understand what little Xiao Duo was saying. Instead, his sharp and unkind words entered little Xiao Duo's ears. If Xiao Duo, oh, he will be eaten by other ice spirits. If Xiao Duo is in here, how many colors will he be? Tisk tsk tsk. If Xiao Duo is eaten by other ice spirits, will he turn into shit? This is a philosophical question. Zhuo Xiao Duo provoked Xiao Duo 5 or 6 times. Every time he saw that Xiao Duo's emotions were about to go down, he would say something timely, and then Xiao Duo would go berserk again. Then Zhuo Xiao Duo would keep provoking Xiao Duo, but he would not say anything. He would just keep collecting Shen ice and wait for Xiao Duo to calm down. Then he would provoke him again. Xiao Duo was so angry that his stomach bulged a lot. Along the way, he did not care about being sad anymore. He cursed with Xiao Duo angrily the entire way. Xiao Duo's face was red. He wanted to pounce on Zhuo Xiao Duo and bite him to death. Along the way, they encountered another 3 or 4 ice spirits that were trapped to death. Xiao Duo did not even think about it and kept collecting them. He did not even look at them. He only cared about bickering with Zhuo Xiao Duo. The more he scolded, the angrier he became. The more he scolded, the angrier he became. The more he scolded, the more fluent he became. As he scolded, he learned 2 words and kept cursing. Despicable. 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 As he scolded, Zhuo Xiao Duo looked up and laughed even more shamelessly. Ah, you look so funny when you're angry. Ha ha ha. Xiao Duo was so angry that he was dumbfounded. In the end, Xiao Duo was so angry that he could not even walk properly. He floated around, gesticulating and scolding Zhuo Xiao Duo as he worked. He was so angry that he felt dizzy. Finally, all the Shen ice was collected. However, Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan only collected the core parts. They left the rest behind. They did not kill all the Shen ice spirits in one fell swoop. Instead, they left them here to continue the transformation. This time, the harvest was exceptionally rich. Xiao Duo's ice spirit space was filled to the brim. Zhuo Xiaoyan's space ring was also filled to the brim. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo's annihilation tower was filled with Shen ice spirits. Shen ice mountain. Of course, those that were close to the Dao League and belonged to the Dao League were all poached by Zhuo Xiao Duo. If you don't have enough Shen ice in the future, you can come here to dig more, Zhuo Xiao Duo said to Zhuo Xiaoyan. I'll leave a passage for you later. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at her own inventory, then at Xiao Duo's inventory, and then at Zhuxiaoduo's 2 ice mountains. She said contentedly, "This much Xian ice should be enough for a lifetime. There's no need to deliberately make more. Let's leave some for the fated ones in the future." "Tiske, you're so ignorant," Zhuxiaoduo said disdainfully. "How many good things have you gotten? You want to use them for a lifetime? You're just a god reigning god now. After you choose the fairy rail, these things might not even be enough for a month." Zhuxiaoyan felt that it made sense. She asked humbly, "Then what should I do?" "Stupid." Zhuxiaoduo was exasperated as he lectured, "Dig. Keep digging. There aren't many places like this in the Astral Souls continent." Zhuxiaoyan pouted. "Stupid, even if the Astral Souls continent doesn't have any, the Tao League continent doesn't have any, right? The Umno Alliance continent doesn't have any? When the Demon League returns, don't tell me the Demon League continent doesn't have any." Zhuxiaoduo lectured Zhuxiaoyan from a commanding position. He suddenly felt that his temperament as the head of the family was off the charts. He pointed at Zhuxiaoyan's forehead and said, "Even if you don't want to lose face and don't take all the resources of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance, you're still enemies with the Demon League. When the time comes, don't you know how to rob them? Stupid Nian Mao." Zhuxiaoyan was obedient at first, but her forehead tilted back and she suddenly came to her senses. Her cute and innocent expression suddenly became serious. She frowned and her eyes suddenly became fierce. She slowly revealed her sharp canine teeth. "Doggy you." "Woof woof." Zhuxiaoduo hurriedly barked twice. He shook his head and wagged his tail, smiling mischievously. "Hee hee. I'm wrong. Ulia dididang dang dangy Nian Mao is so beautiful." Zhuxiaoyan's fierce expression instantly melted. She burst into laughter and sneered at Zhuxiaoduo's face. "Doggy. Burp." Chapter 947. Zhuxiaoyan laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. Xiao Duo was so angry that her eyes were burning. She paced back and forth angrily. She felt indignant that Zhuxiaoyan had been coaxed by this annoying guy with just one sentence. "How can you be coaxed so easily? This won't do. You won't be angry, scold him, hit him, and then ignore him for many days and torture him. So that you can avenge me? However, the Moon Monarch's ring is definitely much better than yours. Why don't you open it and see if there's anything good inside? I think that the true monarch will definitely not be wrong about your successor." Zhuxiaoduo smiled mysteriously. "I'm not curious about other people's rings, but I'm really curious about yours. What's so good about it? Then let's open it here and see." Zhuxiaoyan was also a little restless. She was really curious. What kind of existence was the Moon Monarch? There must be a lot of good things in her inheritance ring, right? However, who was the Moon Monarch? Well, in short, she was an existence beyond her knowledge. Then, there must be a lot more good things. Then let's open it and see, Zhuxiaoduo urged. With his obsession with wealth, of course he coveted it even more. What was his wife's was naturally his. There was nothing wrong with that. Then let's open it now. Zhuxiaoyan took out the Moon Monarch's space ring without hesitation. However, she felt cold to the touch, as if even her soul was suddenly frozen. "It's so cold," Zhuxiaoyan said subconsciously. Zhuxiaoduo also subconsciously grinned. If even Zhuxiaoyan, who practiced the Moon Sutra, said it was cold, then it was really cold. The divine consciousness of the Moon Lord on the ring had long dissipated. This also led to Zhuxiaoyan using only a few minutes to successfully nurture the ring with her ice spirit qi. She used her divine soul to imprint on it and easily opened the ring. The space inside the ring is very big, but there aren't many things inside. There aren't any clothes or cosmetics. I thought there would be many magnificent clothes from ancient times, like the ones worn by the Moon Lord, Zhuxiaoyan said to Zhuxiaoduo after rummaging for a while. Zhuxiaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. "Sister, my dear sister, what time is it now? How can you still be thinking about clothes and cosmetics? Magnificent raiment? Nian Mao, you're focusing on the wrong thing." He really couldn't understand how a woman's brain works. "I didn't see anything useful." Zhuxiaoyan looked like she was about to break down. "There are only a few small boxes. There are some things inside and the rest are. There's more inside, haha." After pausing for a moment, he smiled somewhat embarrassedly. There was an isolated space inside the ring, and in this isolated space, there was a kind of black stone piled up neatly one by one. It was a special black stone that emitted a deep light and contained an endless amount of cold attribute spiritual energy. "This is the Moonstone? Did the Moon Lord name it himself?" Zhou Xiaoyan was suddenly in an indescribable state of ecstasy. Then Xiao Duo came out of the Spirit Snatcher sword excitedly and quickly went into the space ring to check and confirm the situation. The lunar immortal stone was a rare treasure for the ice spirit. How many of these stones are there? After confirming the quality, Zhou Xiaoduo was most concerned about the quantity. No matter how good the stone was, if there were only a few pieces, it would not be of much use. There are about 170,000 to 180,000 pieces? Or even more. Zhou Xiaoyan opened her eyes wide. She suddenly felt that she was so rich. Now that she had a few mountains worth of Shen ice, she realized that she already had more than 100,000 of these magical moonstones with her. For a moment, she felt that her heart was about to melt. What else? There's nothing else. Zhou Xiaoyan was very satisfied at this moment. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. With these, it's already too much. Useless. Zhou Xiaoduo despised Zhou Xiaoyan's contentment. If it were me, even if I had 1,000,000 pieces, I would only say, why don't you have 10 million pieces? What's the use of such a small amount? After feeling the moonstone in her hand for a moment, Zhou Xiaoyan could not help but tremble. She said in surprise, this is from the same source as the ice spirit. This is also the first snow in the world. It fell on the moon and formed purine Shen ice on the moon. Knowing that Zhou Xiaoduo did not understand, Zhou Xiaoyan was so excited that her face glowed. She explained automatically, here due to the sunlight. Even the Shen ice has some heat. It means that when the water is frozen, there is still some yang qi in the bones. But the Shen ice on the moon is the purest one. It has no yang qi at all. It's 10 times stronger than the one we dug up just now. Zhou Xiaoduo listened and asked eagerly, what else? For a moment, a tinge of jealousy rose in her heart. Why didn't I get the Sun Lord's ring and inheritance? Only Nian Mao got the Moon Lord's. That this was not fair. It was too unfair. Xiao squirmed out of his arms and squeaked. She rolled her eyes and looked at him. Mom, what are you thinking about? What else do you want? There are also these boxes. Zhou Xiaoyan took out a few boxes that looked very ordinary. They were made of the highest quality jade of astral souls. Note that the highest quality jade of astral souls was now labeled as very ordinary by Duo Dog and Yen Mao. When he opened the box, he saw that there were only a few small transparent bottles inside. Inside the bottles was a glistening yellow, half-solid, half-liquid kind of thing that looked very appetizing. Zhou Xiaoyan picked up a bottle and opened it. Suddenly, a refreshing osmanthus fragrance wafted out. Zhou Xiaoyan had only smelled this fragrance, but he could already feel that his soul had become much more awake. She even felt like she was in a trance. Zhou Xiaoduo also had a similar feeling. Both of them sensed that after smelling or coming in contact with this fragrance, their soul power started to show signs of slowly increasing. Although it was slow, it continued to increase bit by bit. It was real. Both of them couldn't help but be shocked. Then they were so surprised that they almost couldn't speak. Their cultivation had improved greatly recently, and they understood more and more how difficult the path of cultivation was. They also realized how difficult it was to improve the soul power, which was the most difficult part of cultivation. Usually, they would only be able to improve a little after cultivating for a few days. Well, this was not something a normal cultivator would say. For a normal cultivator to increase the power of their soul bit by bit, it would take years of accumulation and painstaking effort. If they could improve a little bit in a few days, it would be a rare opportunity. Both of them had countless opportunities and limitless resources. They even had a huge cheating device like the Tower of Emptiness in their hands. Therefore, if there was anything that sounded unreasonable, please forgive them. After all, this was something that normal people couldn't get even if they were envious of it. Both of them had always felt that it was difficult to improve their soul power. Now that they could improve their soul power just by smelling this fragrance, what would happen if they ate it? Could this be the legendary laurel honey that has long been extinct? Zhou Xiaoyan instinctively raised her head to look for the moon. Then, she remembered that they were now thousands of meters underground. How could they see the moon? She hurriedly turned back. Laurel honey? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't understand. In fact, Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know either. She had only seen this name by chance in the ancient books of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In fact, laurel honey was the best honey brewed from the essence of the nectar collected by special spiritual bees after the innate spiritual plant, laurel palace laurel tree, bloomed. This kind of laurel honey was not a priceless treasure because it had been lost and was priceless. Instead, it was because in terms of nourishing the soul, It was the unparalleled best product in the world. It was also the best treatment for the soul injuries that were said to be incurable in the world. It could be said that every treatment was accurate, and the illness would be cured without any aftereffects. After the treatment, the patient's soul would even be improved to a certain extent. It was indeed a divine item that was hard to find. The only pity was that this legendary item had long been extinct in the world. It really only existed in legends. You have a total of... Zhuoxiaoduo took a look. 99 bottles? Yes. Zhu Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes and said, "You take 69 bottles and I'll keep 30 bottles. You can get more from me when you're done." "Sister, did you learn math from your music teacher? I took twice as many bottles as you did, and then I'll get more from you when I'm done? What kind of logic is this? Besides, I'm taking 69 bottles, isn't that too much?" Zhu Xiaoduo lectured her discontentedly and looked like he was going to decline. Then he said refreshingly, "Then I'll accept your kindness and take these 69 bottles." Zhu Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. She almost wanted to hit him. "Let's drink one bottle each and try the effect." Zhu Xiaoduo was eager to take action. "Use my share." Zhu Xiaoyan was furious. She said, "You got so much, of course I'll drink yours." Both of them opened a bottle each, raised their heads and gulped it down. "It's so delicious." Zhu Xiaoduo wiped his mouth and felt like he hadn't had enough. It was too delicious. No wonder it was a legendary fantasy. Seeing that Zhu Xiaoyan's mouth was still wet, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't move." Zhu Xiaoyan was about to wipe her mouth when she was shocked by him. She said, "Ah?" Zhu Xiaoduo slowly leaned over and warned her seriously, don't move. If you drop it, it'll be a waste." After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and licked Zhu Xiaoyan's mouth. He said, "This is good stuff, don't waste it." Then he said, "There's more on your lips." "I'm sure there's more on my lips too. Don't waste it. This is a treasure of heaven and earth. If you waste even a little bit, you'll be punished by the heavens. As a result." Oh. Chapter 948. Zhu Xiaoduo ate very meticulously. He ate tirelessly for more than 10 minutes before he finally finished all the laurel honey on Zhu Xiaoyan's lips. Zhu Xiaoyan's face and neck were all red from eating laurel honey. She pouted her slightly swollen red lips and said proudly, "Put it away. You're not allowed to be so rude in the future." "Okay, I won't do it again. I'm really afraid of wasting it this time. Just this once, don't do it again." "Yes, ma'am. You have the final say." "Humph." Zhu Xiaoduo licked his lips and smiled contentedly as he put away all 69 bottles. Of course, these 69 bottles included the 2 that had just been emptied. "This is a priceless treasure. Even if it's just a bottle, it's still good stuff. I'll probably still be able to use some spirit water when I go back and rinse it." Just smelling it was already effective. "I'll rinse it for swollen. When he's overjoyed, I'll take out an entire bottle and drink it in front of him." Zhu Xiaoduo couldn't help but want to laugh as he imagined Li Chenglong's crumbling face. Then he saw that Zhu Xiaoyan had already sat down cross-legged. Zhu Xiaoduo had also felt the dizziness from the rapid increase in the power of his consciousness. He hurriedly sat down and began to circulate his energy to digest the honey. It had to be said that if there were people who knew how precious laurel honey was, they would probably faint on the spot if they saw the 2 of them drinking laurel honey like this. If they didn't faint, as long as their cultivation base was passable, they would definitely throw everything aside and beat the 2 of them up. This was the extremely precious laurel honey. Only 9 drops of laurel honey could be found in 1,000 years. There were at least 20 drops in this bottle, and the 2 of them had drunk it all. This was a super treasure that could heal the soul of a Dao integration stage cultivator with just 1 drop. Why didn't the 2 of you explode? In fact, Zhu Xiaoduo and Zhu Xiaoyan were about to explode. If the laurel honey did not increase the power of the divine soul, but instead increased the power of the spiritual energy, the 2 siblings would definitely not be lucky. The moment the effects erupted, they would directly explode and die. Even their divine souls would be destroyed, and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. But when it came to nourishing the spirit, the situation was completely different. Compared to the shallow spiritual origin cultivation, the 2 spirit seeds were each more powerful than the other. It was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. In fact, even if their spiritual seeds were far stronger than ordinary people's, a bottle of laurel honey would still be too much for them to handle. However, these 2 had helpers. The laurel honey floated above his spiritual sea, constantly emitting its effects and expanding his spiritual sea. As for Zhuxiaoduo's spiritual sea, it was as if he had opened a restaurant. Xiaobai and Jiu both threw themselves onto the laurel honey and gulped it down. Xiaolong sniffed the laurel honey off to the side. It didn't have a physical body, so it couldn't eat. It could only smell, but even just smelling the laurel honey was beneficial. Its illusory body was slowly growing larger. Xiao also stood on the spiritual sea with its 3 pitch-black claws. Although its sharp little beak was like that of a chick pecking at rice, its speed and frequency were astonishingly fast. It was the fastest of them all. The Huahuang sword, which had been dormant for a long time, was also shuttling back and forth in the spiritual sea, intercepting the power of the laurel honey and slowly mending its divine soul. One had to realize that the greatest flaw of the Huahuang sword was the damage to its divine soul. Now that it was being nourished by the laurel honey, it was a perfect combination. Zhuxiaoduo fed the 5 guys. Under such a fierce and wanton consumption, it didn't take long for them to no longer feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, Zhuxiaoyan, whose cultivation was higher, was struggling. She sat cross-legged and tried her best to bear it. In the spiritual sea, Xiao was the only one eating and drinking to its heart's content. At this moment, its belly was a little bloated, and its body was becoming more and more solid. Zhuxiaoyan's spiritual sea was also expanding crazily. Fortunately, her real cultivation had reached the peak of the god-reigning level. Otherwise, she might not have been able to pass this hurdle. But as long as she could bear it, it would be a great opportunity. Zhuxiaoyan struggled to bear it. Suddenly she felt her palm warm up and a warm force came in. It turned out that Zhuxiaoduo had reached out to help at the right time. Zhuxiaoyan's state of mind suddenly relaxed, and an instinctive sense of dependence arose spontaneously. What a good doggy. Whenever she had something she couldn't handle, he would always lend a helping hand. It was like this in the past, now, and in the future it would be like this too. Therefore the two spiritual sea connected. Zhuxiaoyan sent the laurel honey that she couldn't digest to Zhuxiaoduo. Over at Zhuxiaoduo's side, a few of his little playthings seemed to have not had their fill. Once they saw so many of them being sent over, they immediately rushed over. Eat, eat, eat. Eat, eat, eat. Eat, 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 eat. On Zhuxiaoyan's side, Ice Spirit looked up in surprise. Who stole my food and ate it? She couldn't help but feel angry. I can eat it later if I can't finish it. Who would complain about having more of this kind of food? Why was it suddenly taken away? What the hell, there was no time to think. It was taken away too quickly. Hurry up and eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Eat, eat, eat. Under these two effects, the pressure on Zhuxiaoyan was suddenly relieved. The slightly painful expression on her face turned into a comfortable one. After a long time. Finally, the two opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with comfort, but there was also a lingering fear. Don't drink a bottle at once in the future, Zhuxiaoduo concluded. I can only take 1 drop at most. This thing is too powerful. Zhuxiaoyan emphasized. We almost had an accident. Thank goodness we have you. Humph, how are you, hubby? How are you, hubby? Then why don't you give me a kiss as a reward? After a long time, the two celebrated the great increase in their spiritual sea power. Zhuxiaoyan deeply felt that she had been too impulsive. She pouted and said, just this once. Okay. While the two of them were celebrating outside, Little White and Little Jiu worked together to chase Xiao Xiao out. The two little fellows were so angry that their bodies trembled. After eating, they realized that there was another thing behind them. How many good things did you steal from us? You have legs, a head, and even wings. Can't you go and steal from others? Can't you see that we have nothing? What the fuck? You have 3 legs. That's even more wrong. The two little calabashes were so angry that they puffed up. Next time they must tell mommy not to let this guy see such good things again. As for Xiaolong, how much can you absorb? Besides, we are still young and don't have enough power. We can't find him and beat him up yet. Let's record this first. Then, the two little calabashes happily went back to the Vitality Sea and continued to float. They were full of joy and complacency. Following this mommy was indeed much better than following the original mommy. Not only did this mommy have the Vitality Sea, but she could also eat souls often and get such good things to nourish the spiritual sea. Moreover, she could eat as much as she wanted. This was more than not a loss. It was totally worth it. They had made the right choice. Delightful. Delightful. Of course, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan did not know what was going on inside. The two of them began to study the jade scroll left by the Lunar Star Lord. True understanding of the lunar star. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "This is a set of cultivation techniques." As she spoke, she took it out and studied it carefully. After a few minutes, she suddenly exclaimed, "Damn! This, this, this is the complete version of the Moon Sutra." No, I should say that the Moon Sutra is only a part of the true understanding of the lunar star. It can't be? What a coincidence. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also shocked. How could there be such a good thing in the world? After getting this, I have paved the path of cultivation directly. I don't have to worry about going astray anymore. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very excited. All the questions and doubts that she had in the process of cultivating the Moon Sutra in the past were all answered here. And they were all answered in secret. According to the true understanding of the lunar star, the Moon Sutra was at most the upper half of the true understanding of the lunar star. Although it could be cultivated step by step to an extremely high level, the cultivation technique was ultimately not complete. The true understanding of the lunar star included all the upper, middle, and lower parts. It was a dreamy cultivation technique that pointed directly to the great Tao. That's great. Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped her thigh excitedly. Are there any other legacies? There's also a set of light shadow sword technique, a set of clear radiance sword technique, as well as light shadow footwork, clear radiance footwork, and a tracking technique called Cinnamon Horizon. It uses the petals of cinnamon osmanthus to execute a soul-leading tracking technique. No matter in the sky or on the ground, no one can escape from it. It seems that the Azure Dragon Sage was defeated by this technique. What else? There is also a piece of cultivation comprehension. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also very confused. This lunar star monarch did not introduce herself at all in the things that she left behind. The only name they knew was Lunar Star Monarch, was from the Azure Dragon Lord's mouth in the timeline. Thinking back to the timeline, the Lunar Star Monarch took the initiative to stay behind and perish together with the Azure Dragon Lord, that the two of them could faintly feel that this Lunar Star Monarch seemed to be impatient. Or rather, she could not wait to disappear into the long river of history as soon as possible. That is, it would be best if no one knew about me. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoyan was blindly thinking, but this feeling was very obvious. After seeing Zhuo Xiaoyan's gains and feeling ecstatic for Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt a little self-pity. Now that I think about it, I didn't get anything from this trip. Originally, I had some hope of catching up with Sister Nian, but now that Sister Nian has obtained the true essence of the lunar scripture and so many resources, it seems like I have no hope in this lifetime. Zhuo Xiaoyan also felt that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not get anything and comforted him. You will definitely have other opportunities to get more. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed deeply as tears almost flowed out. He looked very pitiful. This expression made Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart ache, so she hugged him and comforted him. If the Azure Dragon Lord and the Lunar Star Monarch saw this scene and heard this, they would probably die of anger on the spot. Chapter 949. Anyone would want to beat him up if they heard him. You've already taken the fortune plate, what else do you want? How did he manage to say, I didn't get anything? You even needed someone to comfort you. Comfort? However, Zhuo Xiaoyan did comfort Zhuo Xiaoduo for a long time because she felt that Zhuo Xiaoduo really did not get anything. He was really too pitiful. After that, the two of them discussed and decided to cultivate for a while. After all, the flow of time in the Tower of Emptiness was very fast, so it was rare for the two of them to be together. When we go back this time, I'll prepare to officially break through to the mystic realm. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that she was being suppressed and said, through this soul nourishment opportunity, my Dantian and astral souls are greatly beneficial. I feel that I can suppress it a few more times. How many times now? 39. Oh, good luck. That should be enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. No, I have to at least hold on until 45 times. Zhuo Xiaoyan was fuming. The sense of crisis in her heart did not lessen even after she obtained the true understanding of lunar scripture. Little Doggy's luck was very strong and he was chasing after her closely. The gap between the two of them was shrinking day by day. If she did not work hard, he might really catch up with her. Even if she obtained the true understanding of lunar scripture, she could not let her guard down. She had to suppress Little Doggy. If she wanted to spank him, she would spank him. If she wanted to trample on him, she would trample on him. With absolute strength, she would defend her dignity and her position in the family. What about you, Doggy? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. At most, I can only do it 40 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo sobbed and said, now that you've obtained the true understanding of extreme Yin, It's only a matter of time before your cultivation improves greatly. I might not be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, let alone in a short time. Tiske. Who would believe you? Zhuxiaoyan knew Zhuxiao Duo very well. She couldn't help but think to herself, with his bad temper, he has always tried his best to defeat me and catch up with me. He won't give up just because of the true understanding of the Lunar Palace. This time, he must be waiting for me in a trap again. If he said 40 times, then he would have to suppress his true essence to at least 50 times. It seems that I have to think of a way to suppress my true essence to 50 times. Zhuxiaoyan patted Zhuxiao Duo on the shoulder and said, "Good luck." Zhuxiao Duo patted Zhuxiaoyan's buttocks. "Kitty, you can do it." "Wow. Feels so good." Puff. Zhuxiao Duo flew out. Well, before he really caught up with Zhuxiaoyan, he still had to continue his career as a trapeze artist. 2 days and 2 nights later. Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan came out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Both of them did not slack off this time. During the 4 months of cultivation in the Tower of Annihilation, they had raised their cultivation to the peak of their current limit. In the last few hours, they did not dare to continue their cultivation. They were afraid that they would break through in the Tower of Annihilation. It would be difficult to explain, so they just did it for a few hours. During this time, although Zhuxiaoyan was very coquettish, in the end she still did a dance for this guy without knowing why. After thinking about it, it really hurt her self-esteem. She didn't expect Zhuxiao Duo to make an even more outrageous request. Zhuxiaoyan refused firmly. She tidied up her dress and hurriedly flew out. "I'm going back to Shangjing. Oh, don't forget, in a few days our parents will call us. Pay attention to your phone, don't miss any messages. Let's go together." "No." Okay, but you have to be honest on the way. We're just in a hurry. We'll separate when we reach Fenghai." "That's not good, right? It's not on the way." "Okay, let's do it." In front of Zhuxiao Duo, Zhuxiaoyan was defeated without any surprise. It couldn't be helped. This guy was acting cute, acting cool, and acting cool. His sweet words were like a piece of candy that couldn't be removed. How could Zhuxiaoyan resist this kind of three-dimensional entanglement from head to toe? Naturally, her initial refusal turned into a compromise in the end. It was not surprising at all. Zhuxiaoyan frowned and looked unhappy. So annoying, the two of them did not hesitate. They rushed into the air and flew all the way in the direction of Fenghai. As the two of them reappeared and revealed their aura, the few people who had been secretly following them finally found the traces of the two little ancestors. They breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. We finally completed the mission. This time it was an eye-opener. Let's go back, I'm so tired. The main thing is that I'm tired. And that little guy's actions directly made my face bleed. Little bastard. Naturally, someone will settle this with him. Let's go, let's go. The four of them parted ways and went their separate ways. The 4 clouds in the sky also quietly dispersed. After a long while, a gray shadow faintly appeared in the originally clear sky. Then it rushed down like a wisp of smoke. It actually found the passage where the two of them dug the mysterious ice and went in. At the core of the mysterious ice that Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan dug, the gray shadow observed for a long time. He frowned and was still puzzled. How did this little bastard find this place? This kind of hidden place was painstakingly searched for by the ice abyss, which for a long time, but the harvest was very little. This kid just went all the way down and found everything. Little Yu's son has a lot of secrets. And at the beginning, there was a burst of dragon's aura that was so strong that I didn't dare to come down. What the hell was that? But now this kid has implicated a heavenly king. His cultivation progress is so fast. If he ascends to the sky realm too early and doesn't have a solid enough foundation, he might fall into a trap. After thinking for a while, the gray shadow slipped out of the tunnel and chased in the direction of Fenghai. I'm still a little worried. Damn it, I'm really a wretch. In the early years I was busy looking for a wife. When I found a wife, I was busy serving my wife. When my wife was gone, I started to worry about my daughter. After worrying for my whole life, I was cheated by an old thing who is older than me. It's not easy for me to not worry about my daughter, but now I have to worry about my daughter's son. If this goes on, when will it end? Am I still a freaking demon? Since ancient times, has there been a demon as worried as me? Damn it. Damn it, this is so weird. I usually call him brother, but he became my son-in-law. This is. After so many years, he actually didn't tell me that he had a grandson. That guy is really not a good person. If I didn't kill Bloodsword this time, I wouldn't have known that I actually made a little toy. I missed out on so many years, if only I could play with him since he was young. He's not human. I'm really drunk to have such a daughter and son-in-law. The gray shadow muttered in his heart as he chased after them. After chasing for about half of the distance, he realized that he couldn't catch up. He couldn't help but feel surprised. How can these two little bastards move so fast? Although I didn't use my full strength with this speed, there aren't many people in the world that I can't catch up to. He didn't believe it and sped up again, vowing to catch up to the siblings that however, the Zhuxiaonian duo had started first, and he had wasted a lot of time at the foot of the White Mountain. With the speed of Zhuxiao duo and Zhuxiaonian, it wasn't easy to catch up to them. The gray shadow chased them all the way to Fenghai, but he still couldn't catch up. This is so freaking rare. Slap. He slapped his mouth. I can't scold him, that's my daughter. That. Duo, why didn't you try to fuse with that piece of jade you just got? Before Zhuxiaonian left, she was curious about this matter. I don't plan to fuse with it for now. Zhuxiao duo frowned. I keep feeling that the result of fusing with it won't be good. Rather than trying it rashly, it's better to keep it as it is. What? The newly obtained creation corner was originally in the hands of the Azure Dragon Saint. It was used as a life spirit weapon by him and was specially used for killing. It was tainted with too much murderous aura. Not to mention the people that this Lord Saint killed were all of very high levels. Any one of them would be beyond our understanding. Zhuxiao duo also had a headache. With my current cultivation, if I rashly fuse with the jade, it's very likely that I won't be able to withstand the resentment and evil spirit left behind by so many powerful people before they died. I'll easily die instantly and my soul will scatter. Zhuxiao duo was still very self-aware. If he rashly fused with the piece of creation when his cultivation was not high enough and his spirit was not strong enough, the evil spirit on it could make him an idiot even if it did not kill him. He was speechless in his heart. This kind of thing is actually used to kill. What the hell? Zhuxiaonian was also a little confused. Then what should we do? This matter can't be rushed. I'll slowly think of a way. You don't have to worry about it, I'll definitely find a way to deal with it, Zhuxiao duo said. Okay, if you need any help, you must tell me immediately. I'll be at your beck and call. What I need most now is to strip naked and sleep in bed. Can I really be at your beck and call? I'm so happy. Get lost. Zhuxiaonian jumped up and turned into a white cloud, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This little puppy, he's talking nonsense again. So annoying, humph. Oh, I forgot to give him a kiss before I left. Should I go back? Thinking about it, it's already so far away. I'm not going back, maybe next time. Zhuxiaonian regained her iceberg temperament. She was cold and sharp all the way to Shangjing all the way. The further she was from Zhuxiao duo, the more intense the coldness became. Almost to Shangjing, it was completely cold and unapproachable. Zhuxiao duo looked at the person who was leaving and snorted, very dissatisfied. When I was young, she would take off my clothes and hug me to sleep every day. She didn't even want a doll. She didn't care if I was willing or not, she would take off her clothes and hug me. Now, I've taken the initiative to come to her door, and she actually took the initiative to attack me. Women. Women are too fickle. How can they be as loyal as men? Men, from their teens to tens of thousands of years old, all want to hug someone into their bed. Chapter 950. Zhuxiao duo muttered to himself. He deeply felt the fickleness of women. And the biggest difference between a man and a woman. From the beginning to the end, from when they were on Mount Whitehead until now, Zhuxiao duo and Zhuxiaonian had never mentioned Jun Changkong. It was not intentional, but they had completely forgotten about it. Whether it was Zhuxiao duo or Zhuxiaonian, they did not see this kid as a threat. He was like air. No, air was something that no one could obtain. How could that kid compare to air? After watching Zhuxiaonian leave, Zhuxiao duo did not return to the city directly. Instead, he went to the south of the city, to the place where Bai Yun duo put the Astral Soul's jade powder. He saw that there was already a mountain of Astral Soul's jade powder. There are so many of them. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Zhuxiao duo looked around like a thief and began to collect the powder into the Tower of Emptiness. It took him a full 10 minutes to collect all the powder above the ground. Then he collected all the powder in the cave, leaving not a single bit of powder behind. Zhuxiao duo was very satisfied with the harvest this time. After all, it had been a long time since he came to collect the powder. He did not expect that the coincidence that day would last until today. How could he not encounter such a good opportunity to help others and himself every day? Even if he encountered it 8 or 10 times a day, it would not be too much. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo went to Mr. Sun's place without stopping. Young Master Zhou, Happy New Year. Mr. Sun was wearing new clothes and looked very happy. Happy New Year? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the 2 days he spent with Zhou Xiaoyan included New Year's Eve. Today was the first day of the new year. Wasn't it the day to pay New Year's greetings? Another year had passed. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel an indescribable sense of melancholy. Ever since he had become a cultivator, he had been working hard every day to improve his cultivation. He had been working hard, sprinting and hovering between life and death. He had long forgotten about these traditional festivals. New Year's. Luckily, I spent New Year's Eve with Nian Cat yesterday. Finally, we had a reunion. But I didn't even rest on New Year's Eve. I'm so tired. This Nine Heavens Pavilion is too inhumane. Nian Cat has to go back to work on the first day of the Lunar New Year. It's as tiring as the web novelists. They're all people who can't rest even during the Lunar New Year. But we're still not bad. After all, our cultivation level has increased. As for that bunch of useless authors, other than breaking their bodies, they don't even have a considerate one. When Zhou Xiaoduo thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. After all, there were people in this world who were more tired and miserable than him. Especially that person surnamed Feng. What was the use of having a high family status? But what was the use of being handsome? You don't earn much money and you can't even rest during the new year. I really pity you. I owe Boss Sun Happy New Year. Zhou Xiaoduo casually took out 2 boxes of 50-year-old table wine. I'm here to give you a New Year's greeting. You've worked hard this year. Boss Sun's eyes almost popped out. It was actually 50-year-old table wine. And there were 2 boxes. 2 full boxes. Oh my god. I can properly act cool this year. It's not a problem to act cool for a year. I can act cool until next year. Who would drink 50-year-old table wine during the Lunar New Year? Oh. Young Master Zhou, you're too polite. Boss Sun received it enthusiastically. Please take a seat inside. No need, I'm just here to take a look at the powder. Speaking of the powder, young Master Zhou, I'm sure you'll be surprised this time. Mr. Sun laughed reservedly, with a kind of smug look that couldn't wait to show off his achievement. He naturally knew that people like Zhou Xiaoduo were almost no different from gods in the heavens to him. Naturally, he wouldn't go in with him to drink. Immediately, he walked with Zhou Xiaoduo to the sports field. Zhou Xiaoduo came to the sports field to take a look and was immediately shocked. Because he found that the sports field where the Astral Soul's jade powder was piled up had expanded again. After the last expansion, a huge amount of space was drawn in again. During this period of time, there was no news from young Master Zhou. There wasn't enough space and the goods kept coming here. I was afraid that I would delay young Master Zhou's matters. So, I gathered my courage and told the leader that this was what young Master Zhou wanted to stock up. Boss Sun rubbed his hands and was a little nervous. He said, I didn't expect that. The management would happily give the surrounding land to us. The rent is very little, hehehe. Young Master Zhou, don't worry. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He said, not bad. Boss Sun is really reliable. Boss Sun said, I'm very satisfied that young Master Zhou doesn't blame me for acting on my own accord. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, this? It's better to use less of the banner. If you use too much of it, it won't be worth much. Thinking about it, this little benefit was still necessary as long as it wasn't too excessive. And this Boss Sun was obviously a timid person. Yes. Well, I'll pay you later. You can rest assured and continue to collect. When you collect again, although the space is bigger, try to pile it up as high as possible. That way there will be a lot more. I'll come and collect when I have time. Yes, young Master Zhou is right. Young Master Zhou is really wise. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. After collecting the Astral Soul's jade powder, Zhou Xiaoduo paid all the bills and gave Boss Sun an extra 10,000 yuan. He was very rich and imposing. This is the bonus for this year. Well done. After paying the money, he took out some top-grade tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea, as well as some elixirs that were good for the human body but could not be bought by ordinary people. There was almost half a cart full of them, directly blocking Boss Sun's door. He knew that Boss Sun liked this kind of style. What he wanted was this kind of face. Giving such things directly was far more practical than giving money directly. Do you know, when young Master Zhou came to my house that day giving out the bonus and New Year's gifts, he directly blocked the door of my house. He directly used good things to block the door. Do you know what it means to block the door with good things? That scene was too shocking. The whole neighborhood was stunned. Do you understand? That Huazi Qingshan Taishan Qingshan that's called spectacular. Why, do you want to drink it? That depends on your performance. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo would never be stingy with this kind of surprise, this kind of face, this kind of benefit without any cost. Anyway, the top-grade things in the eyes of ordinary people were no longer useful in his hands. When Zhuxiaoduo returned to the villa, Li Chenglong was nowhere to be seen. He knew that this guy, who valued women more than friends, must have gone to Xiang Bing's house for New Year's. Thinking about it, he was old and did not come back. It was just brother Li Chenglong alone. Even if he did not go to Xiang Bing's house, he had to go back to his hometown in Phoenix City. After all, it was the custom of all high martial arts schools to have a 10-day holiday for New Year's. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was no exception. Zhuxiaoduo suddenly remembered that when they parted, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio had said that the two of them would directly go back to their hometown from Whitehead Mountain. They could still make it in time for the end of the year. Thinking of this, and looking at himself who was all alone, Zhuxiaoduo's mood fell again. He sat quietly on the steps and looked over there. It was already a piece of flat land in the direction of Grandma Sher's house. He was lost in thought for a long time. How I wish the house would suddenly appear and the white-haired figure would appear and shout with a smile, "Little monkey, it's time to eat. Let's have New Year's Eve dinner." Zhuxiaoduo looked until his eyes were sore and he finally lowered his head. He sighed softly and murmured, "Even if you wait for the new year to pass before you leave, I know that I will avenge you sooner or later. But I still miss you so much. I miss you so much." Zhuxiaoduo squatted alone on the stone steps. He did not know why, but he felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness in his heart. For a moment, it was hard to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. He walked out of the villa and walked aimlessly to the street. Looking at the sea of people that usually filled the street, he saw that it was slightly empty today. Only the occasional New Year's greeting could be seen. As far as the eye could see, everyone was wearing new clothes. Every house was clean and tidy. There was a joyous atmosphere and smiles everywhere. Whether they knew each other or not, as long as they saw each other, they would smile and say, "Happy New Year." Zhuxiaoduo followed the reins and walked through the crowd. Suddenly, someone came from the opposite side and stopped not far away from Zhuxiaoduo. He smiled and said, "Happy New Year." Zhuxiaoduo was stunned for a moment before he said, "Happy New Year." The person smiled in a friendly manner and walked past him. Along the way, many people greeted Zhuxiaoduo and wished him a Happy New Year. Zhuxiaoduo only felt that the feeling of being greeted was so strange yet so familiar. When he was in Phoenix City, he spent the New Year like this every year. It was really no different from now. Everyone walked on the street with smiles on their faces. They were full of hope and longing for life. Even those who were unlucky all year round would be full of hope after New Year's Eve, thinking that the bad luck had left them. Because this New Year's Eve was finally over. The end of New Year's Eve was the beginning of the new year. Now that the end of the new year was over, everything had to start anew. The bad luck must be gone and the good luck must come. How long had it been in total? He actually felt unfamiliar with this feeling. He even felt a little out of place. Yes, by now, Zhuxiaoduo could already be sure that if there were no accidents, his lifespan would far exceed the range of ordinary people. He could live for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. The feeling of the annual New Year's Eve gradually faded. What was the meaning of this so-called New Year to him? Day by day, year by year, everything was the same. Was there no difference at all? He walked all the way. Unknowingly, he walked again to the neighborhood where Grandma Sher used to live. He looked up and saw that it was still a pile of ruins. It was just that the ruins had been cleaned up. Many people had built wooden houses and small houses in the ruins. The original houses had collapsed and were in ruins. The higher-ups kept saying that they needed to be repaired, but they had not done so. After all, there were too many things to do and there were too many poor areas that needed to be taken care of. How could they have so much energy to take care of a place that was completely devoid of human life? Chapter 951. The people here were different from other places. Even though it was the new year, their faces were full of sighs and disappointment. Many people unconsciously walked to the side of the big pit left behind after Grandma Sher moved away to take a look. There were no smiles on their faces, only sighs. They remembered that when Grandma Sher was here, the water, electricity, heating and other facilities here were the best in the city, and the supply was the most timely. But how did the people living here treat the widow of a martyr? Now, she had moved away. All the special treatment here had also moved away with her. If you knew this would happen, why did you? She's just a lonely old lady. So what if you treated her nicely? Did she lose a few pieces of meat? Even if you showed a little bit of kindness, how could it end up like this? Why did you have to make the whole community feel like they were being raised by a stepmother? When the young people in the community went out to look for jobs, when they heard that they were from this community, they were not hired. No matter how high their education was, they were not hired. Because their character was not good enough. What kind of sin did you commit? Everyone's faces were ashen, and they were numbly pasting the New Year couplets. They looked at their originally beautiful and comfortable houses that were now in ruins, and then looked at the wooden house that they were living in now. It was leaking from time to time. Many people were really regretting it so much that their intestines were swollen. Zhuxiao Duo stood quietly in front of Grandma Sher's old house, as if he was seeing the stubborn old lady again. He closed the door with a bang. The scene where the wind and rain were all shut outside the door. If I hadn't urged Grandma Sher to move away, she would have been living here and she might not have died. Zhuxiao Duo was lost in thought. But there was no answer to this question. Many people noticed Zhuxiao Duo, and some people recognized that this child used to visit the lonely old lady often. So, someone came up to him. Young man, you. They were eagerly pleading, and their eyes were pleading, begging Zhuxiao Duo to speak up so that they could receive the care and repair they deserved earlier. Zhuxiao Duo turned a deaf ear, and he was still looking at the original traces in a daze. It's the new year. Happy New Year. Zhuxiao Duo bowed deeply. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Behind him, there were so many people begging and pleading, but Zhuxiao Duo did not seem to hear a single word. Even the look in his eyes did not change in the slightest. What does his death have to do with me? I'm not a saint, nor am I a good person. Just as you are regretting, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? As he walked, he looked at Feng Hai, and for some reason, his soul trembled. Looking at the city that was immersed in the New Year atmosphere, he seemed to feel that his mentality was slowly changing. It was a very, very strange feeling. It was as if his entire spirit had been pulled out of this space. He was standing high up in the sky, looking down at all the living beings below. However, his body was incompatible with them, and he couldn't blend in no matter what. Zhuxiao Duo knew that this state was very abnormal, but he could not focus his attention. After a long while, he was still in a subtle state of floating and dreamy feeling. In the corner, a gray-robed old man couldn't help but be shocked. Is this stirring up one's mind? Soul rebirth? This is not a state that only geniuses who have advanced to the late stage of the God-reigning state, or even to the returning mystery state, can develop. He's only at the Huayan stage. How can his soul power be so strong? Not good. How can a Huayan sea of consciousness control a soul like Si Peiran's? The gray-robed old man's chi sank into his dantian, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Tut!" With a light rebuke, a surge of spiritual consciousness wrapped in soul power suddenly exploded in Zhuxiaoduo's ears. Then, Zhuxiaoduo's scattered spiritual consciousness, which was about to explode, quickly returned to his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, Bai and Jiu were trembling in fear. They sank into the sea of vitality and pretended to be dead. Just now, it was the two of them who had absorbed the spiritual consciousness power and repeatedly cultivated. Bai spat it out to Jiu and Jiu spat it out to Bai. Every time they exchanged, the power became purer. However, this time, when little Jiu spat it out, she suddenly realized that there was a faint shadow of a sword beside her that was secretly intercepting the energy. How could she not know that someone was stealing her benefits? She was furious and wanted to step forward to fight. And this nameless action caused the power that Jiu and Bai were swallowing to be unbalanced. The unbalanced power, because it had accumulated too much power, exploded in an instant, and almost blew up Zhuxiaoduo's sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that the gray-robed old man was experienced and knowledgeable enough to instantly judge the situation and burst out his own spiritual energy to help, Zhuxiaoduo would have to pay the price of being muddle-headed for half a day at the very least. His sea of consciousness might even be damaged and would require a lot of effort to recover. After all, the spiritual consciousness of an innate spiritual treasure was not to be underestimated. Of course, the situation had changed again. Because of this change, the small amount of spiritual consciousness power that Bai and Jiu had leaked out had become Zhuxiaoduo's. It could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. But the reason and the final pros and cons, whether it was by Zhuo Zuoshaoduo or the gray-robed old man, all of them only knew what they were involved in. None of them knew the whole picture. In the next moment, Zuoshaoduo suddenly felt a burst of clarity. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly had a subtle feeling that he had returned to the human world. It was a wonderful feeling. Everything in front of him seemed to have gone from a complete blur to 10,000% clear. Suddenly he jumped high and laughed. It's the new year. Before his voice died away, he had already run away. The gray-robed old man wanted to say a few words to him, but he saw the kid run away without a trace that he couldn't help but scratch his head and smile. Yes, it's the new year. It's the new year again. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Too many memories flashed in his eyes. It's the new year again. After a long time he caught up with him again. Zuoshaoduo ran all the way back to the villa, but he didn't go home. Instead, he ran to Yi Changqing's house to pay his New Year's greetings. Unfortunately, Yi Changqing wasn't home. He then ran to Wen Xingtian's place, but he wasn't there either. Zuoshaoduo couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was New Year's Eve. Why were they all missing? Zuoshaoduo didn't believe it and called Wen Xingtian. Only then did he know that Wen Xingtian and his brothers had taken advantage of the holiday to visit the graves of their fallen brothers. While he was at it, he would go to the tomb of the heroic souls and have a drink with his brothers. Zuoshaoduo naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to disturb the gathering of his old brothers. After thinking about it, he called Li Chenglong and asked about the situation of Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan. Li Chenglong replied that nothing unusual had happened. Everyone was celebrating the new year at the Xiang family's house. They gathered together happily and harmoniously. Li Chenglong then asked Zuoshaoduo if he was coming. As soon as he opened his mouth, another group of people took over the phone and invited Zuoshaoduo to play poker. Then Li Chenglong anxiously shouted from the side, "He can come, but he doesn't play poker. After playing once, there will only be a few cards left. He can pocket more than 200 cards and keep more than 100 for cheating." Everyone burst into laughter at once. They laughed and scolded that there was actually such a shameless person in the world. Zuoshaoduo cursed loudly, "Li Chenglong, you're ruining my reputation. Just you wait." Then he set off for the Xiang family's old house. After walking around the Xiang family's house, he found that the ancestor of the Xiang family, Xiang Quangren, was indeed not there. As a result, the whole Xiang family's house had directly become a paradise for young people. Zuoshaoduo didn't stay too long at the Xiang family's house. He went to the Gao family's house. Like before, he got up and left after a few minutes. Gao Qiao knew that he had too many things to deal with, so she straightforwardly asked him if he wanted her to help him deal with them. Zuoshaoduo thought for a while and said, "Let's talk about it after the 10th of the new year." Before and after the new year, the most important thing was to spend time together. Even for martial artists who had entered the path of cultivation, festivals were still very important things. Because at any time they might lie cold in Jianghu or be shattered and scattered on the battlefield. Therefore, every festival was very precious. Zuoshaoduo didn't want to ruin it. After leaving the Gao family's house, he ran into Wu Yunhai, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Wu Yunhai and his brother stood at the entrance of the street, covered in falling snow. They seemed to be waiting for Zuoshaoduo to come out. Class monitor Zua, do you want to come to my house and have a chat? Today is the first day of the new year. Let's have some fun and relax. Wu Yunhai appeared very enthusiastic, expectant, and nervous. Since the big incident in the Starry Mountains, the Wu family had no chance to mend their relationship with Zuoshaoduo. Since then, Zuoshaoduo's strength and status had soared to the highest heavens like a comet. They had no chance to touch him again. Gao Qiao, Li Chenglong, and the others besides Zuoshaoduo were like an iron wall, blocking off all the unintentional guests. Even if the Wu family wanted to make do, there was no chance. Even today, Wu Yunhai had to mentally prepare himself and muster up his courage. The entire Wu family was not in the mood to celebrate the new year. They were all waiting for the result of this invitation. Zuoshaoduo said apologetically, "I have something to do. Next time. Next time for sure." He laughed and said, "Happy New Year." They brushed past each other and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Wu Yunhai wanted to turn around and say something, but Zuoshaoduo had already leaped into the air and turned into a stream of light. He opened the space barrier and disappeared without a trace. Wu Yunhai's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He knew very well that the Wu family would never be able to enter Zuoshaoduo's sight again. Originally, their relationship had been mended. There was even a high chance that they could turn enemies into friends like the Gao family. Then they could deepen their cooperation and ride on this ride to soar to the heavens. But now it was completely impossible. This also meant that the Wu family's title as one of the top families in Fenghai would not last long. Wu Yunhai was feeling dejected when he suddenly saw Gao Qiao walk out of the Gao family's gate. When she saw Wu Yunhai and the others, she could not help but smile. Wu Yunhai, why are you here on the first day of the new year? Wu Yunhai laughed bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and said softly, Sister Qiao, I really envy you. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, it's nothing more than earning a living. What's there to be envious about? Wu Yunhai smiled. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, Sister Qiao, do you think the Wu family still has a chance? Gao Qiao smiled. It's possible. Everything is possible. Wu Yunhai took a deep breath and said, Sister Qiao, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it? Gao Qiao said, it's the new year. What suggestion? There are still many things to do at home. I'll go in now. Gao Qiao clearly did not want to hear it. However, Wu Yunhai did not want to let go of this last chance. He took a step forward and said almost pleadingly, Sister Qiao, I know that you're now by Zhu's side and handling many things. You're already like a housekeeper. The Wu family does not ask to be like the Gao family. However, if Sister Qiao has any needs or if you're too busy, we can help you. We won't dare to disobey your orders. Wu Yunhai paused and said, we'll help for free. No questions asked. Gao Qiao's eyes focused. She then smiled and said, Yunhai, you're very considerate. However, look at the Gao family. There are still many people who are idling around. There's really not much to do. With so many idlers, how can there be a time when we're too busy? Wu Yunhai said with a miserable expression, Sister Qiao, can't you give me a chance? Gao Qiao hesitated and sighed softly. She said, Yunhai, you've already said so much today. I won't hide anything from you. You think I have that kind of weight by Zhu's side? That I can just casually add another family? If the Gao family uses Zhu's influence to take in other families, then I, Gao Qiao, will have a chance in the future? You found the wrong person to ask for my help. Gao Qiao narrowed her eyes and said calmly, Zhu's cake is indeed delicious and huge. However, the Gao family doesn't have such a good appetite. We don't even have the guts to eat it. If the Wu family wants to eat it, at least the Gao family can't do anything about it. Wu Yunhai's expression became even uglier. Sister Qiao, yours was favorite. If even you can't do anything, then what hope does the Wu family have? You. A sharp light flashed in Gao Qiao's eyes. She smiled faintly and said, Yunhai, you really think too highly of a weak woman like me. I'm not belittling myself by calling myself a weak woman. In our small team, I'm really a weak woman. There's no one weaker than me. How can I have any relationship with the most popular person? If you insist on talking about the most popular person, then in the entire Fenghai, there's only one person who can help you. Oh, Li Chenglong. Gao Qiao waved her hand and went back. Happy New Year. Wu Yunhai smiled bitterly. Happy New Year. He watched Gao Qiao go back. Then we'll go find Li Chenglong? Beside him, another Wu family disciple said. No need. Gao Qiao has completely rejected our alliance. There's no possibility of finding Li Chenglong. Wu Yunhai sighed softly. Li Chenglong hasn't even joined the Xiang family. How can he take care of the Wu family? This is a dead end. If we force it, not only will we offend Li Chenglong's Wuxiao duo, but we'll also offend the Xiang family. Now that the Wu family is in danger, if we offend them again, we'll really be destroyed. Gao Qiao wants the Wu family to die. Sigh. He sighed deeply, but he still couldn't figure it out. At the Starlight Mountain Range, the family had clearly made the move to establish a good relationship. Why did they suddenly hesitate and shrink back at that critical moment? What a critical juncture it was. At the same time, it was also the best opportunity for Wuxiao duo to die in the time when he needed help the most. The result now was that the Gao family seized this opportunity, but the Wu family didn't. Originally, the Gao family and the Wu family had the same status in Fenghai. They both belonged to the middle-class families. But now, how long had it been? The Gao family had already become the top family in Fenghai. The Wu family was not only in the same place, but was also gradually declining. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Now, even if he sent the Wu family to the Gao family's door, Gao Qiao or wouldn't even bother to do so. One wrong step, all wrong steps. Wu Yunhai was indescribably depressed. Those who followed Zhuo Duo, Li Chenglong, Gao Qiao, and the others, were said to have broken through to the God-reigning realm. Although Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were slightly weaker, they were still at the peak of the cloud transformation realm. They were only one step away from breaking through. Because they were all in the state of suppressing their true essence. Compared to ordinary peak of the cloud transformation realm who couldn't break through, it was only a matter of a thought for them to break through. And he was still only at the nascent soul transformation realm. Clearly not long ago he was still at the same level as them. How long had it been and he couldn't even catch up to them? Once the gap widened, would it only get bigger and bigger? Looking at the door of the Gao family, Wu Yunhai sighed bitterly and turned to leave. He knew that Gao Qiao must be looking at him from the door with the gaze of a victor, who asked him to be a loser. That was true. However, Wu Yunhai still thought too highly of himself. Gao Qiao didn't look at Wu Yunhai from the door. To Gao Qiao, the Wu family was really an existence not worth her attention. Especially after receiving the benefits from the Moonstar Monarch, Gao Qiao felt like she had been reborn. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She, who was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, actually suppressed it to 7 times and broke through to the God-reigning realm. Miss, the Wu family came to seek refuge? Yes. You didn't accept them? What the Wu family did in the past to Zhuo is no different from a betrayal. Zhuo looks like he doesn't care about anything. But I'm sure that as long as I accept the Wu family as a subordinate family of the Gao family, then our Gao family will be removed from the center of the group and never be able to rise again. Gao Qiao said indifferently, why you can't bear to? Bear. This person was Gao Qiao's uncle. At this moment, Gao Qiao's glare scared him into nodding his head. From now on, no one in the Gao family is allowed to contact the Wu family. Gao Qiao snorted and said indifferently, third uncle, if you do something like inviting a wolf into the house again, then go to the countryside to accompany grandfather. After saying that, she turned and left without waiting for her third uncle to reply. Behind her, a handsome middle-aged man kept wiping his sweat. Zhuo Duo rushed all the way to Phoenix City. It's the new year. I want to go home. On the way he received a call from Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice was tinged with guilt. Doggy, I just realized that today is the first day of the new year. Do you want me to go back and accompany you? No need, you just came to the capital. Why are you running back and forth? It was rare for Zhuo Duo to reject her warmth. He chuckled and said, I'm very happy here. Haven't you felt the festive and lively atmosphere of the new year? Then you have to be good. Be good and don't cry. You're the one crying. Of course you're crying. Nian cat, I can see your tears, ha. Doggy. Zhuo Xiaoyan hung up in exasperation, then smiled and wiped the tears from her face. Today is the first day of the new year. Dad, Mom, Nian misses you so much. Where's my red packet? This doggy is really heartless. He actually said that he's happy. I'll remember this and settle it with him the next time I see him. Zhuo Duo traveled across the mountains and rivers as he used his fastest speed to rush back to Phoenix City like a wisp of smoke. He saw the house he had lived in for 17 years. He took out the key with a cute kitten hanging from his ring, opened the door and walked in. The whole house was silent, and it was out of place with the bustling atmosphere outside. Zhuo Duo sat quietly in his parents' room for a while, then ran out. He bought Spring Festival couplets, the Chinese character for Fu, and many other things for the new year. When he got home he took off the couplets from last year and put the new couplets on them. The whole house was instantly filled with a festive atmosphere. Then he lit the firecrackers he just bought outside the neighborhood. It was really a grand display. He jumped and jumped, covering his ears and shouting. It's the new year. It's the new year. It's the new year. Ah. Many people poked their heads out of the windows and looked at the crazy teenager below. It was a noisy atmosphere, but it made people feel an inexplicable sense of loneliness and silence. He was like a person who walked further and further away, but stubbornly expressed that he had never left, that he was always here, that he was always that teenager. Some people felt that the commotion was too loud and noisy, so they directly called the police. However, they soon realized that the child who had been jumping and jumping down below, the seemingly energetic youth, had already disappeared. Zhuo Duo came to Hu Ruoyun's house and solemnly and respectfully knocked on the door. Hu Ruoyun opened the door and was shocked to see Zhuo Duo. Xiao Duo? Hu Ruoyun's voice changed in surprise. Why are you here? Quick, come in. Zhuo Duo chuckled. Aren't I here to give you a New Year's greeting? As he spoke, piles of gifts were piled out as if he was performing a magic trick. Hu Ruoyun was busy tidying up and complaining endlessly, scolding Zhuo Duo for being wasteful. Zhuo Duo just chuckled and continued to take out gifts. It was not until now that he suddenly felt that his wandering and lonely heart had calmed down. The teacher in front of him was the person who treated him the most kindly and had no desire for profit. Apart from his parents and sisters Zhuo Duo, Hu Ruoyun was the closest person to Zhuo Duo that he could not let go of. No one could compare. Li Changjiang came out of the room and chatted with Zhuo Duo. Hu Ruoyun did not care about the gifts on the floor. She was so excited that she felt like she was going to explode and cook. Zhuo Duo naturally had a sumptuous dinner here. All the most expensive dishes that might not even appear during the new year were all placed on the table after Hu Ruoyun's preparation. Eat more. Don't drink too much. Li Changjiang, you're persuading him to drink again. Xiao Duo is still a child. Why can't you teach him something better? Hu Ruoyun said coldly. Eat this, Xiao Duo. Eat this. Do you still want to eat leek pancakes? You can't make pancakes during the first lunar month. You can eat them after the first lunar month. Remember, don't eat sesame seed pancakes. Don't eat any pancakes. Remember? This is a tradition passed down from ancient times. This kind of thing that has been fried over and over again is not to be eaten until the 15th of the first lunar month. Do you understand? We have to avoid this kind of torture. Well, when you have your own family in the future, don't forget this during the new year. You must remember it. Yes, I will remember. Zhuo Duo ate until his mouth was full of oil. He drank glass after glass of wine into his stomach. While Hu Ruoyun kept rolling her eyes and nagging, he raised his glass with Li Changjiang. Then, Li Changjiang, who had been scolded for persuading him to drink, was the first to get drunk. Zhuo Duo was fine, but Bai's face didn't even blush. You're so useless. Hu Ruoyun had a new topic. You can't drink so much but you still want to show off. You can't even accompany Xiao Duo to his heart's content. What can you do? Li Changjiang, who was like a pile of mud, said with his last clear mind, your double standards are really. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already fallen asleep and lost consciousness. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Duo laughed happily. Zhuo Duo stayed until 11 o'clock in the evening. Only then did he bid farewell to Hu Ruoyun. Hu Ruoyun knew that Zhuo Duo had a home in Phoenix City. It was the new year and there was no reason for him to stay overnight. But she still gave him a few words of warning and let him go. Zhuo Duo shook his head and forced out the smell of alcohol. Then he divided the things he had brought into hundreds of portions. Stealthily, he circled around Phoenix City and secretly sent a copy to the families of those who had sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Many people only discovered the next morning that there was a thick pile of money on their dining table. There were also cultivation resources that exuded spiritual energy. There were also New Year's goods for the new year, such as tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea of the highest quality. Then there was a note. Happy New Year. 10 minutes past 2 in the morning. Zhuo Duo went to Phoenix Head Cemetery alone and came to He Yuanyue's tomb. In front of the tombstone, the incense and candles were still burning. Smoke was still rising in spirals. He didn't know who had just left. Grandma He, old principal. I'm about to break through to the God-reigning realm. Zhuo Duo lit the paper money and fiddled with it carefully. The flame grew bigger and bigger. Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong, Li Changming, these guys are all doing well now. Don't worry, the students from Second High are all very promising. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll wake him up. In the wooden house next to him, there was a creak and Sister Lan walked out. Xiao Duo, why are you back? It had been a long time since they last met. Zhuo Duo suddenly found that Sister Lan seemed to have aged a lot. Her originally black hair was now gray. Aunt Lan, it's the new year. You didn't go back to visit? Zhuo Duo said. It's the new year. I was afraid that your grandma He would be even more lonely, so I stayed to accompany her. Sister Lan smiled faintly. How are you now? The two chatted for a while. It was already close to dawn. The night was about to end. Zhuo Duo was about to leave. Before he left, he said, Professor Lan, I don't think you'll be here much longer. If one day you see a red spider lily growing on Grandma He's grave, the day it blooms will be the day you leave. Sister Lan's eyes lit up. She looked up. Xiao Duo, you mean? Why didn't I say anything? Zhuo Duo said, that's all you need to know. Sister Lan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Can I still find her? Zhuo Duo said, even if you find her, she won't be He Yuanyue anymore. The light in Sister Lan's eyes dimmed. Then I'd like to see. When the time comes. We'll see. Zhuo Duo used a drop of destiny on Sister Lan to confirm her condition. He wasn't worried. She would be safe for at least 3 months. I'm leaving. Xiao Duo, take care. Xiao Duo returned to where the Meng conglomerate's headquarters used to be. Now it was Phoenix City's scenic spot, the center of the lake. Finally he left without a sound. He returned to Fenghai without a word. The trip back and forth made Xiao Duo feel like he'd grown up a lot. His state of mind was calmer than before. Although he was still the same boy. Ayaya. Growing up is so annoying. Xiao Duo pulled at his hair and screamed as he flew through the air. Behind him, the gray-robed old man kept following him. With his extraordinary cultivation, he naturally did not have to worry about being discovered by Xiao Duo. He followed Xiao Duo all the way home, saw him fooling around, saw him drinking, saw him setting off firecrackers, saw him sweeping the tombs, saw him sending New Year goods and gifts to many people. The fondness in the old man's eyes grew stronger and stronger. This little thing has a good temperament. It's just that he's too soft-hearted. It's a strength but also a weakness. But overall he's not bad. He's a good kid. But how could Zhuo Changchang give birth to such a good son? He obviously got my daughter's excellent DNA. Just look at this lousy name. What a lousy name. Zhuo Changchang. Other than that long saber of yours, which part of you is long? Legend has it that a person's name symbolizes something. If Zhuo Changchang is a long saber, then what is Xiao Duo? Fortune, luck, benefits, treasures. Does he have something in common with Xiao Duo? Speaking of which, this little guy's luck is pretty good too. He has so many treasures of the mysterious ice soul. If the ice nether witch saw them, she'd be so jealous that she'd die. But his temperament is too pure. He still needs to be polished. If he's so soft-hearted, he'll definitely suffer in the future, the old man muttered as he touched his chin. Xiao Duo was about to reach Fenghai when he suddenly sighed with emotion. New Year is so boring. So boring. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the city yet. Otherwise, his voice would have disturbed the peace and quiet again. Boring? Do you want to talk to someone? A gloomy voice suddenly came from behind, interrupting someone's whining. Who's that? Xiao Duo was startled. With my current cultivation, I didn't even notice that someone was following me. Oh my god. That's so scary. Looking back, he saw a gray-robed old man who looked to be about 60 or 70 years old. His body was slightly stooped, and his hair was slightly white. But overall he still looked very tall, imposing and burly. However, the old man had a gloomy smile on his face. His eyes were gloomy, his face was gloomy, and his whole body was gloomy. Xiao's eyes focused on the gloomy smile on the old man's face. This person is definitely not a good person. This was Xiao's first thought. Then his second thought was, I probably can't defeat this person. Young Master Zhua, who had always planned before taking action and was extremely afraid of death, threw a luck point over. What the fuck? Nothing? Wouldn't that be much higher than me? Judging from his appearance, he's 99% likely a high-level fighter from the Umno Alliance. Xiao Duo thought quickly and suddenly laughed. He stood with his left hand behind his back and his right hand pointing at the rolling mountains in front of him. He said with a smile, Old man, it's fate that brought us together. The old man tilted his head. Oh. Old man, look. Doesn't the mountain range in the distance look like a sleeping dragon from ancient times? It's majestic and imposing. Xiao Duo sighed. He didn't wait for an answer and directly said, thinking back to the ancient times, how many almighty experts couldn't wake up after taking a wrong step? Especially during this new year, I can't help but feel a lot more. The old man was slightly surprised and said, Oh? Xiao Duo said with melancholy, At this moment, when I see this, I can't help but want to recite a poem. Recite a poem? The old man looked more and more confused. Is there something wrong with my grandson's brain? I clearly appeared with the aura of an enemy. One look and you can tell that I don't have good intentions. But after seeing me, you actually want to recite a poem? What's wrong with your brain? Xiao Duo still looked melancholy and flirtatious. He pointed at the dark mountains in the distance and recited, From afar, the black mountains look like soaring dragons. Thinking of the past, the swords were like rainbows. Once upon a time, the martial arts world was like a storm. Xiao Duo recited slowly. The old man couldn't help but think in his heart, This poem. Although it was ordinary as an impromptu work, it was still passable. Looking at the last sentence of the title, perhaps it was the finishing touch that made the whole poem sublimate. Seeing that Zhuoxiaoduo seemed to be thinking, the old man looked forward to it and thought at the same time. What should he continue with the fourth sentence? He didn't expect this kid to have such literary talent that he saw that Zhuoxiaoduo was slowly pacing back and forth as if he was thinking. Then he saw this kid's body leaning forward and his feet seemed to be exerting force. Then whoosh. Chapter 952. Xiao. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was originally in a state of stillness, unleashed all of his strength and executed the heavenly origin escape art. This was the strongest escape art that came from his father, Zhuochanglu. His speed instantly increased to more than 10 times his usual peak speed. At this moment he was definitely going all out. This old man was too strong. If he didn't run now, he might lose his life. Zhuoxiaoduo's speed had reached an astonishing level. Even the space was shattered by his sudden burst, leaving a black hole in its wake. The old man was still pondering over the last line of the poem. What should he continue with? This kid's literary talent was pretty good. It seemed like the couple had taught him well. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly saw that the brat in front of him had disappeared with a whoosh. He disappeared. The old man was still in disbelief. He focused his gaze and realized that the kid had really disappeared. At this moment the old man almost laughed out of anger. With your little bit of cultivation, with your little tricks, you actually want to play tricks in front of your father? Damn, that's not right. I can't call myself this daddy now. That would be lowering my seniority and being taken advantage of. Without another word, the old man waved his hand. A black gas flashed and tore the space apart, revealing a passage. As the space tore apart, the old man didn't even move when he saw Zhuoxiaoduo running for his life. He was running like a ray of light with a smug smile on his face. The old man reached out his hand from the torn space and grabbed. Get back here. In this instant, Zhuoxiaoduo had already fled dozens of kilometers away. His movement speed was still increasing. Even a peak Skysoar realm expert would sigh helplessly when facing such explosive power and extreme speed. When he looked back, Zhuoxiaoduo realized that the other party wasn't chasing after him. Finally he felt a little relieved. Who is this? It's too scary. But at least I escaped. As long as I enter the territory of Fenghai, the other party should be wary of me and won't dare to attack me anymore, right? Just as a certain someone was rejoicing in his heart, he suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. It felt as though someone had grabbed him and then he was suddenly pulled back. Countless scenes flashed past his eyes. This was him being pulled back at an extremely fast speed. The speed of his retreat was even faster than his top speed. It was several times faster than his top speed. What the hell? Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. Without another word he grabbed the earth hairdryer. The space in front of him changed. In the blink of an eye he was back at his original spot. The old man's gloomy face appeared before him. Kid, you dare to run. Oh. Zhuoxiaoduo made a prompt decision and raised the earth hairdryer. With regards to this, the old man was obviously shocked, but he only let out a muffled groan. The air in front of him condensed, and the poisonous fog that had always been successful was completely fixed in the air. Then he used his hands to gather it as if nothing had happened. If that was all, although Zhuoxiaoduo would be surprised, he wouldn't be shocked to death. What scared Zhuoxiaoduo the most was the old man's next move. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas mixed with a strange luster. This part of the poisonous gas had entered the old man's body during the surprise attack just now? But the other party was completely fine and spat it out in one breath? What the hell? What kind of cultivation is this? What level of cultivation is this? The old man angrily cursed. Kid, what kind of upbringing are you? You want to kill me the first time we meet? The old man's heart was still filled with fear. This little bastard actually hid the poison made by the non-poisonous sorcerer in his body. Even if the non-poisonous sorcerer personally used the poison, it might not be able to do anything to him. But this time it appeared on this kid's body. It was too unexpected. The sudden change caught him off guard and he actually sucked in a mouthful of the poison. Although he wrapped it with his true core strength in time and spat it out without any hindrance, the uncomfortable feeling still lingered. Strictly speaking, he had actually lost by a single move just now. Thinking of this, the strength of his hand holding Zhuoxiaoduo increased a little. Zhuoxiaoduo squeaked and stuck out his tongue. He almost peed in his pants. With a thought, the earth hairdryer disappeared. Then with a whoosh, Xiao Xiao appeared on the scene. A ball of flame appeared out of nowhere and landed on the old man's face like a bolt of lightning. What is this? The old man was prepared this time. Although it was still unexpected, he reached out his hand to block his face at the critical moment. However, he felt pain in his palm and subconsciously grabbed it. With a light boom, Xiao Xiao's entire body burst into flames. The heat wave even made the old man panic. He hurriedly raised his head. Xiao, who was lucky enough to break free, flew back with a whoosh and fled into the space-exterminating tower with its tail between its legs. His little heart was pounding. This old guy is too powerful. I can't defeat him. It's too dangerous. The old man blinked and there was nothing in front of him. He directly picked up Swishaoduo and said angrily, "What was that just now?" Swishaoduo's heart was completely cold to the back of his feet. He was finished. This old guy is too strong. He was still not a match for him even after using all his trump cards. This time he was really finished. However, he still felt that he could save himself. He hurriedly put on an innocent, pure, handsome and cute face. "Hello, old man. I'm really lucky today to meet you again and again on the wrong side of the road. I'm sincerely glad. It's really fate." Puff 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 puff. Swishaoduo was beaten up violently. What was with this long-lost sour feeling? Why did he feel a little nostalgic? He was beaten up. It was good that he was beaten up. Being beaten up meant that he wouldn't be killed. That the old man was so angry that he didn't want to talk anymore. He was actually plotted against twice by the same person today. Moreover, both times seemed to be successful. Fortunately, this brat's cultivation base is not high. If it was someone else with the same cultivation level as me, I would have been dead by now. Swishaoduo was beaten up violently. He was not spared from head to toe. However, he felt relieved. Although it was an unusually sour and fat beating, this old man obviously didn't want to kill him. Let me think about it carefully. He was thinking while being beaten up. Then he felt a strong murderous aura coming towards him. Why aren't you talking? What about your flowery words, your coincidental meeting on the wrong side of the road? Do you still feel lucky now? What did I say? What was that thing that was on fire just now? It was on fire. It was a fireball. Swishaoduo had a fawning smile on his face. He channeled the flaming sun scripture. Immediately, a ball of fire appeared in his palm. The flames rose up and were extremely dazzling. Just this. A little trick. Hee, a little trick. Not this. The old man was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. I was already paying attention to it. How could I be fooled by a little bastard like you? Who am I? What is my cultivation level? Therefore, Swishaoduo put on an adorable expression and looked at the old man. This is it. Really, this is it. Crackle. Are you going to say it or not? I'll say it. Say it. This is it. Just like this. Channeling, fire, boom appeared. Crackle. The old man was furious. Swishaoduo was screaming in pain. His butt was already swollen. However, the more Swishaoduo was beaten up, the more relaxed he felt. Yes, Master Zhuo was definitely not a masochist. The reason why he felt relaxed was because he judged that the other party did not have any killing intent. Since he did not want to kill me, he was not an enemy. This old man's cultivation was so high that it was far beyond the scope of my knowledge. I had already plotted against this old man twice, but it was only a physical punishment. It couldn't even be considered a small punishment. He must be one of us. And could it be that my ancestor, the Minister Vigilant, has personally come? Who knows? Then this is not a bad thing. It is a good thing. There will definitely be a lot of benefits for me later. I'm going to get carried away again. As long as I can make this old man happy, what's the big deal about my butt? You can go ahead and greet me. Even if you want to greet my butt with all your might, I can take it. After a long time, the old man suddenly asked, "What was the last line?" Swishaoduo's face was bruised and swollen. What last line? He had already forgotten. That poem. The old man was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. Swishaoduo racked his brains, but in his nervousness he had already forgotten the first 3 lines. Hence he asked humbly, "Do you still remember what the first 3 lines were?" Don't hit me. I really don't remember. Crackle crackle. Another series of buttocks greetings. The old man was so angry that he was panting. He thought that this kid was not bad earlier, but now he just wanted to beat him to death. How did your parents raise you to this age? How did they not die from anger? The old man was puzzled and asked subconsciously. He knew his daughter's temperament best. If she met someone like Swishaoduo, she would probably beat him to death 8 times a day. With this temperament, to be able to survive under his daughter's hands and grow up to this age, this kid's tragic childhood was predictable. The bitterness of his childhood was even more predictable. It was unbearable to look back on and difficult to express. My parents. Zhuo Duo immediately relaxed. Elder, do you know my parents? Aren't we relatives? The old man stared at him. What do you mean? Is your surname Zhuo? Zhuo's eyes lit up. With your high cultivation, I can't even withstand a pinky poke from you. Are you a sky inspecting minister? The old man was stunned. What? Who did you say I was? Why can't I understand what this brat is saying? How did he connect the preamble? Is he trying to scare me? Is he trying to scare me with his father? Zhuo Duo was in high spirits, full of expectation, and a deep longing that was hard to describe. Tell me, are you our Zhuo clan's ancestor, the heaven-inspecting minister? Zhuo's little abacus rang loudly in his heart. If he was, then he would be rich. If he wasn't, my words were very clear, right? My ancestor is the sky surveyor minister. Old kid, I'll scare you to death. Let me ask you, are you scared? Chapter 953. The old man's face instantly darkened. However, he had been around for so many years and had experienced too many things. With a flash of inspiration, he understood everything in his mind. It seemed that the identities of these two people were still confidential. Even his own son didn't know the truth. Was he planning to let his son gain more experience? Or was it to protect him? Then this kid didn't know anything and he actually bluffed to scare me. This kid's brain is quite flexible. The old man's brain instantly turned very quickly and he thought of many things. It had to be said that the old man was quite shrewd. With just one sentence from Zhuo Duo, the old man had almost deduced everything. Especially when he connected the dots between Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, who were reincarnated into the mortal world and hadn't used their real identities, he couldn't help but be even more certain. He rolled his eyes and said, the Sky Surveyor throne is nothing. This kid dares to compete with me? Compared to me, he's nothing. Zhuo Duo was disappointed, but there was still hope. Although this old man wasn't the Sky Surveyor throne, his tone was boundless. It should be known that the #1 expert of the Umno Alliance, the Flood who was known to be invincible, was only on par with the Sky Surveyor throne. However, this old man was actually disdainful of the Sky Surveyor throne. How strong was he? Although there was a high possibility that he was bragging, no ordinary person would dare to boast to such an extent. It seemed that this old man was definitely not a small old man. He must be an expert, an expert, an expert, an expert. He couldn't help but become more cautious and said, this junior doesn't dare to ask, what is your name? Meh. The old man snorted and thought to himself, my daughter and son-in-law didn't use their real names. If they won't tell this kid, then I won't tell him either. He rolled his eyes and said, my surname. Why do you care what my surname is? Your life is in my hands and you're in a precarious situation. How dare you ask about my background? You're quite bold, kid. The old man was also depressed. He wanted to use his murderous aura to scare this kid, but he couldn't muster up any killing intent in his heart. However, looking at her was quite pleasing. He always wanted to spank her. Zhuo's waist was grabbed by the old man and carried in his hand. It was like a person carrying a puppy. It was convenient for him to slap Zhuo's butt, but it was also a fact that the posture was extremely indecent. Zhuo Duo hastily smiled apologetically. I was just curious. You don't even put the sky inspecting minister in your eyes. This is your seniority. You must be one of the most powerful people in this world. The old man's face was a little dark as he said indifferently, the sky patrolling minister is really nothing in front of this old man. He thought to himself, when he sees me, that brat runs faster than a rabbit. It's hard to even see his face. His original little brother had become his father-in-law. That old bastard still had the nerve to meet him? He remembered the time when they were training together and roaming the Jianghu together. He had called Zhuo. Unfortunately, his wife had died early, leaving behind a daughter who had no one to take care of. Therefore, he had no choice but to thicken his skin and bring his daughter along with the group. At the same time, the brothers would take care of the little girl together. In the end, who would have thought that the bastard would actually take care of her to the bed? Why did I become the demon ancestor in the future? You motherfucker, Elder Zhuo, how could you bear to do that? How could you open your mouth to eat? You fucking incest. Old bastard. Back then, I had already broken down. My daughter kept calling you Uncle Zhuo. Elder Zhuo, you were so sanctimonious. Today you patted my head. Tomorrow you would praise me. The day after, you would bring me to look for good things and coax my daughter. Back then, I was so grateful that I kept treating you to wine to thank you for taking care of my little girl. Who knew that I would actually thank you so much? Thinking of this matter, he lowered his head and looked at Zhuo Duo. Suddenly he was furious. And now she had even given birth to a son. Anger rose in his heart. Therefore he gave Zhuo Duo a good spanking. On his butt. Zhuo Duo was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Didn't we already have a good conversation just now? Why are you spanking my butt all of a sudden? Did I say something wrong? There's nothing wrong with what I said. I said that you must be a big shot. In the end you turned around and spanked me. What? Elder, can you put me down first? Zhuo Duo felt that his butt had evolved from half a day high to a balloon. Moreover, it was the kind that was very inflated when blown up. However, this made him feel even more fearless. This old man spanked me like an elder spanking his grandson. He was only willing to hit the part with the thickest flesh. I'm definitely not in danger. What I should think of now is how to use my small size to ask for a greeting gift. How can an elder not give a greeting gift when meeting a younger one? A greeting gift must be something good. This is the principle that mother taught me. Put me down? You can't put me down. The old man shook his head repeatedly. This old man was an experienced and wise man. Although he had only known Zhuo Duo for a short time, he had already seen through this kid's extremely slippery character. He was impulsive and his character was even worse. Once he made a move, it was a series of killer moves. He was like a loach in oil, slippery and difficult to deal with. Once he suffered a backlash, death would come abruptly. Such a ruthless character would escape with just a little carelessness. How could he let him go so easily? Zhuo Duo watched as the old man dragged him further and further away. He could not help but feel anxious. Where are you taking me? You've spanked my butt for so long. Haven't you gotten your revenge by now? Elder, please be merciful and let me go. I don't know what I've done to offend you. Please tell me. I'll apologize. I'll kowtow to you. Elder, you look so kind and amiable. You can't be a bad person. I've offended you so much, but you didn't want to hurt me. You must be a kind person. You. Elder. Please let me go. I've stored a lot of good wine in the villa. Good cigarettes. Good tea. Good. How can you let me go? I still have a lot of things to do. I'm busy every day. I'm very busy, very busy. There are too many things waiting for me to deal with. If I'm not here for a day, I don't know how many people will lose their jobs, how many people won't have money to buy rice, how many people won't have enough money to eat, and how many people will cry piteously for food. One sentence after another, begging for mercy, flattery, and all kinds of good words were like the rising tide of the sea. It was a pity that the old man in the gray robe turned a deaf ear. Zhuo's cultivation was restrained. He couldn't move at all. He could only keep his head, hands, and legs drooping. He was like a defeated dog carried by the old man by his belt, flying thousands of miles in the sky. He watched as the mountains flew past him at a rapid speed. Zhuo Duo didn't stop talking. His mind was racing, but he was anxious and unbearable. This old man, it seems that he won't let me go. More importantly, this old man's cultivation was so high that it was unimaginable. It was so high that it was beyond his knowledge. In this old man's hands he could do whatever he wanted with him. He couldn't resist at all and could only accept it passively. This was the most terrible thing. Zhuo Duo had always hated situations that were out of his control, let alone his own life and death in the hands of others. His destruction was just a thought away. Even if he was sure that the old man had no intention of taking his life, this uncomfortable feeling still lingered. But it's true that this old man doesn't have any evil intentions. He just carried me like this and didn't even search my body. If it were someone else who saw the earth hair dryer and Xiao, they would definitely search their space rings. But this old man obviously didn't. Zhuo Duo sighed in his heart. He should be one of us, but his temper is a little strange. What bad luck. Why did I meet such an old man? Along the way, the dense meteors in the sky fell without interruption, but the old man didn't care at all. He just walked forward like this. The meteors that fell on him or on the way forward were all smashed into pieces by the tyrannical protective spiritual energy. Many of them had already shattered before they could even come into contact with the chi shield. Zhuo Duo saw this scene and wisely shut his mouth. This old man is not just strong, he's too strong, too strong. Zhuo Duo looked at all the experts he had met in his life and was shocked to find that this old man's strength was not only beyond his knowledge, but also beyond all the experts he had seen in the world. Including Uncle Nan who had attacked him that time, and even the phantoms of his parents, none of them could match up to this old man's profound and tyrannical cultivation. This old man was indeed the most powerful master he had ever met in his life. "Old man, may I ask your name?" Zhuxiaoduo asked. "My surname is Wu." The old man's face darkened. "Well, I'll take my wife's surname for the time being. Look what this Wu Changchang has done. Your surname is Wu, right? What a coincidence. You have the same surname as my mother. Otherwise, I would feel very close to you when I see you. Then I'll call you Grandpa Wu." Zhuxiaoduo racked his brains to get close to the old man. The old man tilted his head and thought for a while. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this name, so he nodded and said, "At your age you should call me Grandpa." Zhuxiaoduo cursed in his heart, "You old bastard, you should call me Grandpa." But he said sweetly, "Grandpa Wu, I really feel very close to you when I see you. That feeling is very similar to when I see my mother." The old man's heart felt inexplicably comfortable and he said, "We're fated." Zhu Xiaofeng's mouth was as sweet as honey. "Look at how tired you are carrying me. Put me down and I'll run with you." "I won't run away. You're my grandfather. How can I run away?" The old man snorted and said, "You'll run away one day." All the way to the south, the surrounding temperature began to rise slowly, and then it slowly became cold. Suddenly, Zhuxiaoduo, who had been saying New Year's greetings all the way, suddenly stopped. He was stunned by the scene on the ground in front of him. Chapter 954. Zhuxiaoduo was high up in the air. He saw rows upon rows of tombstones on the ground as far as the eye could see. They were neat and tidy, stretching out from front to back and left to right. There was no end in sight. No matter if one looked at it vertically or diagonally, all the tombstones appeared to be in a straight line, extending straight to the other end of the endless horizon. An intense feeling of shock suddenly welled up in his heart. In this forest of tombstones, one could vaguely see scattered figures moving about. They were moving about, burning incense, weeding, drinking, and sitting quietly. There were so many tombstones, and many of them were covered with thick traces of rain and wind. But there wasn't even a single weed growing on the tombstones. Whether it was the brothers who came to sweep the tombstones or the comrades who stood guard here, they wouldn't allow any weeds to grow on the tombstones of their comrades. Every year, fresh soil would be transported from afar and scattered on the tombstones. In this way, in the eyes of the living, their brothers had just died and their heroic spirits hadn't left. I still haven't forgotten the scene of that year. Their faces are still fresh in my heart. On each tombstone there was a young face. Some were solemn, some were smiling, some were grinning, some were pulling faces mischievously, some had swollen eyes, some were eating steamed buns with half a steamed bun in their mouths, looking up in shock that these frozen faces were all quietly observing the world in front of them. They were quietly accompanying their comrades by their side. There were also some tombstones where men and women were buried together. The pictures on the tombstones were wedding photos of the two parties involved, full of happy smiles as they snuggled up to each other, looking at the world of mortals. In a place far away from Zhuxiaoduo's line of sight, there was an enormous tombstone that towered into the sky. At a glance it was at least 300 meters tall. At a glance, it was even more majestic than an ordinary mountain. There were huge black words on it. "Success doesn't depend on me. I have no regrets in this life. Neither success nor failure is in the annals of history. I have done my best in this battle." On the other side there was an entrance and a couplet. "The spirits of heroes may enter, but the souls of cowards shall not." Next was a stately building with a courtyard filled with wreaths. There was only one passageway leading to the Hall of Martyrs. Entering the Hall of Martyrs there were 4 entrances: north, south, east, and west. There were people from the east, south, west, and north legions stationed here at all times to welcome the heroic souls of their respective armies. They each led the heroic souls to reunite with their former comrades. When Zhuxiaoduo arrived and looked down from above, he could clearly see that the people standing at the entrance were all soldiers in military uniforms. Many of them were holding memorial tablets in their arms and holding urns of ashes, waiting quietly. When it was their turn, they walked up with their brothers to send their brothers to their resting place. If it wasn't his turn, he would just have to wait for as long as he could. No one was allowed to speak or do anything before the brothers were sent to the martyr's palace. She was not allowed to cry or laugh. Even if he had to wait for 10 days or a month, he had to maintain the same posture from beginning to end. When a brother was on a long journey, He had to be allowed to leave peacefully and peacefully. How could he be neglected in the slightest? Inside the martyr's palace, soldiers continuously entered and exited in neat rows to welcome the heroic souls. Both sides faced each other and saluted. Then they divided into 2 rows of guards to escort the heroic souls into the palace. In the distance, there were still many people holding memorial tablets and solemnly walking over. They were at the very back quietly lining up. Every day there were tens of thousands of people here, but no one said a word. The entire place was silent. Apart from the sound of footsteps, there was only extreme silence. There were very few movements. This is. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were filled with shock as he witnessed this scene. His heart was instantly filled with solemnity. He felt an inexplicable urge to cry. He felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. He would never be able to see such a scene from the rear. These densely packed tombstones stretched endlessly. How could there only be a few 100 million people? The old man straightened Zhuoxiaoduo and released the restriction on him. Then he led him into the hall of Martyr's Palace's reception building. They hadn't taken more than a few steps, as if they had made an appointment beforehand. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked out. He had a square face and a solemn expression. His eyes were like a bloodthirsty falcon's. His body trembled when he saw the old man, but he soon saluted him with a straight back. The old man returned the greeting with a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "I'll take this little guy to the Martyrs' Temple Cemetery for a stroll." The middle-aged man nodded silently. He didn't say anything and only extended his hand. His meaning was obvious. "Please do as you wish." He then saluted again and turned to leave. He didn't say a single word from start to finish. He can't talk now, can he? Zhuoxiaoduo finally couldn't hold back and asked the question he had been wondering about for a long time. "He can talk." The old man sighed and said, "Many, many years ago he was the one who loved to talk the most. In the whole team no one laughed more than he did and no one talked more than he did. His mouth was full of endless words every day, and his brothers called him a chatterbox. That time he and his brothers completed a mission. He couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart after the mission was completed. He chuckled softly and said only one word, 'Awesome.' But it was that chuckle that alerted the UMNO Alliance and caused the successful infiltration mission to fail on the verge of success. After a chase, all of his brothers died an unnatural death. Instead, he was the one who was sent out by his brothers at the risk of their lives. Since then, he has not spoken a single word. Later on, he applied to be stationed at the Martyr's Palace. There's even less of a need to talk here." The old man sighed. 5,000 years have passed since then. But he hasn't even coughed once. He hasn't even talked in his sleep once. 5,000 years. Zhuoxiaoduo felt a surge of sourness and heat shoot straight to his head. For a moment he couldn't form a single word. He was speechless for a long time. The old man led Zhuoxiaoduo all the way out of the building. Then they were already in the middle of an unusually vast cemetery. The ground was flat and smooth like a mirror. On the tombstones, youthful faces slid past his eyes one after another. On the furthest side of the tombstone, there was a woman with a face so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. She was smiling sweetly on the tombstone. "That's the wife of the heavenly king of the right." The old man sighed softly and walked over to offer an incense stick and a jar of wine. Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. The wife of the heavenly king of the right. Even such a big shot had fallen? When he took a few steps closer, he saw that there were still words on the tombstone. "My beloved wife, Nian Fenghua's tomb. Don't worry, girl. We'll meet again sooner or later. Don't be petty, I won't marry another." Zhuoxiaoduo's heart felt like it was being pounded by a heavy hammer. The old man sighed softly. The heavenly king of the right has been single ever since. Because of his marriage, the star-plucking monarch and the others have beaten and scolded him countless times. But every time he would just cover his head and take the beating without saying a word. As he got older and older, no one urged him anymore. Every year he would come here and drink quietly a few times. He would come on his wife's birthday, their wedding anniversary, his wife's death anniversary. Don't be fooled by the fact that he doesn't seem to be serious every day. But in fact he's suffering in his heart. The old man sighed softly. Don't think that you won't fall just because you've become a senior. You're all human and you're all fated. You'll die just like that. There's no need to talk so much about it. The old man sighed. Then he walked to the back and came to another tomb. The tomb of the Sword Emperor Shao Wuji. Back then the Sword Emperor and the Saber Spirit. Shocked the Sun Moon Pass. Back then it was the same as now. Many people fought with their lives for many years. Some even became friends with their opponents for a long time. Some were even. During that battle, the Sword Emperor Xiao Wuji suddenly felt something. He sent a letter to the Umno Alliance's Heavenly King Ling Yun and invited him for a drink. Heavenly King Ling Yun came alone, and the two of them got drunk. A month later, the Sword Emperor fell into Heavenly King Ling Yun's ambush in order to save his brother who was trapped. In the end he died in battle. Heavenly King Ling Yun and a few other Umno Alliance's Heavenly Kings personally killed the Sword Emperor and sent his corpse back. They also gifted the Umno Alliance with 1,000 jars of fine wine. 3 days later, Heavenly King Ling Yun of the Umno Alliance suddenly passed away silently in the Umno Alliance's camp. Everyone knew that Heavenly King Ling Yun was injured by the Sword Emperor's final attack and couldn't survive. However, only a few people knew that Heavenly King Ling Yun didn't want to live anymore after the Sword Emperor's death. He didn't want to go to the underworld alone. The old man sighed. He opened a jar of wine and filled 3 cups. 2 cups were placed in front of the tombstone, and 1 cup was held by himself. He said softly, "Brothers, I hope that when you reach the other side you won't be enemies anymore. Let me give you a toast. I hope that you won't be lonely on the road together." After saying that, he raised his head and downed the cup in 1 gulp. After the fragrance of the wine dissipated from the tombstone, he gently poured the wine in his cup. "Drink more." He then took out a few more jars of wine and poured them down. He sighed softly and said, "Heavenly King Ling Yun of the Umno Alliance was a woman. The Sword Emperor never married and Heavenly King Ling Yun never married." Zhuo Duo was enlightened. No wonder the old man had said that he was wondering how the 2 big shots were like. It turned out that they were on different sides, and it was difficult for them to walk side by side on the road together. When he put himself in their shoes, he couldn't help but feel endless bitterness for this pair of lovers. People's feelings never stop because of some kind of enmity or feud. Feelings are often the most difficult thing to control. Once feelings were born, they were naturally the hardest to control. The Sword Emperor and Heavenly King Ling Yun knew each other well because of their enmity. They developed feelings for each other, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Just like that, they fought for their lives. You had your responsibilities and I had my mission. You couldn't back down and I couldn't give up. We could only fight until we died. Both of us died. Zhuo Duo sighed softly. At the last moment, I'm afraid the Sword Emperor was tired of living? They were tied down and tortured for their entire lives. The old man smiled bitterly. The 2 disciples of the Sword Emperor at that time, one was Dongfang Xingyang, and the other was the Sword Sovereign. Both of them could already hold their own. He sighed, but there was still more to it. Chapter 955. The old man stood up and led Zhuo Duo forward. Finally they arrived in front of a tombstone. This tombstone was obviously different from the previous ones. There were no names or photos on it, only numbers. Demon Monarch of Astral Souls, 36, 1. From 1 to 36, not a single one was missing. The old man's face darkened visibly. Here none of his subordinates were left. They were all here. Wine jars flew into the air one by one, and countless wine poured down from the air like a waterfall. "Old brothers, I'm here to see you," the old man said softly. Jars of wine flew out as if they were following orders. They went to a tombstone, opened automatically and poured down on their own. 36 tombstones poured down like a flash flood. The old man sat in front of the tombstone, motionless for a long time with his eyes closed. In the battle that year, the Umno Alliance had a peerless talent like this kid. He secretly sent 4 demon monarchs to kill him in the Umno Alliance. However, this kid was protected by the soul clone of the Ice Abyss, which he ordered the Great Witch of the Ice Abyss and the Great Witch of the Raging Fire to attack together, while he led the demon army under his command to provide support. After a round of bitter battle, he finally managed to rescue them with great difficulty. Then, he rejoiced that the Great Witch of the Flood had suddenly appeared, and death was imminent. In that battle, the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer directly flew over his head and smashed the sun and moon until they lost their light. The heavens and the earth were miserable. 12 of the 36 demon monarchs who participated in the battle died one after another. In the end, when he was also seriously injured and was about to die, The remaining 24 joined forces to surround him and self-destructed. They sacrificed their lives to temporarily trap the Flood Great Witch. Only then did they blast open a way out for him. Until now, sitting in front of the tombstone, he seemed to hear the desperate cries of his 36 brothers. "Boss, let's go. If you don't go, we brothers won't die in peace." In the end, the cluster of mushroom clouds seemed to still be in front of his eyes. 2 streams of tears fell from the old man's eyes. "Flood, oh Flood, I know that you have a long-term vision. What you want is only to improve, only to reach the top. But, even though I know, I can't do as you wish. Because at that time, the first thing we considered was survival, not supremacy. Flood, although you have your reasons, this old man still chooses to be irreconcilable with you. This enmity and hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. In this life, only one of us can survive. My brothers are waiting for me and they are waiting for you." Zhing. From the old man's ring came the screeching sound of the divine weapon rubbing against the scabbard. It was as if the divine weapon had smelled the scent of blood and could not wait to leave the scabbard and fight again. The old man silently stroked the ring, and the clanging sound of the blade finally disappeared unwillingly. "Don't worry. One day I'll take you out of the scabbard. We'll kill the Umno Alliance until the sky is red with blood, and we'll kill that bastard Flood," the old man said softly, as if he was comforting a child. His voice was very soft and gentle, but there was a murderous aura in it that was almost tangible. "One day I will be completely at ease and have no scruples. Don't worry, just wait a little longer. It's almost there." The old man turned his head to look at Zhuoxiao Duo, and there was a trace of expectation in the depths of his eyes. In his heart he said quietly, "Brothers, don't worry. I'm almost there, or perhaps Flood is about to accompany you. When my grandson grows up, he doesn't need to reach the peak. As long as he reaches the level of Heavenly King, that will be the time for me to let go of everything and fight the final battle. At that time I'll fight Flood and avenge you." He stooped down and stood up, bringing Zhuoxiao Duo along as he walked forward. In the mausoleum forest, he walked forward with his hands behind his back. His gaze was bleak and only his aura was faintly visible. He was like an old general in his twilight years, inspecting the mighty army that had followed him through hundreds of battles. Zhuoxiao Duo quietly followed behind. He did not know when it started, but he no longer had the intention to run away. The atmosphere here, the solemnity here, made his heart seem to have been sublimated, an unprecedented sublimation. Even his entire soul was purified because of this. Just like that, row after row of tombs he slowly looked over. Those unfamiliar names, those young faces, row after row. Occasionally when he saw grass he would casually pull it out. Everything was natural and logical. Occasionally there would be people walking toward him, and then they would quietly turn aside and make way for each other. The whole process was silent. Gradually, it became the old man who followed behind Zhuoxiao Duo blindly. Zhuoxiao Duo wandered around the cemetery for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, the old man said, "Go out. Even if you walk for another 20 years, you may not be able to finish reading." Zhuoxiao Duo looked back blankly and looked at the neat tombstones. It seemed that in the past every hot-blooded warrior was smiling at him and calling his name. Zhuoxiao Duo, fight. Fight. Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly clenched his fists, condensed his chi in his hands and showed his fighting spirit. The old man said faintly, "While you are feeling melancholy for the new year, they will no longer have the chance to celebrate the new year. Never." Zhuoxiao Duo was silent. Then he felt his body shake and he rose into the air and quickly left the cemetery. The old man brought Zhuoxiao Duo to the cemetery. Throughout the entire process, other than the introduction at the beginning, he didn't say a word and didn't say anything else. What principles, what insights, what thoughts and so on. He didn't say anything at all. However, Zhuoxiao Duo was very clear in his heart, and he was very sure that he had gained a lot from this trip. This gain was spiritual, and spiritual. Although it could not be transformed into material or even cultivation for the time being, the significance was far-reaching. At least for now he was no longer as impetuous as before. The incomprehension and disrespect that lingered in his heart before, or rather, he did not understand. Just by looking at this cemetery he knew where the peace in the rear came from. Zhuoxiao Duo even felt that everyone in the rear should come here to take a look and purify themselves. To purify those who had long been blinded and tarnished by money, fat, power and beauty, those who should have been human souls. They should not be as numb and impatient as they were now. It was fine to be materialistic, but one could not ignore where all this came from. Without these continuous tombstones, how could there be such materialistic people today? Only those who had been here, who had seen all this, would be so heartbroken when they returned and saw those numb people. That was why. They felt that it was not worth it for the heroic souls. The next moment the wind whistled. He was already in midair and the mountains and rivers flashed past. In front of him, there was a majestic pass that could be said to be a magnificent spectacle. Ever since Duo became sensible and had memories, the word Sun Moon Pass had been deeply ingrained in his heart and imprinted in his mind. In these years when he was in school, there were too many traces of the word Sun Moon Pass in every book he read. There were countless touching stories that were familiar to him, and the names of countless heroes were connected to these three words. However, this was Wuxiao's first time seeing the legendary Sun Moon Pass, but he knew what it was at first glance. This was the Sun Moon Pass. This must be the Sun Moon Pass. In the whole world only this place was worthy of this name. He saw a continuous and endless pass, which was at least 100 feet high, standing tall on the mountain ridge. Its entire body exuded a kind of color like that of an antique that was being played with. It spanned between heaven and earth and one could not see the end of it. It could be said to be the Great Wall, but it was not, because it was very wide and could accommodate countless people. Rather than the Great Wall, it was more like a huge city that was tens of thousands of meters wide and millions of miles long. This was the Sun Moon Pass. This was the legendary Sun Moon City. In front of the pass there was still a bloody battle, and there was not only one place where there was a bloody battle. In front of the pass, there were lofty mountains and steep ridges and endless ravines. The terrain was extremely complicated and difficult to recognize. Even the entire area in front of the pass on the boundless land was almost the same color as the walls of the Sun Moon Pass. As a martial artist, Duo didn't even need to get too close to recognize that it was the color of dried blood with a single glance. He did not know how much blood was needed to dye such a color. It could only be that kind of. Batch after batch, generation after generation. The blood in front dried and the blood in the back splashed again. The blood kept splashing, drying and cleaning. In the end, it could no longer be cleaned, and the heavy feeling of time could no longer be washed away. How much blood is needed? Duo looked at the outside of the pass. As far as his eyes could see, thousands of miles were filled with this color. He could not help but feel shocked. The old man stood in the air looking at the vast land and said coldly, "What you can see now and what you can't see are all battlefields that have lasted for countless years. Ever since the Sun Moon Pass was connected by the heroic spirits of the stars and solidified, no matter if it was the city walls or the battlefield over there, the complete landscape is indestructible. Today one must at least be a grand magus or at least a heavenly king, to be able to stir up a storm in this area. Ordinary sky-soaring realm martial artists, when fighting here even the slightest bit of dust would not be able to splatter. Every day, even when the war is at its most peaceful, there are tens of thousands of martial artists fighting each other on this battlefield, and they will not rest until one of them is dead. The assassins and hunters of the various armies roam this area. Actually, there are only three outcomes when you discover the enemy. You can either be killed, or perish together. Basically, there is no such thing as mutual destruction and retreat. Life in this place. The old man pointed with his finger and everything in front of him was included. He said indifferently, just like dust. Chapter 956. I brought you here today to show you this graveyard and this battlefield. This land cannot be destroyed, but the people who come here are constantly being destroyed. Killed. Lives can be destroyed continuously, but the battlefield, even if it's just a rock connected to a mountain, has not changed or moved for tens of thousands of years. As more and more people die, countless heroic souls live and merge into this land bit by bit, causing the foundation of this land to become more and more indestructible. Even if the Star Spirit continent collapses, it will be difficult for this land to be destroyed. It will exist independently. Fighting here is already an obsession for the warriors of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. They don't want to live, they want to die. The old man said. However, according to too many rumors, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, who have reached the Heavenly King realm or above, have a good personal relationship. Duo said, if that's the case, can I understand? The heroic souls who die on this battlefield every day every year are not worth it? After all, they are bleeding and sacrificing here, but the higher-ups of their own and the enemy are probably sitting somewhere drinking tea and chatting or even drinking wine. The old man said calmly, "This situation is not a rumor but a reality. Not only that, when the higher-ups of both sides confirm that there is something that they can't solve, they will ask the higher-ups of the other side for help. Once they ask, the other side rarely refuses. These are all very normal things. After so many years of fighting, as long as they go to war, they are mortal enemies. Every pair can be said to be close friends to a certain extent. As the old saying goes, the person who understands you the most is never your friend, but your enemy. Isn't that reasonable? But even if they help each other, it's not a big deal and it's not a compromise or betrayal. On the contrary, the person involved will feel honored. Whenever they encounter such a situation, they will gather their subordinates and solemnly announce that a certain person has asked them to do something for him. Then everyone will laugh and be very happy. The whole process seemed to be a very glorious and brilliant thing. And in fact, it is indeed very glorious and outstanding. It is not something that any high-ranking general can obtain the respect and request of the other party. However, this friendship will definitely not extend to the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, as long as there is an opportunity to kill the other party, everyone will go all out and grasp the opportunity that is hard to come by. As for the soldiers who died in battle who would feel wronged, it won't happen. The feelings between soldiers, enemies or opponents, are incomprehensible to most people. If this were to be brought up to the rear, there would definitely be a bunch of people who would say, "So many people are fighting for their lives, but at the end of the day you guys are actually playing a game. That's just bullshit. Stinks." Just like what happened in the past, there was a high-ranking official here who doted on two young ladies. They needed to go to the UMNO alliance to gain some experience and gain some things. General Dongfang directly asked the Heavenly King of the opposing side to take care of the two young ladies on my side. They want to go to your side to play. At that time, the Heavenly King agreed without hesitation. He transferred some elites from the military to protect them and gave a strict order, "This is my honor, I can't lose it. If anything happens to the two young ladies, you don't have to come back." I can't explain it to Dongfang Xingyang either. The old man said calmly, "The whole thing is so simple. However, if the people behind the scenes saw the whole thing, they would say that Dongfang Xingyang colluded with the enemy, and that the Heavenly King of the UMNO alliance forgot about his own family. There are many boundaries that are difficult to explain clearly at certain times and certain stages. The juniors of the UMNO alliance, especially those who are not talented in martial arts, come to our land of astral souls to play. Most of them are protected by our military. As long as they don't do anything excessive, they will definitely come and go safely. Of course, this must be explained clearly in advance in order to ensure their safety. Otherwise, I'm afraid that these two tender little girls will turn into a pile of minced meat the moment they step out of the Sun-Moon Pass. If the juniors of the high-ranking officials here lack something in their cultivation, or need something to strengthen their cultivation, they will rarely refuse to do it. It's the same for the other side. Even though they know that these things will improve the talents of the other side, and may become an opponent in the future. As long as you mention it, they will do it for you. This is mutual respect, a respect that is hard to understand. I'm afraid that you won't mention it, When you truly reach this step, when you truly set foot on this battlefield and experience the slaughter here, you will understand. Many things can't be explained clearly and can't be understood. As for this battlefield, the Sun-Moon Fortress will always be the Sun-Moon Fortress. However, for the UMNO Alliance and the Astral Souls, there is a concept that has been instilled in the hearts of the soldiers. That is, this place is a place to cultivate venomous insects. No matter if it's a heavenly king, a marshal, or anyone else, as long as they can reach a high position, they must fight their way out here. Only by fighting their way out can they achieve a glorious position. Countless soldiers are hoping that they can be the one to fight their way out of the battlefield. Or their brothers can be the one who fights their way out. Every time before entering the battlefield, countless warriors will encourage each other. If I'm destined to die, I hope that I can be the stepping stone for my brothers. The elder patted Wuxiao's shoulder. When you really enter the battlefield, you will realize that the so-called worry of life and death has no room for consideration. It doesn't even exist. As long as you reach the Sun-Moon Fortress, every warrior you see will be happy, because for them every day is a gain. The most common sentence that the soldiers here say is, The elder's face turned solemn. He said softly, "For the rest of your life, every minute is a gain." What unwillingness! What unworthy! These are things that only narrow-minded people would think about. These are strange things that only appear in the works of those pedantic scholars. The real heroes who face life and death on the battlefield don't have the time to think about these trivial things. Whenever they have a bit of free time, they will sweep the graves of their brothers, visit their families, or gather together to gamble, sleep, or get drunk. There are also those who are especially energetic when they are not injured on the battlefield. After the battle, they can even call a group of people to fight among themselves. The elder smiled as he said this. Suddenly, he took out 2 sets of military uniforms and put them on for himself and Zhuo Duo. Then he straightened his back. Suddenly, Zhuo Duo magically found that the elder suddenly looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. It was even more exaggerated than turning into a living person. Since you're here today, I might as well show you how the people here talk and how they live their lives. I'll show you a real place where men live. As he said this, he took Zhuo Duo and landed in the Sun Moon Fortress. They set foot on this land. Zhuo Duo was surprised to find that this place actually had everything that one could possibly want. Or it should be said that as long as there was something in the inland, there was everything here. There were all kinds of shops, all kinds of businesses, all kinds of food. There was a dazzling lineup. Everything. Looking carefully, many of the shops were run by ordinary people. But those who were buying things or strolling on the streets were all warriors. Some of them were in neat military uniforms and some of them were ruffians. They wore their hats askew and their lapels were open. In the cold weather, the tufts of thick black chest hair on their chests were exposed. They walked with their feet splayed out and spoke loudly and fiercely, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were military ruffians. The elder took Zhuo Duo and walked toward a warrior who was dressed neatly in military uniform. That person walked straight toward them without dodging. His whole body was overflowing with a valiant aura. The elder smiled and said, "Brother, I'd like to ask for directions." "Dog money. What do you want to ask me for?" This person opened his mouth and said something that could lead to a decisive battle in the rear. His nose was still up in the air. "If you have anything to say, just say it." Zhuo Duo was stunned. How could he be so rude? Based on Zhuo Duo's judgment of the elder's cultivation, he did not even need to move. He could kill the person in front of him with just a glance or a breath. The elder scolded, "Dog money, where are the 3 generals and 2 battalions of the Blood Soul Army? I can't find a fucking coin when I come back this time. If you go that way you'll see a fucking big rock when you turn around. There's a big flag in the yard where the 2 donkey-like guys are standing guard. If you see that, you'll fucking turn right and keep walking. You'll reach the Blood Soul Army's battalions after walking for about 20 miles. Go there and ask. Why is it so troublesome? Don't go there if you think it's troublesome. Do you have anything else to do? No, where the hell are you going? Fuck, I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes from my hometown are hard to buy here. This fucking tobacco company is really fucking damned. I can't even buy the cigarettes I want to smoke. Don't go. Leave your name before you go. Are you going to visit my grave? You want to ask for my name? I don't need it. Go and find your fucking battalions. The burly man walked away. The elder turned to Zhuo Duo. Did you hear that? Do you understand? Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded. You're so good-tempered. It's as if this guy can't speak when he's not swearing. Is this the Sun Moon Pass? The elder snorted. I've never seen anyone who hasn't cursed in the past tens of thousands of years on the battlefield who hasn't cursed. This is still considered light. Some of them can curse 7 or 8 fucking times with just one sentence. Zhuo Duo was speechless. This seemed to be very different from what he knew. This was completely different from what he saw in the movies and TV series. This place was truly clean. In the entire Sun Moon Pass, it could be said that there was no rubbish or dust to be seen in any nook or cranny. Not even a single cigarette but could be seen. After visiting a few tents, the various military supplies were as spotless as they were in the movies and TV series. They were as clean as tofu. Everyone in the camp looked like human beings. Occasionally they would talk to each other, but it was just a few harmless words. But once they left the sight of the officers, these guys were simply unrestrained to the point of sensationalism. They would go out and start a fight without saying a word. Then it would slowly develop to the point where their fellow villagers would join in, and it would evolve into a big group fight where the gangs would shake each other. There were also those who deliberately looked for trouble to vent their usual dissatisfaction and to ask for a fight. For example, "Come out, I've long found you an eyesore." This couldn't be called a reason at all. When one side called out the name, the other side had already jumped out with a ferocious face. Anyway, everyone's temper wasn't good. As long as someone was looking for trouble, there was basically no possibility of not fighting. They even saw two seriously injured people lying there with blood all over their bodies. They were still cursing at each other. Their curses were endless and their spittle was flying everywhere. Their 18 generations of ancestors were all unscrupulously pulled out and scolded. They didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding taboo. Looking at the resentment, if it weren't for the fact that they were seriously injured and couldn't move, these two people would definitely fight until their brains were splattered. The people beside them didn't try to persuade them. They all hugged their arms and watched the show. They played poker when they should, gambled when they should, bet when they should, and did whatever they should as if nothing had happened around them. Zhuo listened for a long time and finally understood. One of the two people was ambushed, and the other risked his life to save him. Then both of them were seriously injured, but at least they were still alive. However, the other brothers who were on the mission with them were all sacrificed. And this was the crux of the complaint of the two people. One scolded, "Stupid pig. It was such an obvious trap and you stepped into it like an idiot. If you want to die, can't you not drag others down with you?" The other scolded back, "Who asked you to save me? Who cares if you save me? I've lived long enough. I don't want to live anymore. I've wanted to die for a long time. Fuck, you dragged our brothers down with you. You're a pig. Don't you know strategy?" The more the two scolded, the angrier they became. However, as the people around them whispered, Zhuo understood everything. The so-called accidental stepping into the trap was not due to carelessness. It was because the battle situation had reached that point. For the sake of the overall battle situation, they had to give up on part of it. However, the two of them kept scolding each other, and they didn't stop at all. That Zhuo's only thought at that moment was, "What's there to argue about? What's there to scold? You're uncomfortable, you're unhappy, but I'm even more unhappy. The only result of this is that everyone will be unhappy. Even their spittle will be wasted. Why bother?" While they were making a fuss, they suddenly saw a person with a murderous aura descend from the sky. He said angrily, "Is there anyone from Dongshan who's still alive? We were beaten up by people from Western Sichuan. There are so many of them. I can't take this lying down. If there's anyone from Dongshan who's still breathing, come with me." With a loud bang, 7 or 8 people in the room stood up. A group of people in the room next door was also howling. "People from Western Sichuan dare to beat up people from Dongshan? They're rebelling. Brothers, get your weapons. If you have the guts, come with me." Then he saw a group of old military ruffians swarming into the sky with sabers and swords. This. Zhuo's eyelids twitched. Is this the military camp of my dreams? Is this the military camp in TV shows and movies that is clean and tidy, polite and calm? Is this the heroes in TV shows who have serious faces and are full of righteousness? The entire camp I see is filled with demons and demons. Everywhere is filled with demons. Look at those officers who are strolling around and pretending not to see anything. Zhuo's brain was about to explode. As the saying went, seeing is believing. Now that he heard it and saw it with his own eyes, it was really. This is the real military camp. The reality of the military camp is indescribable. The old man patted Zhuo's shoulder. Actually, you just have to think about it. These guys have been here for many years. Every day, if they're not looking at each other, they're looking at their enemies. They're either cultivating, fighting, or taking short breaks. Life is so boring that it's like a pool of stagnant water repeating itself. Moreover, they're constantly facing death and accepting sacrifice. How do you vent this pressure? How do you get rid of the fear of death? How do you squander your exuberant energy? Even if you train and cultivate with your life on the line every day, there will always be times when you're free. When your mind is empty, it's inevitable that you'll miss home, women, children, and parents. However, you can't go back. You still have to face the war here all the time. Whenever you think about it, you'll have the urge to die and cry. How can you not want to vent it? But how do you vent it? The simplest and most direct way is to torture each other. Just fight. Anyway, everyone can fight each other. As long as no one dies, they can still improve their combat power through actual combat. The old man chuckled. He looked at the group of guys outside who were beaten to a pulp. The group of military ruffians who were fighting fiercely in the sky. There was only deep heartache in his eyes. When they spoke, it seemed that they wouldn't open their mouths if they didn't curse. If they didn't agree with each other, they would draw their swords and start a fight. Even a glance could trigger a large-scale armed fight. No matter whether you were in the right or not, if you won, everyone would claim credit for you. If you lost, you would continue to be beaten. Everyone would swarm up and start to beat you up. You actually lost when you went out to fight. You've embarrassed us, brothers. After the brothers beat you up, the senior officer would beat you up again. You actually lost. You've embarrassed me. Often, when you were sleeping at night, there would be a sudden bang. The upper and lower bunks would fight because of a fart from the upper bunk. In an instant, everyone would be thrown off their feet and the bed would be smashed into pieces. Then, it would develop to the point where everyone in the room would join in the fight. Following that, the people in the next room would also join in the fight angrily. Everyone was a martial artist, and all of them were high-level martial artists. How could the commotion caused by people like them be small? After a battle, the camp would be directly destroyed. It would be a scene of devastation. The so-called punishment was nothing more than deducting everyone's wages to repair the camp. It was said that some unlucky fellows actually didn't get paid for 200 years. They either borrowed money every day or went around freeloading on cigarettes, alcohol, and food. Their skin was already as thick as the city walls. The old man took Wuxia duo to 3 military camps. The situation was basically the same. There was no difference. Look at the surprise in your eyes. Have you been fooled by the television? If a martial artist who is ready to fight at the Sun and Moon Pass and is ready to die at any time can still be so well behaved and follow the rules, it's simply unrealistic. If there's really someone who's so well dressed and courteous to talk to you, then they're either trying to cheat you or want to borrow some money or cultivation resources from you. The old man said, and this kind of borrowing 99% of the time it's not repaid. The IOU will be written as it should be. No matter how big the IOU is, there will still be people who dare to sign it. But the problem is that they don't even know if they will be alive tomorrow. Can you, the creditor, still be alive tomorrow? How do you collect the debts of the dead? How do you pay back the debts of the dead? As for the so-called military theme in the movies and TV series, I suspect that those scriptwriters have never been in the military at all. They're just a bunch of greedy people who rely on fantasy men to play word games to cheat money. Zhuxiao's face turned cold. As a greedy and stingy person, he subconsciously thought of his debtors. It seemed that maybe they were also going to the battlefield. If they came here, would they also become such people? Fuck, those guys must be trying to renege on their debts. Even if they are a scholarly scholar, as long as they come to the Sun and Moon Pass, they will be successfully transformed in less than a day. They will be transformed into a rough man who is full of vulgarities, eats meat, and can hold a steamed bun with his hands as soon as his toenails are done. Because if they hesitate for a few seconds, they won't be able to eat anything. The people of the UMNO Alliance are looking forward to going to the battlefield, and so are our people. Because we can get loot if we kill the enemy. But the problem is, these guys on both sides are a bunch of poor bastards. There was once a group of people who wiped out the enemy. They seemed to have a lot of loot. There were more than 700 space rings, but there was nothing in the space rings except weapons. They couldn't even find a piece of low-grade jade of astral souls. Zhuxiaoduo couldn't help but sigh and said, there are a lot of supplies in the rear. Why didn't they get more and give them to the soldiers to stimulate their cultivation? It's not good to improve their cultivation. A lot? The old man smiled bitterly. Do you know how many people there are in the Sun and Moon Pass? The number of warriors participating in the war here has already exceeded 200 million. Even if it's just low-grade jade of astral souls, one piece per person, it will still cost 200 million. As for low-grade star soul jade, what use would it be to such high-level martial artists? There is no way to distribute it equally. There's not even the slightest chance of that. Of course there are resources, including the donations from the rear, the allocation from the military, and the continuous mining of mines. There are a lot of resources, but it's still far from enough to meet the needs of the front line. There are even a lot of cultivation resources in the storehouses of the various combat troops. But they don't dare to take them out. They can only store them and give them as rewards. Because once the exits are opened and all the warehouses are open to use, the so-called reserves will be used up in no more than 1 year. By then, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to provide rewards and salaries for the soldiers. This is the current situation. This is the reality of the military camp, the real military camp. There are a lot of resources in the rear, but the resources in the rear belong to the rear. They can't be confused with the resources in the front. The resources in the rear not only have to satisfy the needs of the people, but also have to cultivate the future talents. The front line. can only be maintained like this. After all, the current situation of the war has become a model where generations of people are passing on the torch. The old man's mood gradually became gloomy as he spoke. Chapter 957. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed. All of a sudden he felt that the many cultivation resources in his ring were a bit of a burden. If it was in the past he would never have such a feeling. However, after coming here and seeing the endless cemetery and the warriors who lived and died here, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly had such a feeling. Keep your thoughts to yourself. The old man was experienced in worldly affairs and was constantly paying attention to Zhuoxiaoduo. How could he not know that Zhuoxiaoduo had other thoughts? He said indifferently, "These people are all arrogant to death. They will only use battle merits to obtain resources because that is where the greatest glory lies. It is more important than anything else and cannot be replaced. Even if you give it to them for free, they will only hand it over and then use their military exploits to exchange for it. No one will accept gifts from the outside, even if it is extremely precious or resources that they urgently need but can't get. Because too many of their brothers have died here. If they get it because they only care about their own interests, they will inevitably share the high-quality resources with other brothers. If they don't get it and die, they will only feel more guilty and sad. They will only think that it is their fault. Therefore, everyone uses their military exploits to exchange for rewards. They use their own strength to speak. If they are qualified, they will take it. If they are not qualified, they will not take it. It is the same even if they hand it over from their own hands. This is a kind of pride. And this kind of pride is something that the people in the rear will never understand." The old man's interest was waning as he spoke. He sighed and led Zhuoxiaoduo outside. "Boy, it is hard, tiring, miserable and painful here. But this is the place where real men stay. If you want to be a real man, there is no harm in staying here for a few years. Of course you have to bet your life. Many warriors who come here go back to the rear because of injuries. But after a few years they come back again. Some even bring their families back. They do business here not because they can't do business in the mainland, but they don't like the environment and atmosphere in the rear. This is the charm of the military camp. Not many men can resist it. Come early." Zhuoxiaoduo said, "Grandpa Wu, from what you said, it sounds like you have quite a high status? You used to be a general? A general of a higher rank than the marshal of the Four Directions?" The old man came in and out of the barracks as if he were strolling through a market. The officer who had been silent for thousands of years in front of him made Zhuoxiaoduo think of many things. He was now certain that this old man's identity was definitely not simple at all. The old man snorted and turned around to show him a sign on his chest. He didn't know when, but a sign had appeared on his chest: "Patrol." Zhuoxiaoduo was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Was that even possible? As long as you hang up this sign, you'll be invisible to all of the military camps. The so-called patrol is actually a free tour of the military camps. You'll get to experience the atmosphere of the military camps and the reality of the military camps. What's there to patrol in such a lousy place? We can't do anything about fighting or quarreling. We might as well do something about it. The old man obviously had some opinions about the effectiveness of this brand. He actually criticized it for a long time. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed dryly. So that was the case. Patrol. But even if it was a patrol, it wasn't something that anyone could have, right? Are you done looking? Do you want to continue looking? The old man suddenly asked with a benevolent expression. I'm done. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. After all, the old man's attitude changed a little too quickly. Since you've finished watching, I presume that your state of mind has become much calmer. Then it's time to do some proper business. It's time to work. The old man grabbed the back of Zhuoxiaoduo's neck and lifted him into the air as he hurriedly left. Zhuoxiaoduo was lifted into the air like a salted fish, but he didn't feel out of place. It was probably because this action was too familiar to him. It seemed that his mother had this problem. Later, Nian Cat also inherited his mother's legacy and learned this skill. But this old man, how could he be so familiar with it? Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "Let me down, I'll walk by myself." Whoosh! The two of them flew out like sharp arrows. They flew all the way out of the Sun Moon Pass, over the battlefield where the two armies were fighting, over the continuous mountains on the side of the Umno Alliance, and all the way into the interior of the Umno Alliance. Zhuoxiaoduo was confused. This old man didn't look like he wanted to harm him. But why did he do this now? Why did he go straight into the interior of the Alliance? After a long time, the old man carried Zhuo Duo far away from the Sun-Moon Pass. He went all the way into the interior of the Alliance and stopped in the air above the interior of the Alliance. Boy. The old man sighed and said, I really didn't want to do this to you, but I had to do it. I had to do it. Son, you must understand me. Zhuo Duo felt more and more threatened. Grandpa Wu, what are you doing? Don't joke around. The old man sighed, your father and I are old friends. We used to be good friends. I really shouldn't do this to you. Then let me go. You said it yourself, we're old friends. Your father and I are friends. Today I'm taking you to calm your mind and visit the Sun-Moon Pass. I'm helping him cultivate you. So, our brotherhood is written off. The old man's words were full of disappointment, and his tone was even more disappointed. But Zhuo Duo was getting more and more scared. He could tell that the old man wasn't talking nonsense. Every word he said seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. That sense of sorrow and disappointment. Even if it was someone who was good at acting, it was impossible for them to fake it. How could their relationship be written off just like that? It couldn't be written off. Couldn't it be written off at another time? Zhuo Duo couldn't help but complain in his heart. My old man, where did you come from? How could you offend such a powerful person? Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan used to be the top people in the world. But this man in front of me is probably 2 or 3 steps higher, right? You've got yourself into a big trouble? You've got yourself into trouble, but you've made your son suffer. But it's a little scary when I think about it. This old man and my old man used to be brothers? People say that powerful people have powerful friends. Doesn't that mean that my old man is powerful too? At least he's not worse than this old man. But it's not the time to think about it now. I have to figure it out later. Old Zhuo, you're so powerful, but you didn't tell me. You've made my son suffer. However, the hatred between your father and I is something that I will never forget in my entire life. The old man took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. That bastard of a father of yours, he harmed my daughter. Zhuo Duo felt a chill down his spine. Damn it. It turned out that his father had actually killed their daughter. This was not an ordinary hatred. No wonder he said it's unforgettable in this life. It's also unforgettable for anyone. I won't make it difficult for you and I won't kill you. But if you want to continue living, then you have to fight your way back from this boundary. The old man said lightly, if you can fight your way back, you're tough enough. But if you can't, you'll die here. That's your fate. I only have one request, or rather, a restriction. You have to fight your way back step by step, and you can't fly more than 100 kilometers each time. During your return journey, I'll watch you from the sky and monitor you. If you cross the line, I won't beat you or scold you. I'll just throw you back to where you started. Zhuo Duo was even more confused. What does this mean? I'm doing this because I care about our past relationship. I don't have the heart to go too far. The old man snorted and said, I won't kill you, but I won't help you either. I'll only monitor you. If you die, I'll collect your body so that your soul can return to its hometown. If you're lucky enough to survive, all the hatred will be written off. I'll also help your father train his son. After this long-distance battle, your cultivation and combat experience will increase to a considerable level. If you die, there will be no hatred or resentment between us. We'll write off everything. If you survive, your family's debt to this old man will be even greater. The old man's face was unprecedentedly calm. Every word was sonorous and firm. Zhuo's heart stopped. His heart had already turned cold. What was there to think about? This old man had already made his words clear and thorough. He had reached the end of the road. To put it bluntly, he was originally a good friend. But later, for some reason, he harmed the other party's daughter and developed a grudge. But he couldn't let go of the past relationship. But he had to avenge his daughter. That this old man with such a contradictory mentality wanted to settle the past grudges. That's all. This feeling seemed to be quite complicated, but it was actually very easy to understand. I won't kill you, but I'll throw you, the son of my enemy, into a wolf's den. If you can fight your way out of the den, that's your ability and luck. But if you're eaten by the wolf, that's my revenge and my wish will be fulfilled. How simple. As long as I use empathy to deduce, everything will be clear. However, such a simple thing that can be easily understood, can it not happen to me? I'm very innocent, okay? Zhuo Duo said pitifully, what does the grudges of the older generation have to do with me? Grandpa Wu, I'm still a child. The old man's face suddenly twitched. Suddenly his palm felt a little itchy again. He began to miss the round and thick feeling of someone's buttocks just now. Still a child, this sentence I often hear. But this old man has lived for so many years. I'm almost a living fossil. This is the first time I've heard someone call himself that. That can't be helped. The old man nodded and said, "Who asked me to care about our relationship and not want to hit your father? I'm only left with the ability to bully a child like you." Let's discuss it again. Discuss what? This is a serious matter. We have to think about it at length. There's no need to think about it. Let's think about it again. Let's see if there's a way to get the best of both worlds. Old man, you've actually only lost a daughter. How about this, when I get married in the future, I'll give birth to a daughter and let her be your goddaughter. I'll also give you a daughter. This way we'll be relatives. We can even bury the hatchet. You can still enjoy the happiness of a family reunion. Xiaoduo desperately racked his brain trying to think of a way to save himself. But when he said this, the old man suddenly flew into a rage. Go down. Get lost. With a shake of his hand, Xiaoduo fell from the clouds. Chapter 958. Xiaoduo was complaining in his heart. This old thing is really unreasonable. My idea is so good. It's obviously a win-win situation. Why did he have to disagree with me? You're throwing me down like this. I'm really going to suffer because of you. Below him, he could vaguely see a huge mountain. Damn it, this mountain. Looks like it's a monster. Xiaoduo knew that this was the interior of the Umno Alliance. Although he was caught off guard when he fell from the sky, he didn't even make a sound. Now is not the time for me to scream. Compared to the fear in his heart, his life is more important. It's too dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be done for. Xiaoduo suddenly gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and tried his best to land more gracefully, quietly, nimbly, and stealthily. Xiaoduo's heart was full of resentment. I'm still a child. Why are you doing this to me? Too cruel. The moment Xiaoduo landed on the ground again, he had already planned it out. He already had a plan in mind. While he was in midair, he looked around and took in the surrounding landscape. He was currently in the border of a mountain forest. The moment he landed, he was like a feather. Not only did he land silently, but he also rushed to the middle of a few trees that he had already identified. His old comrade, the heavenly witch copper shovel, was the first thing he did. Poof. With a shovel, a large piece of soil was removed from its original position. Xiaoduo jumped down with a poof. With the flaming sun scripture in full force, Xiaoduo used his scorching heat to instantly evaporate the soil. He then dug a hole in the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had already moved more than 10 meters away. Even the tunnel that he had dug at the beginning was filled up with soil and stones. There were very few traces left behind. This set of movements was as smooth as flowing water. It was indescribably smooth and untraceable. Xiaoduo could clearly see that there was a troop of Umno Alliance troops nearby. Naturally, he didn't dare to be negligent. Right now, they were in the core area of the enemy's camp. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to disaster. Of course, they had to use all their skills. Safety was the most important thing, and his life was more important. As for my grand and noble image, there's no harm in ignoring it for the time being. After Xiaoduo escaped safely into the ground, he continued to dig for thousands of feet. The direction of his advance was random and disorderly, but he was at least deep into the ground. It was only when he entered the Tower of Annihilation that he felt a little safer. His pounding heart finally calmed down a little. I have just escaped from the tiger's den. However, he was still in a perilous situation. After all, the old man's cultivation and strength were too high. His eyesight and knowledge were several times better than others. Xiaoduo dared to say that the old man must have seen a space treasure like the Tower of Annihilation. He could even tell that the Tower of Annihilation was not an ordinary item at a glance. At most, he wouldn't have thought that there were other special treasures like the Earth Vein and Dragon Vein in the tower. If he wanted to appreciate it or wanted to increase the difficulty for himself by taking the tower away, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. This was the main reason why Xiaoduo didn't dare to reveal his trump card, the Tower of Annihilation. This was his life-saving measure. If it doesn't work, I'll find a place to cultivate for 100 or 2 years. I'll let you spy on me. High up in the sky, the old man watched Xiaoduo descend and even land on the ground. He couldn't help but nod secretly. He secretly thought that in the current situation, even if he were in Xiaoduo's shoes, He could at most do the same in order to minimize his movements and avoid being discovered by the enemy. Although he saw that Zhuo Duo handled the situation well and was above his expectations, the old man didn't dare to relax at all. He quietly transformed into a faint cloud and floated in the sky. No matter how ruthless his words were, his real intention was still to train this kid so that he could adapt to the environment of the battlefield as soon as possible and improve his strength as soon as possible. But no matter what, he couldn't allow any accidents to happen. If something really happened to Zhuo Duo, it would be easy to deal with Mr. Zhua. But it would be impossible to get past his daughter. If it really came to that, the old man felt that he had no other choice but to hang himself. Therefore, he had to protect him well. Along the way, the pressure he was under was far greater than Zhuo Duo. It could even be said that the pressure he was under was more than 100 times greater. And he had to concentrate 100 times more. But this was for his grandson. No matter how tired the old man felt, he had to endure it. He had brought this out of his own initiative and caused this matter, so he had to deal with it completely. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Nothing must happen. Of course, the old man had absolute confidence in dealing with this matter. As long as I'm here, nothing is forbidden. Looking at the whole world, other than the Flood Witch and his eldest brother's son-in-law, there was at most Taoist Lei. The rest were mediocre and he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if the Umno Alliance's Great Fire Witch were to come face to face, they would at most be on par with him. Even if he and the Great Fire Witch were to really fight, it wouldn't be a problem to protect Zhuo life. Fourth in the world. That's how awesome he was. He had the confidence to say that. Although Yu Xingqian, Taoist Feng, the Great Fire Witch and the Golden-Scaled Wind Emperor were all unconvinced of his position as the fourth in the world, none of them had the ability to defeat him. Yes, he couldn't win against any of them. Everyone's strength was about the same. Even if they were to fight to the death, both sides would definitely suffer and perish together. But there was nothing wrong with everyone being equal to the fourth in the world. With such strength, wouldn't it be a huge joke if an accident happened just to protect one person? Not to mention, the various great witches of the Umno Alliance were in seclusion at this moment. Who am I afraid of? Who else? I'm Lei Changtian, demon ancestor. Awesome. In short, this was a huge opportunity for this kid. It all depended on whether he could grasp it and to what extent he could grasp it. Originally, after Zhuo Duo landed, his aura disappeared after a short while. This was something that the old man didn't expect. But the old man wasn't too worried about this. Ever since this kid took out the earth hair dryer and that mysterious flame disappeared, he knew that this kid still had many secrets on him. So what if he disappeared? As long as the soul connection wasn't broken, he wasn't dead. As long as he wasn't dead, everything was fine. Moreover, that disappearance disappeared right after landing. It was impossible for him to die in such a short time that he probably used some special technique to hide. Judging from this kid's previous actions, it was normal for him to hide immediately. It had to be said that although this old man only interacted with Zhuo Duo for a short while, his understanding of Zhuo's character was far better than many people who thought that they understood Zhuo Duo very well. This was a wretched and shameless little thing, and he also had an infinite sense of despicableness. The kind of despicableness that he inherited from Zhuo Changchang. Zhuo Changchang, that despicable bastard. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. How could the Umno Alliance garrison on the ground turn a blind eye to something that fell from the sky in broad daylight, especially when it looked like a person? Naturally, they organized people to check the situation and see if something had happened. But when they came over, there was nothing. After checking the area over and over again, he could only find traces of the ground being turned over. Turn it over and see. The general faintly felt that something was wrong. He turned the ground over and continued to search, but he couldn't find anything. Strange, this is really strange. The general frowned and looked up for a long time. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone disperse." The doubts in his heart didn't disappear. He thought that this was already the Umno Alliance's territory. If there was a spy who sneaked in, wouldn't that be too bold? But as soon as it landed, it disappeared without a trace. It was still. Very strange. But he paced around alone with his hands behind his back for a long time without finding anything. Finally he left. Zhuo Duo cultivated in the tower for almost a week. 3 or 4 hours had passed in the outside world. Only then did he dare to leave the tower to explore the outside world. It had to be mentioned that after a large amount of newly obtained Astral Soul's jade powder entered the tower, the ley lines from the Crown Prince's Academy were finally melted into a ball by Xiao Long. Now, the ley lines that completely belonged to the Demon League had transformed into an embryonic ley line that was 50 to 60 meters high and 700 meters long. Because of the laurel honey, the sword of Empress Enviwa had also recovered a little. It was stabbed straight into the ground on the highest rock of the Demon League's earth vein. The entire sword was emitting a misty light, faintly exuding a sacred aura. Now, the vitality of the tower was getting stronger and stronger. The so-called self-created world was becoming more and more real. The Wahuang sword, which was at the highest point of the ley lines of the Demon League, seemed to have become the source of the scattered qi of heaven and earth, strengthening the ley lines of the Demon League. Xiao Long was working hard on the other side, absorbing the scattered qi. Xiao would occasionally run over to the Wahuang sword to help, and occasionally run over to Xiao Long to help. He was busy every day like a little fool. Although he was a helper, he offended both sides thoroughly. But he still enjoyed it. It was not enough to describe him as just a little fool. Bai and Jiao also appeared from time to time, but they were more inclined to cause trouble. The two little guys floated in the space. If they leaned a little towards one side, the absorption of qi would be much faster. If they leaned a little towards the other side, the absorption would be much faster. So as long as they came out and leaned towards one side, Xiao Long and the Wahuang sword would take advantage of the situation to absorb it. However, compared to the little dragon who could lower himself and shamelessly flatter the little dragon, the sword of Empress Enviwa always maintained a high and mighty attitude, which made little White and little Jiao unable to stand it. It's just a sword, what are you being so arrogant for? Let me tell you, your era has long passed. The current Jianghu has replaced the old with a new generation, but you still dare to act like a veteran. Chapter 959. Bai Bai and Jiao looked down on the Wahuang sword. If you still had your original strength that allowed you to look down on the universe, that would be fine too. If you put on airs, everyone would still kneel down and lick your boots. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength you used to have. Well, it should be said that you haven't recovered your previous strength. Therefore, Bai Bai and Jiao quickly joined forces with Xiao Long and suppressed the Wahuang sword. The sword of Empress Enviwa felt extremely suffocated. What made it even more furious was that Xiao Xiao didn't even know which side she was on. Xiao Xiao didn't even know which side she was on. Moreover, he was more similar to Bai Bai and Jiao in his current state. Well, everyone was ignorant and shared the same bad habits. As a result, he followed behind little White and little Jiao every day, flying around happily. You are the seventh prince. What you are doing now is helping the enemy. Do you know that? If the Wahuang sword had eyes, it would have been furious. All in all, the Tower of Annihilation was steadily improving. As the realm energy of the Demon League was formed, it was still trying to merge with the original realm energy, even though there was a clear distinction between it and the realm energy. To be more specific, the realm energy was intertwined. Everyone was the same in essence, but on the surface, they still had to fight and compete with each other. The realm energy of the astral souls was the current leader of the Tower of Annihilation. It was powerful and would only accept submission. It would never accept private collaboration. It was the time for it to be arrogant. Xiao Long was working on the two realms, trying to get them to work together as much as possible. Could this side take a small step back? Could this side take a big step back? Everything could be discussed. The main reason why he was working so hard was that Xiao Long was also anxious. As long as these two realms were combined, the efficiency of the realm would double or even more. Now, one day outside was 2 months inside. After the fusion was successful, one day outside would be half a year inside. How could this gap be described with just the word big? Furthermore, as long as the two pieces fused together, the space of the Tower of Annihilation would truly be a world of its own. It gave birth to the first living purple qi that belonged to heaven and earth. When that happens, a brand new heavenly Tao will sprout. As long as it sprout, I, Xiao Long, will transform into the first creator dragon in the Great Thousand Universe since the beginning of time. Don't throw a tantrum, don't be arrogant. When it's time to lower your head, when it's time to submit, you should also compromise appropriately. It was a pity that Zhuo Duo, the actual owner of the tower, had no idea about the various open and covert struggles, cliques, alliances, and many other changes that took place in the tower. He only felt that there seemed to be wind in the Tower of Annihilation. But all he could sense was the east wind and the west wind. It kept blowing back and forth, either the east wind overpowering the west wind or the west wind overpowering the east wind. As a result, Zhuo's hair fluttered left and right. When it fluttered left, it was naturally 46, and when it fluttered right, it was naturally 28. As it fluttered in the wind, his hair appeared to be in a very smooth state, which saved him the trouble of combing it. Zuo Duo, who deeply felt that his own strength was insufficient and his cultivation base was shallow, worked hard to cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation. With painstaking efforts, he pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the cloud transformation realm and suppressed his vital essence 53 times. This was already a shocking number, even in the eyes of Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan. But Zuo Duo felt that he could suppress it another 3 times. But now he was in the territory of the Umno Alliance. If he suppressed it to the limit and had no choice but to break through, he would have to go outside for a period of time to achieve the Heavenman connection. But that would be too risky. Therefore, Zuo Duo decided to break through to the God-reigning realm after suppressing it to 55 times. Although it would not be the limit, it would still be a lot more than Yen Yen Cat. Zuo Duo had just exited the Tower of Annihilation and tiptoed forward for more than 10 miles. The Umno Alliance's camp was just ahead. He had to try to go around it. This was his first attempt. He had to succeed. Otherwise, there would be no way back. As he got closer to the Umno Alliance's camp, Zuo Duo became more and more tiptoed. All of a sudden, with a soft paw sound as the beginning, the rumbling sound continued to be heard. The mountain in front of Zuo Duo suddenly collapsed, and it was rumbling all the way down. Suddenly there was a commotion. Someone even shouted, and the sound shook the surroundings. "There's a spy." Boom. Hundreds of people flew into the air and surrounded him. Zuo Duo looked at the collapsed mountain with a dumbfounded expression. "Old man. It seems like you really have a grudge against my dad." The unforeseen event was, of course, the work of the old man. Since Zuo Duo exited the Tower of Annihilation, the old man had sensed Zuo Duo's reappearance at the first moment. After that, the old man saw the series of tiptoeing stealthily. Since it was an experience, how could the old man let Zuo Duo pass so easily? Naturally, he had to make a noise and expose Zuo Duo's whereabouts. Zuo Duo didn't even have the time to curse before someone discovered him. "Over there. There's a spy. It's someone from the astral souls." A murderous aura suddenly rose. A figure had already closed in on Zuo Duo like lightning. A sword light, like a viper, was aimed at the vital point of his throat, full of murderous intent. Zuo Duo waved his hand, and the civet sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The two swords collided in an instant and sparks flew. The man grunted and retreated, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. When the two swords collided, the sword in his hand was broken on the spot. At the same time, his internal organs were violently shaken and almost fell apart. Zuo Duo was stunned for a moment. The opponent was only a divine reigning warrior. With Zuo Duo's previous record, it was more than enough to kill the opponent with one strike. But as soon as they started fighting, the opponent was not only alert, but also quick to react. Knowing that he was no match for him, he stopped fighting and retreated. This divine reigning warrior was quite something. But Zuo Duo had already severely injured the opponent. Just as he was about to chase after him, the sound of metal blades cutting through the air came from all directions. The warriors of the Wizard Alliance cooperated with each other to the point of being extremely familiar with each other in battle. In a split second, Zuo Duo was already surrounded from all sides and was in a terrible situation where he was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Zuo Duo snorted coldly. He grabbed a bunch of small gourds in his hand, and then 8 of them wrapped around his body. With Zuo Duo's fear of death and the various trump cards he had prepared early on, how could he not have predicted that he would be surrounded from all sides by the enemy? Of course he was prepared. Today was the day to test it. Although this military camp was in the territory of the Umno Alliance, there were not too many strong martial artists stationed here. Most of the martial artists who surrounded him were in the nascent soul stage, and some even had the elixir stage. With their level, how could they withstand Zuo Duo's hidden weapons? Puff puff puff. Without exception, the gourds pierced through the heads of the 8 people who bore the brunt of the attack. Their bodies swayed a little before they fell and died. The moment Zuo Duo glanced at them, he had already judged the level of strength of the enemies. Although there were many of them, their combat power was mediocre. He immediately launched a counterattack. With a sweep of his sword chi, dozens of people were cut in half at the waist. Dozens of space rings fell into his hands at the same time. Zuo Duo was even more familiar with this kind of thing. Then his body followed his sword. The majestic sword chi slowly circled around and caught up with the leading military officer who attacked at the beginning. It pierced through the back of his head and killed this god-reigning level master. Zuo Duo continued to charge outwards. There was no one in his hands who could withstand his attack. He rushed out like a hot knife through butter. In an instant he had already rushed hundreds of miles away. Although Zhuoxiaoduo's journey was smooth, he did not let his guard down. Instead he was fully alert for the impending danger. Because at this moment, the military alarm of the UMNO alliance had sounded all over the place. At least the surrounding thousands of miles had already been informed of the current situation. A spy from the astral souls has infiltrated. He is currently fleeing in the direction of the astral souls. He is probably escaping from the inland. He must have a lot of information that is unfavorable to us. We must intercept and kill him. This person is extremely ferocious. His cultivation level is high. A god-reigning level master died in his hands in 2 moves. Attention, all parties, intercept and kill this spy from the astral souls at all costs. Report again. Currently 6-star alert. Those who intercept and kill him will be promoted by 1 level. Their family members will be given a 2-level relocation order. Their unit will be collectively rewarded. Location. 1 day later. Report, emergency report. The spy from the astral souls has gone berserk. His methods are extremely vicious and cruel. Level 1 promotion, 7-star alert. Those who intercept and kill him. 3 days later. Report. Level 9 promotion, no need to capture him alive. He must be killed. At all costs. Reward for success. At this point, the alert related to Zhuoxiaoduo had soared all the way to 9 stars. And this was already the highest alert level of the UMNO alliance. It had not appeared for many years. Now, such a high-level alert suddenly broke out. Immediately, many of the high-level warriors in the inland of the UMNO alliance were extremely excited. They were eager to give it a try. Of course, facing a target with the highest alert level would be dangerous. But as long as this 9-star alert was eliminated, the rewards would be unimaginably great. It had been many years since they had a chance to improve themselves. How could they miss it? No matter how dangerous the target was, could it be more dangerous than attacking the Sun Moon Pass? After all, it came from the UMNO alliance's own territory. No matter how big the risk was, it was still small in their own territory. At this time, Zhuoxiaoduo was running and fighting in the forest. So far it had been 3 days and 3 nights. In these 3 days and 3 nights, he had spent his time running and fighting non-stop. It was also in these 3 days and 3 nights that he had killed more than 1,000 masters of the UMNO alliance. However, the warriors of the UMNO alliance were rushing over from all directions. Not only were there a sea of people, but their cultivation levels were also getting higher. At the beginning, Zhuoxiaoduo had destroyed all the enemies easily. But now he was gradually feeling tired. Although it was not to the extent that it was difficult to deal with them, it was not as easy as before. Although he had the Tower of Annihilation and could hide in it at any time to avoid the attacks, Zhuoxiaoduo did not want to do so for the time being. Chapter 960. Zhuoxiaoduo knew this very well. Just like what the old man said, the current situation was indeed a crisis, but it was also a huge opportunity for him to greatly improve himself. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, even though he'd experienced life and death battles, when it came to a high-intensity battle like the one before him, where he was constantly walking on the edge of death and practically dancing on the tip of a blade, it was still the first time in his life that he'd encountered such an experience. Therefore he gritted his teeth and persevered in fighting different enemies. He kept killing his opponents. The cat spirit sword had been stained with blood in the past few days. It was already 10 times more than what he had experienced before. Hunt in the Wansong Mountains. This was the official statement from the UMNO alliance. For the masters of the UMNO alliance, the spy from the astral souls was already a dead man. Everything that was happening now was just a process. It was just a matter of time until the final conclusion. Even if this person's cultivation was high, what could he do? Facing the encirclement of the entire UMNO alliance, he would be killed in the end. It was absolutely inevitable. The other difference was who would kill this fellow in the end, and who would obtain this long-awaited honor of meritorious service. In a big city of the UMNO alliance. Shanghai held a piece of information and walked into the inner courtyard excitedly. Big brother, are you here? In a quiet garden, there were dozens of young people. There were both men and women. They were talking and laughing with each other. It was a noisy atmosphere. This group of people was full of energy. They were handsome and tall. Obviously they were all geniuses. However, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that the 40 to 50 young people actually had their own camps. They could be roughly divided into 3 groups, each led by 3 young people. One of them had a handsome face and a slightly thin body. His eyes were squinted all year round as if he could not open them. He gave people a friendly feeling. He did not have to make any expression. When he met people they would feel that he was smiling. He always had a friendly look. It was actually a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. The number of people gathered around him was also the largest. There were 27 or 28 men and women. The other leader was a young man who stood there like an unsheathed sword, emitting a sharp aura. His expression was cold. This person seemed to have never sat down and rarely moved around. The 7 or 8 men and women gathered around him were all cold and solemn. If one closed their eyes and relied on their senses to sense, it was not 7 or 8 people in front of them, but 7 or 8 unsheathed swords that were emitting a dense killing intent. The leader of the group was a young woman. She was not born with an outstanding beauty. In fact, she even looked a little chubby. Only this woman's actions were full of kindness, and the 15 to 16 people around her were all very quiet. Some were even holding handkerchiefs to embroider, and 2 men were each holding a novel and reading. As he read, he laughed foolishly again and again. Taking a closer look at the title of the book, A World Defying 9 Heavens. No wonder he was so immersed in it, it made sense. Big Brother. Shanghai hurriedly rushed in, but when he saw so many people, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the cold young man slowly turned his head and his body. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, but his tone was a little impatient. What's the matter? Why are you making such a big fuss? But everyone could hear that he was actually not impatient. It was just that at this time he should use an impatient tone, so he used an impatient tone. But in fact, in his heart, there was no fluctuation at all. The other 2 groups of people had the same reaction. They didn't even lift their eyelids. Shanghai didn't call him. He called him Big Brother, not Third Brother and not Big Sister. Big Brother, avenge me. My biggest enemy has come to the Umno Alliance. Shanghai's face was red. It's the number 1 genius of the astral souls, Zhuo Duo, who can fight people 2 levels higher than him. This bastard, when we were in the nascent soul trial space. Shanghai's big brother, the cold young man, narrowed his eyes. Zhuo Duo? He's here? On the other side, the squinting young man and the ordinary-looking young woman raised their heads at once when they heard this name. Zhuo Duo? Is it really him? Yes, it's him. Shanghai said, look at this newly issued 9-star alert. The person on it must be Zhuo Duo. Look at this information, this intelligence report. Young man in his 20s, handsome one. 89 meters tall, well-proportioned, wielding a sharp sword that can be described as a divine blade. He has countless hidden weapons in his hands, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. None of the hidden weapons missed. According to the investigation, the wounds of those who were killed by the hidden weapons were all fatal. As for those hidden weapons, they were just ordinary small white jade gourds. Vicious in his attacks, savage in nature. All of these are characteristics of Zhuo Duo. That bastard is like this. The cold young man said indifferently, but how long has it been since Zhuo Duo participated in the nascent soul trial with you? The information recorded here. Look, the strength of the person who made the report should be at the peak of the God reigning stage or the early stage of the profound returning stage. The cold young man said indifferently, it's only been a few months and Zhuo Duo has advanced from the nascent soul to the profound returning stage? Do you think I'll believe that? Or do you believe it? No. When Zhuo Duo was at the nascent soul stage, he was invincible among his peers. Even if all of us joined forces, we still weren't his match. In other words, when he was at the nascent soul stage, his battle strength was no different from the peak of the cloud transformation stage. And not just any peak of the cloud transformation stage, but almost equivalent to the God reigning stage. After a few months of cultivation, his battle strength has increased to the peak of the God reigning stage, and even the profound returning stage. Although it sounds inconceivable, it's not absolutely impossible. The cold young man frowned and pondered. The ordinary-looking young woman said, Shaja, what Shanghai said is not without reason. The increase of some geniuses' battle strength can't be measured by common sense. It's not impossible to reach the heavens in a single step with a chance encounter. The cold young man Shaja nodded lightly. Yes, there's always something unexpected in this world. The smiling young man said, according to the information, this Wuxiao duo is 18 years old. His current age should be 18 years old, less than a month old. Further information shows that he only started to have the talent to cultivate last year. If the person in this information is really him, the squinting young man said indifferently, then this person might be even more terrifying than Mo Yingfeng, who was assassinated by the demon monarch of the astral souls. Mo Yingfeng. This was the name of a legend belonging to the Umno Alliance. Although he was only 22 years old when he died, he was still a legend. However, he was an out-and-out legend, a legend that was destined to become a myth. When Mo Yingfeng was born with a perfect soul, almost everyone thought that he was the reincarnation of Zhu Wu. When Mo Yingfeng was 12 years old, he had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, and suppressed his true yuan 17 times in the inner core stage. This was an unimaginable number that most people couldn't comprehend. After that, he continued to improve. When Mo Yingfeng was at the peak of the soul-controlling stage, he wasn't at a disadvantage when facing ordinary Sky Soar Realm cultivators. He could even defeat them. When Mo Yingfeng was 22 years old, he used his soul-controlling stage cultivation to suppress his true yuan 19 times to break through to the returning profound realm. At that time, this progress shocked the entire Umno Alliance. At that time, not to mention that Sky Soar Realm cultivators weren't allowed to make a move. Even if they sent out a Sky Soar Realm cultivator, they would most likely be killed by Mo Yingfeng. But at that time, the demon monarch of the astral souls, Lei Changtian, sent his 36 demon monarchs to infiltrate the Umno Alliance. No one expected that when Mo Yingfeng's grandfather was celebrating his birthday, when all the experts of the family were gathered, they would brazenly make a move. A total of 8 peak Sky Soar Realm demon monarchs made a move at the same time. They launched a sneak attack on the birthday banquet and killed this Wu people genius on the spot. At that time, this matter almost led to the final battle between the two continents. Even the Flood, which was furious and made a move. She fought with the demon monarch and killed all 36 demon monarchs of the astral souls. But no matter what, Mo Yingfeng was still dead. No matter how much of a genius he was, no matter how legendary he was, once he died, it would be difficult for him to become a legend. Since then, no one in the Wizard Alliance continent had been able to match Mo Yingfeng in terms of soul power, cultivation speed, and battle prowess that surpassed his cultivation level. He defeated a Sky Soar Realm cultivator at the age of 22. What kind of glorious battle record was this? Even after that, Lei Yijin, who was highly praised by the Flood, which appeared. But when compared to Mo Yingfeng, Lei Yijin was still a level lower. In fact, it wasn't just a level lower. Although everyone present looked young, they knew each other well. If one were to compare their actual age to an ordinary person, they would already be considered old. But first of all, they looked better this way. Second of all, their fathers all looked like they were in their 30s or 40s. If they looked old and gray-haired, how could they still look good? Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, they were just a bunch of young people who had just come of age. Shaja's eyes narrowed. He said, "Shahan, you mean this Wuxiao duo is a big threat?" Shahan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It's not just big. If we want to deal with him, I suggest we use the incineration order." Shaja pondered for a moment. He looked at the ordinary woman and said, "Shayu, what do you think?" Shayu said indifferently, "The incineration order is the most useful. Since Wuxiao duo has come to the Umno Alliance, we can't let him go back alive. And if we go and fight with him, there's a high possibility that we'll just be giving Wuxiao duo experience. No matter which one of us dies, it'll be a great loss to our family. But the incineration order is different. Those who use it will only self-destruct. They only want results. There won't be any battles." Chapter 961. You're right. There's no reason to reason with the burning order. Even if the astral souls knew about it, they would have nothing to say. They just didn't want to live anymore and self-destructed. But you were there. Aren't you just unlucky? Ah. What experience? What merit? Wuxiao duo won't get a single bit of it. He will only die in the continuous explosions. In the end, he'll be turned into minced meat after the last explosion. But the burning order isn't something we can use. Shaja smiled bitterly. Shayu said indifferently, "Hand over Wuxiao's information to the elders and let them analyze that he's even more dangerous than Silent Storm Thunderbolt. That's enough. You don't have to say anything and we don't have to do anything." "That's right." Shahan clapped his hands. Sister Yu is indeed wise. Sha Yu snorted and said, but we can't keep this to ourselves. We have to inform the other families. Shahai. Sister Yu, I'm here. Shahai was very honest. Spread this news and Zhuxiaoduo's information to the 12 families as soon as possible. Also, tell those families that had young soul transformation stage geniuses who died in the astral souls that Zhuxiaoduo is here. Their great enemy is here. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Sha Yu said coldly, let these people go and exhaust them first. If they can really kill Zhuxiaoduo first, then we don't want any of the benefits and merit points. All of it will be theirs. If they fail, then the burning order will be used. At that time, no one will be able to say anything. Sha Yu sighed softly. The burning order is admirable. If we can prevent too many of them from dying, we should try our best to avoid it. Even if we have to pay a little more, it's only right. Yes, Sister Yu. Go. Sha Yu said lightly, we must spread this news throughout the Umno Alliance in the shortest time possible. Wait. Shahan stopped Shahai. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, I've thought of a few words. I'll send them out as well. What words? How many years has it been since the rise of the astral souls? How many years has it been since the rise of the astral souls? How many years has it been since the 3 races were pacified? How many years has it been since the world was unified? Shahan narrowed his eyes and said, spread the word as soon as possible. Tell them that this is a prophecy passed down in the astral souls. It's fine as long as you don't know anything else. What is this? Shahai was confused. What did that mean? You don't have to worry about it. You just need to spread the news. Someone will naturally interpret it, Shahan said calmly. All right. Shahai hurried out. He was really anxious now. He didn't expect Zhuxiaoduo to appear in the Wu people's headquarters. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhuxiaoduo, kid, since you're here, don't even think about going back. You're destined to be buried here. From now on, the nightmare will cease to exist. Watching Shahai leave, Sha Yu muttered to herself. She looked at Shahan and said, Shahan, you're still the most cunning one. No wonder the elders always say that narrow-eyed people don't have good intentions. It's true. Ah. Shahan narrowed his eyes and said, it's just a psychological trick. It's nothing. However, this Zhuxiaoduo, are you really not going to take a look? Someone beside said, didn't you say that it's not appropriate for us to take action? Shahan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, we'll try our best not to take action. However, not taking action doesn't prevent us from watching the show. Also, Zhuxiaoduo was able to improve so quickly. Do you think that he doesn't have any secrets? He lowered his voice and said, I just heard. It said that. When Mo Yingfeng was suddenly killed, someone seemed to have heard a sigh. It was very, very soft. It was said that. He suddenly stopped. The dozens of people around them all pricked up their ears to listen. Shahan said mysteriously, those were 4 words. It said that. Unbind. Shaja couldn't help but laugh. You've read too many novels on Chidian Chinese network, right? That Sai, is it an old grandpa who carries you around? Ah. Everyone burst out laughing. Shahan himself also narrowed his eyes and laughed uncontrollably. However, Sha Yu pondered for a moment and said, I'll go and watch the show. I'll go too. We'll all go. Aha, watching a show is my favorite. Shahan narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. However, there was a flash of light in his eyes. The so-called system was, of course, a joke made by Shahan. It didn't exist at all. In fact, if such a thing really appeared for high-level cultivators with a certain level of cultivation, most of them wouldn't care about external objects that could affect their cultivation. They would avoid it like the plague. If they really had a system, it would mean that they would be controlled by others for the rest of their lives. And for cultivators who had entered the path of cultivation, who would be willing to be a puppet for the rest of their lives. Not to mention other things, it would be difficult to deal with inner demons that disturbed one's own state of mind. However, this didn't stop Shahan from using this method to remind everyone that Zhuxiaoduo might have a great fortune that wasn't inferior to the system. It might even be a great opportunity that was beyond imagination. Although they didn't know what it was exactly, it was inevitable that it would be useful. Everyone chatted and laughed. After a while they set off together. There weren't any more speculations about Zhuxiaoduo. However, in the depths of everyone's eyes, there was a flash of light. It was obvious that everyone's mind was spinning with their own thoughts. San Soul's words gave rise to endless associations in everyone's minds. That's right. Zhuo Duo has only entered the path of cultivation for a little more than a year. Previously he was in a completely useless state and had to repeat 5 years. Suddenly he soared to the sky. There must be a reason. To be able to turn a useless person into the top choice of the current generation of talents, his opportunity might be an innate spiritual treasure. It's said that among the innate spiritual treasures, there are many that can condense spiritual liquid to assist in cultivation. In the early stage of cultivation, it's almost a piece of cake to be able to catch up and surpass geniuses of the same age in half a year. Perhaps Zhuo Duo had such an opportunity? This kind of great fortune in cultivation does exist. For example, it's said that the Ice Abyss Witch was originally the brother-in-law of the Fire Abyss Witch. It's said that when the Fire Abyss Witch became a great witch, the Ice Abyss Witch was just a playboy. He even had the elegant title of the #1 scumbag of the younger generation. However, after obtaining the Ice Soul during an adventure, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He went from the #1 scumbag of the younger generation to the #1 scumbag of the 12 great witches. It's clear that this kind of thing really exists. There are precedents to follow. It's not just the Ice Abyss Witch. It's said that the southern marshal of the Astral Souls continent, Nanjing Qian, was also a person who progressed very slowly in cultivation. However, by chance he obtained a mysterious flying knife. That flying knife had the miraculous effect of assisting cultivation. That's why Nanjing Qian's cultivation speed caught up with his peers and even became outstanding. It could be said that it was the cornerstone for him to eventually become a marshal. Although this kind of thing can't be said to be everywhere, there are still many people who have seen it. It's not uncommon. And Zhuo Duo, I think, also obtained this kind of opportunity. It's not impossible to seize this kind of opportunity. I believe that as long as Zhuo Duo is killed, the opportunity in his possession will become an ownerless item. If I get it, I'll definitely have a chance to become a great witch. Or even an existence that surpasses the great witch. However, with so many people going together, even if I have a chance, it'll be a lot thinner because of these many people. I'll have to think of a way. However, the most important thing now is to go. If I don't go, I won't have a chance at all. As for Shaja, he said indifferently, Zhuo Duo bullied my brother. I must avenge my brother. Everyone was speechless. What a good reason. The news from the desert ocean was sent out one after another. In a very short time, it caused a great commotion among countless Umno Alliance families. Zhuo Duo came to the Umno Alliance. The great enemy who killed their genius actually came to the Umno Alliance. He was simply courting death. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to avenge their genius. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, an order was quickly passed down. Zhuo Duo is currently the #1 person on the human favor order list. No family or force is allowed to send experts above the Sky Realm, including Sky Realm experts, to deal with Zhuo Duo. Those who violate this order will be exterminated. When this order was passed down, countless people were puzzled. What was the human favor order? Why were cultivators above the Sky Realm not allowed to deal with Zhuo Duo? However, the higher-ups didn't give any explanation at all. They just passed down an order to the Umno Alliance. The only thing the people below needed to do was to follow the order. Therefore, the human favor order suddenly became the hottest topic in the Umno Alliance. Many people were asking, what is the human favor order? Then, the human favor order, which used to only exist in the higher-ups, was revealed in front of everyone. After all, there were many people who knew about the human favor order. Naturally, one person spread it to 10 people, and 10 people spread it to 100 people. I see. So this is the so-called human favor order. This is the protection that the higher-ups give to their geniuses. Everyone enjoys the protection of the human favor order. Naturally, there's nothing wrong with that. But now what should we do? As people learned about the human favor order, the incineration order suddenly came into everyone's attention. It turned out that it could be done like this. Then, many families started to think about it. Many experts of the families had already set out and rushed to the place where Zhuo Duo appeared. Countless geniuses of the Umno Alliance, God Reigning Realm and Guixin Realm experts had heard of the name Zhuo Duo, who dominated the nascent Soul region. They had long been curious about this person and naturally set out to find him. At the same time, Sha Hun's words also began to spread in the Umno Alliance. Chapter 962. How many years will it take for the astral souls to rise? How many years will it take for the astral souls to rise? How many years will it take for the three races to be pacified? How many years will it take for the world to be unified? This sentence sounded very normal, but in fact, most people did not think much of it. They just snorted. This was a sentence that had been said in the astral souls continent for many years. Many people were saying it and many people were looking forward to it. The people of the astral souls continent were dreaming too much. They actually wanted to wipe out the three races and unify the world, that they really did not know their limits. However, there were always people with ulterior motives in this world. They were used to making simple things complicated. When they saw this sentence, they all frowned. In their eyes, this sentence had a deeper and more obscure meaning. When they thought of Wuxia duo, who had recently turned the Umno alliance upside down, some people suddenly had a feeling of realization. Then they felt a chill run down their spines. How many years? The key is how many years. This number of years, if we take it apart. If we understand it as many young people. Many young people? Or Wuxia duo has reached the age of young people. But looking at the situation now, this Wuxia duo can't be separated. Could this prophecy be referring to Wuxia duo? Wuxia duo will pacify the three races in the future? Unify the world? This Wuxia duo is actually so dangerous? My guess is right? Could it be the truth? Whether it was the truth or not, these people with ulterior motives in the Umno alliance had, sooner or later, spread their epiphany. Whether it was right or not, it was absolutely necessary to report this discovery. If it was true, the consequences would be too serious. They could not let their guard down. The people of the Umno alliance immediately contacted their spies in the astral souls continent. Did this sentence appear before them? Speaking of this, he had to praise Shah Hun for his meticulousness. Because this sentence had truly existed before. Although it was only a part of it that had been dissected, this sentence was simply too common. Whenever there was a gathering of friends, they would sigh and say, how many years will it take for astral souls to flourish? All of the spies were dumbfounded at the confirmation of the relevant clues. It was such a normal sentence. What did he want to confirm? Was there anything worth confirming? Hence, he replied, isn't this sentence very common? This sentence had been said here for God knows how many years already. There was nothing wrong with this reply. However, the moment the Wizard Alliance received this reply, they were even more horrified and felt their hearts turn cold. It was actually true? Then, as a prophecy, wouldn't it be a perfect match for Wuxia duo? Couldn't they be more compatible? Thus, the Umno alliance came to a conclusion. Kills Wuxia duo at all costs. Request for the incineration order. At this moment, in the faraway continent of astral souls, Shangjing, another secret message was sent. The heavenly Tao of astral souls is chaotic and obscured from the heavens. However, I can vaguely see a malefic star heading south, hanging over the Witch land. My guess is that the number one genius of the human relations order, Wuxia duo, is currently in the Umno alliance's territory. I hope that the Umno alliance will do everything in their power to kill him. We must not let him return to the astral souls. This was a highly confidential piece of information. It was the highest level of confidentiality, and it was directly sent to the highest office of the Umno alliance. After the other side received the secret letter and confirmed that it was a drawing of a white cloud, they did not dare to be negligent and immediately reported it to the heavenly kings of the Wizard Alliance, who were in charge of all the affairs of the Wizard Alliance continent. The heavenly kings also realized the seriousness of the situation. This was a message that was sent at the risk of exposing the biggest mole in the organization. It was obvious that the spy attached great importance to this matter. Where is Wuxia duo now? What's his position? The target is currently approaching the Scarlet Sun Mountains. He's currently moving around the Lone Bamboo Mountains at an extremely fast speed. Order the nearby garrisons to seal off the Lone Bamboo Mountains and the Scarlet Sun Mountains. Not only the roads but even the secret places in the sky, the ground, and the forests must be heavily guarded. Although Sky Realm cultivators and above can't attack, they can lock onto the target's position from high up in the sky. They must report their position at all times so that the target has nowhere to hide. Use the incineration order immediately to kill this person and eliminate all future troubles. Send out all the Umno Alliance's incineration order holders and divide them into 10 battle echelons. The first wave will be a 100-man incineration order group as a probing attack. After this wave of attack, we'll determine the follow-up attack pattern based on the situation. Yes. For a moment, the Umno Alliance's territory was in turmoil. This series of changes made the demonic path ancestral master Lei Changtian a little dumbfounded. With his experience and shrewd eyesight, how could he not see that the current situation was starting to go wrong? It was gradually developing in a direction that was completely out of his control. At this moment, he was still floating in the sky and overseeing the overall situation. Naturally, he could clearly sense that the movements and auras of the nearby Wizard Alliance cities, military camps, garrisons, and other forces suddenly showed an intense turbulence that was similar to a boiling pot. Then, in a very short period of time, the auras of countless high-level cultivators gathered from all directions. The garrisons of the 5 legions at the front also began to move in unison towards the Scarlet Sun Mountains and the Lone Bamboo Mountains. The overall movement of the army was like a giant pincer. It was as if they were going to surround this place and block off all possible escape routes. Even further away, the army that was originally heading towards the front lines suddenly turned around and rushed over here. Such a targeted movement made Lei Changtian sweat on his forehead. How could there be such a big movement? The current movement was so big that it could be said to be a big breakthrough. Just the size of the 6 legions that were mobilized had already exceeded 600,000 people. And with every passing second, the momentum that was pressing towards this place was a little thicker. And the only thing that could cause such a situation and create such a feeling was that a large number of experts were gathering from afar and from all directions. On the 4th day, the first batch of people had already rushed into the Lone Bamboo Mountains. And this first batch of people had already reached 3,000 people. And after this first batch of people rushed in, there was an endless stream of people coming in and continuing to enter. Lei Changtian was high up in the sky looking down from above. He looked at the high-level cultivators of the Wizard Alliance from all directions. It was like a gathering of ants. The black mass of people kept rushing over from afar and plunging into the ground. At first it was in groups of 3 to 5, then it was in groups of 30 to 50. Then, on the 5th day, it was already in groups of 3 to 500 people rushing down. What the hell, what's going on? Lei Changtian was dumbfounded and speechless. For a long time he was speechless. Speaking of which, he had already tried his best to overestimate the influence of his grandson, but he still didn't expect such a result. Especially when he checked the momentum of the thousands of Skysoar realm experts that had suddenly gathered, he started to feel a little numb. Then he saw that there were a few Dao integration stage experts hiding among them, and they were using their divine senses to lock down the Crimson Sun Mountain area. Lei Changtian felt even more guilty. Lei Changtian felt like his butt was on fire. This fucking can't go too far, right? Speaking of the Umno Alliance's current lineup, not to mention that Zhuoxiao Duo had yet to reach the God-reigning realm, even if he was at the peak of the God-reigning realm, or even the peak of the profound returning realm, it would be extremely difficult to win over them. Lei Changtian checked again and again, and after confirming that there were no signs of great shamans making a move, he felt relieved. As long as there are no great shamans leading the team. Who was Lei Changtian? He was a peerless expert, second only to the 3 pillars of the astral souls of the Umno Alliance, Dao League and Astral Souls. As long as there were no peerless experts of the same level as him present, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take Zhuoxiao Duo away safely with his skills. However, no matter how powerful Lei Changtian was, he didn't dare to face the current lineup of the Umno Alliance head-on. Sometimes a person's strength was limited. Even if it was him, if he wanted to face an army of hundreds of thousands of high-level cultivators head-on, other than the Flood Witch's peerless hammer and a certain long saber, even Taoist Lei wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Lei Changtian was certain that although the current lineup was huge and had greatly exceeded his expectations, as long as there were no great shamans leading the team, the situation was still within his control. However, if any of the 12 great shamans appeared here, this old man would immediately throw away his face and ask for help from Yu Dongtian and his son, as well as the great commanders of the 4 directions. However, the current situation still made this old man, no matter how confident he was, somewhat frightened. What on earth did this kid do? How could a junior like him cause such a big commotion in the Umno Alliance? Damn it. Even if I threw Nanjing Chen here, I might not be able to cause such an effect, right? It was true that Lei Changtian was the demon ancestor, and he was experienced in the ways of the world. However, he hadn't stepped foot in the mortal world for many years, so it was inevitable that the information he knew was limited. For example, he knew about the secret training in the Starlight Mountains, but he didn't know much about it. For example, he didn't know what his good grandson had done in there. He also didn't know how great his grandson's ability to cause trouble was. Let's see. For the first time, Lei Changqian's face showed a worried expression. He had already started to think, if things went really bad, I would directly rush down and grab him by the scruff of his neck and run away. No one in the Alliance camp could stop me. However, things had developed to this point, and Lei Changtian was really a little bit at a loss. Daughter, don't worry. Dad won't harm my grandson. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was already bathed in blood. He was like a faint trace of blood in the forest, continuing to advance towards the southeast. His direction had always been constant. That was the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass. As long as he killed his way back, he would be safe. Chapter 963. And one of the major reasons why Zhou Xiaoduo continued to advance without any hesitation was because now, it was just the beginning, the news had not spread widely, and the blocking forces along the way were not very strong. As long as he rushed all the way like this, he could shorten the distance by a lot. This was also the easiest time to rush. It was estimated that after rushing through this wave, it would really be the time when the bayonet was red, when the masters came out in large numbers and countless strong pillars blocked the way. Only then would he need to go all out and risk his life to deal with it. As for now, while the masters of the enemy had not arrived yet, he only needed to rush forward, maximizing his speed and shortening the distance between himself and the other side. Like a light smoke, he moved at the speed of light in the mountain forest. On this side there was a loud bang and half of the mountain was blown up, but he had already gone 10,000 meters in the other direction and started to kill again. The sword in his hand, the hidden weapons in his hand, he constantly attacked and killed the enemy. Bai and Jiao anxiously cried out. But Zhou Xiaoduo was not moved at all. Now was not the time to use the Eternal Stone of Astral Souls and the 99 Cat Hammer. He knew very well that every corpse he killed was being studied by someone behind. The Eternal Stone of Astral Souls was his trump card, and could not be easily exposed. And the 99 Cat Hammer even more so. So far, there were already 2,000 space rings stained with blood in the Tower of Annihilation. Although they were all low level, but even a mosquito's leg was meat, and as long as he brought it back, it could be exchanged for money. They were all resources. With another loud bang, 40 to 50 people rushed forward together and swarmed over. Zhou Xiaoduo did not even blink, and more than 50 small gourds poured out like a storm. The cat spirit sword in his hand was as fast as a special chef cutting shredded potatoes, and he chopped off 49 arms. His empty left hand was not idle either, and with a flow of energy, he skillfully grabbed all 49 rings in his hand. His body was like a meteor, rushing through the 49 people who were lying on the ground. Although his movements were frequent, from beginning to end, his speed did not slow down at all. The series of movements were as smooth as flowing water, natural and without the slightest hesitation. The only flaw in this series of actions was probably the landing point of the 50th small gourd. Although it passed through a big tree and exploded on the forehead of a person behind the tree, taking away his life, the position was a little too far. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't get the ring he was carrying with him. He could only choose to give up. While he thought to himself that it was a pity, he was already 3,000 meters away. After killing another 10-man squad, Zhou Xiaoduo dashed into a patch of dense grass on the left side as if he was playing whack-a-mole. Then he drilled 3 meters into the ground, burning holes along the way. In one breath, he had covered a distance of more than 100 meters. At this point he had already entered the territory of Lone Bamboo Mountain. The Lone Bamboo Mountain range was located in the center. It was famous because of the Lone Bamboo Mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high. The name of Lone Bamboo Mountain came from the lone starlight bamboo that grew at the top of the mountain. But now, the legendary starlight bamboo had already been cut down by the Zhumang shaman of the Alliance to be used as a weapon. There was not even a single bamboo on Lone Bamboo Mountain. It had not lived up to its name for a long time. But today, there was an extra military camp on the mountainside of Lone Bamboo Mountain. It had fallen from the sky a day ago and had already been set up. In just one day and one night, they had already dug more than 100,000 traps on the mountain. All to serve Zhou Xiaoduo. Because this was the only way to return to the Sun-Moon Pass. This path full of traps and thorns would lead Zhou Xiaoduo to the path of hell. Even if all 20,000 of us die, we must kill Zhou Xiaoduo. Don't wait for the burning order. Don't tell me that our Alliance's soldiers don't even dare to self-destruct? Kill Zhou Xiaoduo. I will sacrifice myself to pave a path to the heavens for my other brothers. Beyond Lone Bamboo Mountain is Lone Bamboo City. In Lone Bamboo City, there are our fellow villagers, our parents, our children, our wives, our descendants. Once Zhuo enters Lone Bamboo City, we may not be able to kill him in the city, but we can imagine how much damage Lone Bamboo City will suffer. I heard that this Zhuo is the most vicious and merciless person. He kills people like flies, rapes and pillages. There is nothing he won't do. His hands are stained with blood. We can't let such a murderer near our families. We can't let that happen. Never. Kill Zhuo. Kill Zhuo. Kill the spy from the astral souls and protect us. We are men of the Umno Alliance and we have the courage to do so. The commander's speech made the cultivators' blood boil. Their morale soared to the heavens. The commander of the 20,000 soldiers was at the peak of the profound returning realm, a half-step ascension realm cultivator. Against Zhuo, it was the perfect time to send all of them. Although there weren't any ascension realm cultivators, there were still quite a few profound returning realm cultivators. Zhuo rushed into Lone Bamboo Mountain, and after less than 500 meters in stealth, he felt that something was wrong. This was clearly a net waiting. Looking at the countless thin threads in front of him, as well as the intertwining and flickering infrared rays in front of him. Damn it, I was wondering why the pursuers didn't come here. It turns out that they have already set up an inescapable trap for me. Originally, Zhuo's plan was to find a place to hide and dig. The difficulty of digging a tunnel was that it was inefficient and time-consuming. It also consumed too much energy and was difficult to continue. However, Zhuo had the Tower of Annihilation in his hands. If he was underground, he could enter a state of recovery at any time. As the difference in the flow of time between the two sides was not small, as long as he controlled it well, he could almost form an uninterrupted continuous excavation. Furthermore, with the help of the Heavenly Witch Copper Shovel, digging was a piece of cake. Using this method to pass through Lone Bamboo Mountain was much cheaper than facing the enemy head-on. It was also much safer. But now, after seeing how tight the enemy's defense was, his original plan was definitely not going to work. If he made a mistake, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. Zhuo's eyes flickered as he made up his mind. Using his fastest speed, he charged forward forcefully. It was as if a bolt of lightning had passed through the sky, covering a distance of 1,500 meters. Along the way he broke more than 10,000 threads. Below. Boom 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 boom. In the whole area, all the buried landmines and bombs were detonated one after another. For a moment the mountain shook and the ground shook. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The power of modern explosives was shown in an instant. However, Zhuo had already gone thousands of meters away. His body turned into energy and rushed up to the sky. In an instant he moved 3,000 meters horizontally. After making a turn in the air, he arrived at the other side and landed silently. With a slight movement of the Heavenly Witch Copper Shovel, Zhuo had already burrowed into the dense grass. They dug all the way down. Although the original plan of digging through the mountain was no longer feasible, they could still use this method to temporarily gain some breathing time. Unfortunately, Zhuo was too optimistic. All of a sudden Zhuo, who was already 70 to 80 meters underground, felt his heart throbbing as he felt that something was wrong. Danger. Although he did not know why, Zhuo did not hesitate to enter the Tower of Annihilation the moment the sense of danger rose in his heart. At this moment, at the position where he was burrowing down, about 10 meters below, an unknown number of explosives were suddenly detonated. The strong explosive force rushed up from the ground like a volcanic eruption. The concentrated explosion produced a mushroom cloud that rushed into the air. At this moment, half of the mountain was almost blown up. A few figures flashed to the high altitude of the explosion and smelled the pungent smell of gunpowder. A handsome middle-aged man wearing the military uniform of the Umno Alliance said, "It seems that I guessed right." Seeing that the military has set up a tight defense, the other party simply charged forward and detonated the explosives. Then, he used his super body movement to move to another position in another direction. He even went underground. Finally, the arrangement was right. Even if he went underground, it would be difficult to avoid. But I don't know if he was hurt this time. Don't be blindly optimistic. If you predict the situation to be worse, it will only be beneficial for the encirclement later. Any carelessness or negligence may cause all our efforts to be in vain. The other person had a resolute face and hawk-like eyes. As soon as the mushroom cloud rose, the military experts in all directions rushed to the center of the explosion without any regard for their own safety. In 3 seconds they had already turned the area upside down, but they did not find anything. The handsome middle-aged officer of the Umno Alliance said slowly with a sullen face. Just now the target did appear from here. Otherwise the explosives would not have detonated. Only after he burrowed into the ground and the microwave oscillator picked up his aura would this happen. Not to mention that the oscillator's waves can distinguish between friend and foe, our people would definitely not rashly enter this area at this time. So, the person who triggered the microwave oscillator could only be Zuoxiao Duo. This time, Zuoxiao Duo must have been shaken. Even if it did not take his life, it would not be easy for him. If Zuoxiao Duo can't find it or if he is not injured, then Zuoxiao Duo either has a unique concealment technique, or a defensive treasure that we do not know about, or a defensive space. It is said that Master Dan Kong once went to the interior of the astral souls and destroyed one of their research. The result of that research is said to be a space treasure with the goal of carrying people. Although Master Dan Kong successfully destroyed the research, they still kept some half-finished products. That thing is called the Space-Destroying Tower. Chapter 964. According to the information we have on Zuoxiao Duo, the principal of the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing, owns such a Tower of Annihilation. If Yi Changqing gave his Tower of Annihilation to Zuoxiao Duo, and if the information is correct, the main reason why Zuoxiao Duo was able to avoid this disaster was that he escaped into the Tower of Annihilation in time, which has the ability to accommodate living people. The elegant and handsome middle-aged military officer said calmly, "For now we haven't found anything." The vital signs collection device also didn't find any vital signs of Zuoxiao Duo. However, I estimate that Zuoxiao Duo couldn't have been killed by the explosion. Whether it was his cultivation or the combat strength he displayed, it shouldn't have been so. Therefore, I'm more inclined to believe that he has the Tower of Annihilation that belonged to the principal of the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing. Pass down the order. The entire army is to search the land, mud and mountain rock within a radius of 5,000 meters to confirm the existence of such a small tower. Search according to the depth of the explosion. The deepest position underground is 120 meters. If you find it, don't act rashly. Immediately gather the suicide squad and directly self-destruct it. Okay. Thousands of martial artists in the army began to search closely. General Lei, you're indeed the brains of the military. You're far-sighted and wise. Commander, you flatter me. I'm just a little more cautious out of habit. General Lei smiled faintly, but his gaze didn't relax at all. It had to be said that if Zuoxiao Duo didn't have the Tower of Annihilation, or if the Tower of Annihilation was still in its initial state, he would have been directly calculated by General Lei. He would have been doomed at every step. This person was the descendant of the Lei family, Lei Bao, one of the 12 great shamans. He was also one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation of the Lei family. At a young age, he had already been promoted to a deputy in the army. Aside from the fact that his cultivation base was only at the god-reigning realm, he was not inferior to the generals who had fought on the border for many years in all other aspects. If Zuoxiao Duo escapes and we can't find any traces of him, then what is the next place where he will most likely appear? The Legion commander knew that although he was the leader in name, he was actually just a supporting role for General Lei. Not only was his family background something he could not afford to offend, but he was also truly capable. He was not just an armchair strategist. To be able to have such a life experience was already a blessing for him and his family. As long as he followed this deputy Legion commander, he would be able to achieve meteoric success in the future without any obstacles. For a second-rank Legion like his to have such an opportunity was already a rare opportunity. There was no such thing as suppression or competition. The name of the Lei family was enough to make all military generals shrink back on the path of competition. If Zuoxiao Duo is safe from this wave of explosions, he will most likely return to the initial point of explosion, which is the direction of the series of explosions that he deliberately set off. After the series of explosions, that area will be the safest place to ambush. Then he will create chaos over there again, creating layers of fog for our judgment. Then he will turn back here and continue to advance towards this area. General Lei Jiuxiao pondered and said, "Just now he set off the explosions over there and came here directly. This means one thing. That is, this is the distance that Zuoxiao Duo can travel with ease. He can fly over from there and this distance will not affect him at all. He can go into full combat mode at any time." This is a person's thought process. If I were Zhou Xiaoduo, if his reputation is true, then there is a high probability that he would make such a choice. Lei Jiuxiao said indifferently, and what we need to do is to go up a little further from here and set up another ambush. But this time the explosives from below are no longer of any use. Then how should we set it up? With the power of modern technology, this is already the limit. Facts have also proven that it is extremely difficult to hurt an expert like Zhou Xiaoduo. Then, the following arrangements will have to focus on the Suicide Squad's self-destruction. Lei Jiuxiao's elegant face was filled with pity. Let the Suicide Squad move. Prepare 50 people. Prepare a pinnacle of the Guixian level. When Zhou Xiaoduo appears, overdraw your life force to hold him back. You only need to hold him back for half a minute or even 10 seconds. Then, 50 people will gather together and self-destruct at the same time. It will be enough to kill him. Blow him up. In order to complete the mission, blow up this pinnacle of the Guixian level as well. Lei Jiuxiao sighed softly. I will be in charge of the arrangements for the descendants of these 51 people and their families. As for this Guixian, I will be in charge of getting him the highest medal of the Umno Alliance's 12 Great Witch statues. Hearing such conditions, the Legion commander Yu Meng's eyes lit up. He had an impulse. The 12 Great Witch statues could guarantee that his descendants would receive the same training opportunities as the direct descendants of the 12 Great Witches, the same resources and the same brilliant future. At this moment, even the Legion commander had the impulse to compete for the chance to self-destruct. This self-destruction was too fucking worth it for the long term. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo hid in the Annihilation Tower, he could still hear the earth-shattering roar outside. He could not help but feel his heart pounding in fear. It seemed that his movements had really been predicted by the other party. Based on the current situation, the enemy must have at least one wise strategist who was in charge of the overall situation. They were like Li Qinglong, the kind of people who could strategize and decide the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. Then, the situation would be far too unfavorable. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and pondered for a long time. If this person was me, what would he think of me? How am I supposed to escape from this person's meticulous scheme? I guess that he guessed that I guessed that he guessed that I guessed that he guessed that. The cycle would repeat itself and the third layer of guesses would fall back to the first layer. Who knows if it was me who thought more or the other party who thought less. But now, he could not afford to be entangled. If he were to be entangled by such a legion at the beginning, or if he were to be predicted by the enemy and be restricted at every step, then the only thing that awaited him would be death. If he continued to rush up from here, he would be too big of a target. After the explosion, the enemy would definitely pay more attention to this place. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it carefully and decided to try to find a way to go back. There were so many explosives over there that he might be able to use them in reverse. As long as he exploded, he would be able to attract attention. And he had the Annihilation Tower in hand, so he had the capital to play this game for a long time. As long as he could drag it out past the most critical time, he would try his best to cause a few disturbances over there to create the illusion that he was charging over there. Then he would go back and continue to go up from here without stopping. He would directly go over Lone Bamboo Mountain and reach the opposite side. The road behind would be much easier then. There had just been an explosion over here. When he came over, he would not have to dig into the ground anymore. There would definitely be detectors in the ground that could detect his tracks. After the plan was set, he did not say anything and rushed to the designated location without any hesitation. In the current situation, as long as he could rush out for 5,000 meters, he would be able to reach a height that was extremely cold for ordinary people. Then this wave would be considered a success. According to the information at hand, Lone Bamboo Mountain was 15,600 meters high. It was the highest peak, and he had rushed all the way up from the foot of the mountain. His current position was already more than 5,000 meters high. If he rushed up another 5,000 meters, he would be 10,000 meters high. And once he reached 10,000 meters, the cultivators below the cloud transformation realm, except for those who practiced extreme yang and extreme cold techniques, would be greatly affected by this temperature. At this level, he should be able to reach 13,000 meters in one more wave. At that time, he would even be able to directly penetrate through. The plan was set. Zhou Xiaoduo's body turned into energy again and floated out. As expected, there were still many people searching around. He floated up silently. When he reached a height of about 300 meters, he suddenly encountered the detection of the life force field. Although it was only a touch and then retreated, there were already 9 God Imperial bodyguards who had set up the life force field with their own life force field. The force field has been touched. With this warning, countless masters rushed out like a swarm of bees. A huge life force field suddenly opened up. This kind of life force field that required a warrior's life force field to open up was spread out like it was worthless here. Seeing this scene, Zuoxiao Duo cursed in his heart. Fuck, this is too inhumane. Life force field can actually be used like this. Aren't you afraid of wasting it? I'm just a kid. It's better for you to save this power to deal with the masters that he didn't dare to go up anymore. He turned parallel and went back to the place where he had rushed up just now. Because of the explosion below, rocks were constantly rolling down from above. And the continuous meteors above his head were also constantly smashing down, causing the originally shaky places to show signs of collapsing. And the UMNO Alliance soldiers who were searching there were all very careful. Even so, there were occasionally people who were directly smashed down because of the collapses. Although the cultivation of the people present didn't care about this, but there was still a lot of swearing and cursing. All the soldiers in the world were the same. The soldiers of the Wizard Alliance were the same as the soldiers of Star Soul Realm. The moment they opened their mouths were filled with vulgarities. They did not repeat the same words for a long time, and their ability to curse was rather impressive. But the places where there was an ambush above, they still didn't destroy it as usual. Zuoxiao Duo hurried down. Chapter 965. There were fewer people on this side compared to the other side. They still maintained their energy state and rushed upwards like a whirlwind. After rushing up about 1,000 meters, they encountered the life force field again. However, it was much weaker than the previous encounter. Zuoxiao's mind raced. He decided to deactivate his energy state and perform the move of man and sword as one, rushing up 1,300 meters. Zuoxiao's fearless charge caused a series of explosions, but all of them sounded behind him. Zuoxiao Duo is here. Above, more than 500 military martial artists heard the commotion and rushed over to meet the attack head-on. Each of them looked fierce and determined. Zuoxiao Duo looked at the other party's posture and instantly realized that they were here to play a game of self-destruction with him. Who am I to fall for such evil tricks? His sword aura surged again and he suddenly slashed 30 times. In the process of the magnificent sword light, at least 70 to 80 people on the opposite side were silently minced into minced meat. However, Zuoxiao Duo roared again, "I'll fight you to the death." After saying that, he leaped up. However, when he was in midair, he turned into energy again and dodged in a roundabout way. He forced the enemy to face him head-on and did not give them the chance to self-destruct. However, Zuoxiao Duo underestimated the sensitivity of military martial artists and their reaction speed. Even though a considerable part of his movement was out of the enemy's calculation and out of the enemy's attack range, there were still some parts that were predicted by the enemy. As soon as he moved forward, he collided head-on with a strong and viscous life force field. Zuoxiao Duo knew that it was not good. He hurriedly blasted out the mental strength that he had prepared in advance to guard against any unexpected changes. Suddenly, more than 30 UMNO Alliance masters around him spat out blood and fell straight down. The life force field that they had constructed with their life force source was swept away by Zuoxiao's strong mental strength and shattered. This was the most direct and purest kind of extreme confrontation. The stronger the victor, the weaker the loser. There were no tricks or luck involved. The experts of the UMNO Alliance who had been sent flying were all in a state of unconsciousness. Even if they woke up in the future, it was inevitable that their source would be damaged. Their path of martial arts would no longer have the slightest possibility of moving forward. However, their efforts were not in vain. Instead, they received immediate returns. Two tall Guixian realm martial artists had already taken advantage of the moment when Zuoxiao's mental energy exploded and retreated, one on the left and one on the right, to entangle him. The faces of these two peak returnants profound realm cultivators were filled with determination. Light flickered all over their bodies. That was the sign that they had raised their cultivation to the extreme, ready to self-destruct at any time. Zuoxiao Duo did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his unorthodox body movements to dodge, not giving the two a chance to get close to him and self-destruct. The spirit cat sword also emitted sword energy, its light flashing as it forced the two mysterious realm experts 10 meters away. You want to use self-destruction to deal with me? You have to have this opportunity first. The two mysterious realm experts' faces showed a trace of determination. The two of them did not have the opportunity to self-destruct? Suddenly, the two of them let out a long howl and rushed over with all their might. Zhuo Duo's heart was filled with shock as he quickly dodged. The spirit cat sword's sharpness had already chopped off half of Ngui Xian expert's body, but this person was truly valiant. With his remaining hand, he firmly held onto the spirit cat sword's edge. On his hand there was a pair of strange gloves that were extremely tough. At this juncture they had successfully entangled the spirit cat sword. Heavenly Witch Copper. Zhuo Duo roared. The gloves of the opponent were actually made of Heavenly Witch Copper wire. No wonder they were so tough. Boom. Chi. The sword energy exploded again. The spirit cat sword displayed its might and instantly crushed the hand and the gloves. However, the other person was already within 3 meters of him. Zhuo Duo roared and continued to retreat. The sword light flashed and cut the body of the person in half from his lower abdomen. This sword had its own secret. Even if he was determined to self-destruct, he still had to have the Dantian to self-destruct. Zhuo Duo's sword had already destroyed the Dantian of the other mysterious realm expert's lower abdomen. Even if the other person still had the strength to attack, he was destined to not be able to self-destruct. This was a wonderful way to deal with self-destruction. It had to be said that Zhuo Duo's way of dealing with the situation was perfect. Not only did he kill 2 people, but he also completely eliminated the possibility of self-destruction. However, to Zhuo Duo's surprise, the other person's Dantian was already destroyed and he only had one last breath of Yuan Qi left. There was no hope of self-destruction. However, he still took advantage of this opportunity to grab the spirit cat sword with both hands and charged over. Zhuo Duo's heterodox body movement technique was used again. The moment his wrist shook violently, the person's body had already turned into minced meat and flew out. However, the 2 mysterious realm experts had sacrificed their lives to create a binding effect. The surrounding area was already surrounded by 50 people. Zhuo Duo knew that things were not going well. Just as he was about to fly up into the sky above Lone Bamboo Mountain, an order had already been given: explode. The 50 people who were charging forward in the circle all stopped abruptly and turned to self-destruction at the same time. They didn't even say a single word. 50 people had collectively self-destructed. Damn. Zhuo Duo groaned. At the moment when the white light flashed, he suddenly flashed into the Tower of Annihilation and disappeared into the void. Boom. Countless mountain rocks flew up and almost flew hundreds of miles away. Half of Lone Bamboo Mountain was directly destroyed by this shocking explosion. An even larger mushroom cloud rose into the air, rolling and rolling as it soared into the sky. Countless Umno Alliance soldiers raised their hands and saluted at the same time with tears in their eyes. Lei Jiuxiao and the army commander both flew up at the same time. Because the mountain peak below them had already collapsed from the explosion. The 2 of them also had tears in their eyes, the rims of their eyes red. The 50 brothers had all turned into a loud rumble in an instant. Zhuo Duo. Is he dead? The army commander gritted his teeth. I'm afraid he's not dead yet. Lei Jiuxiao sighed and said, although the 2 pinnacle Guishan experts successfully tied down Zhuo Duo and gave us a chance, they did not really make Zhuo Duo reveal any openings. Besides the fact that Zhuo Duo's sword skills are superb and his quick reflexes, more importantly. The sword in Zhuo Duo's hand is really a rare divine sword, unparalleled in its sharpness. Even the 2 pairs of Sky Witchcraft copper wire gloves that I gave were not able to trap Zhuo Duo's sword. This is really a big mistake. However, Zhuo Duo must not be feeling well either. Even if there is that Tower of Annihilation with the current situation, withstanding such an explosion at such a close distance is still difficult. Lei Jiuxiao immediately ordered. Everyone use your life force field to sense the point of self-destruction of our brothers, within a radius of 2,000 meters. Yes. At the moment when the 50 brothers sacrificed their lives for a righteous cause, no one cared about their life force origin energy. Countless warriors of the Umno Alliance all had tears in their eyes as they tried their best to release their life force origin energy. They connected with the life force origin energy of the brothers beside them, linking with each other continuously, forming a huge inescapable net that covered all directions, covering everything. Lei Jiuxiao focused on the search in the field, but his face gradually turned pale as he sighed. This time he had already put in a lot of effort, intending to finish the job in one fell swoop, but he still did not manage to kill Zhuo Duo. At this point in the battle, the elite strength of his army had been used up, and there was no more ability to stop Zhuo Duo. At least, It was impossible to organize another self-destruction of such a scale and such a powerful lineup. Suicide squads were ultimately the minority, and to be able to form such a team was already too much. Zhuo Duo fell into the Tower of Annihilation and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. This was the first time he had been so seriously injured since he started cultivating. This is really... too. Zhuo Duo sighed with a pale face, but he still resisted the urge to curse and murmured, too heroic. Such an earth-shattering explosion, it's breathtaking. These warriors of the Umno Alliance had fought with him in such a heroic manner, filling Zhuo Duo's heart with admiration. Against such an enemy, no matter what, he could not curse. Cursing such a heroic warrior was simply an insult to himself. This time, it was fortunate that he had dodged quickly, and because he had seen that the situation was not good, he had not tried to collect the rings of the two Shen returning martial artists. If he had been just a little bit greedy, the self-destruction of these 50 people, even if he had the Tower of Annihilation, would have been enough to kill him in one fell swoop. That was the self-detonation of 50 experts above the royal god realm, the ultimate self-detonation of their lives and souls. Too ruthless. Astral souls are not the only ones with heroes, and astral souls are not the only ones with heroic warriors. Such an enemy is really worthy of respect. Zhuo Duo's heart was filled with emotion. After experiencing this personally, he felt more and more the enormous pressure that the front line of the Sun Moon Pass had to bear. Because what he was facing was only a second-grade army, nothing more. And it was not a first-grade army that had been fighting at the Sun Moon Pass all year round. For a second-rate army to be able to achieve such a feat, how could Zhuo Duo not be shocked? Feeling the overwhelming pain in his internal organs, Zhuo Duo hurriedly took out medicine and swallowed it. Then he consecutively drank 2 bottles of spirit-restoring water, and used the best quality jade of astral souls to cultivate and heal his injuries. He swallowed a few heavenly treasured fruits. His complexion rapidly improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. I might as well take this opportunity to cultivate, and when I break through to the god reigning level, my chances of survival will be higher. Zhuo Duo deeply felt the inadequacy of his own strength. If only I could break through to the sky realm now. I don't know if Nian Mao and the others would know that I encountered this here. Fortunately the old man was looking for me and not Nian Mao. Otherwise, Nian Mao would definitely be in danger. Zhuo Duo's face was filled with joy. Nian Mao doesn't have the Tower of Annihilation. This is the true meaning of a battle. Compared to this experience, the previous battles were simply child's play, like children playing house. Zhuo Duo stopped thinking about nonsense and quickly entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. Just as Zhuo Duo was being taken away by Lei Changtian. In Fenghai City, Fang Yinhua had nothing to do. As usual, he sat in the auction house and used poker cards to read his fortune. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.